and I have something that I want to show. If you come with me, I give you kicks for free. We put the pedal to the metal and go. Be sure to hold on to that feeling. There was something in the air tonight. We're going faster as we leave it. We don't ever wanna stop. Tonight's the night we're going out. Let the good times roll, let the people know. Tonight's the night we don't want no fight. We just came to play some rock and roll. Tonight's the night we're going out. Let the good times roll, let the people know. Tonight's the night we don't want no fight. We just came to play some rock and roll.
Use drugs is not your friend. Drugs can and will kill. Remember, don't be afraid to turn to your priest, your rabbi, your minister, your moms, your dads, your teachers, because drugs can kill. And if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die. Please.
The initiative pre-existed as a substance abuse prevention program supported by the National Institutes of Health, pioneered in the 1970s by University of Houston social psychology professor Richard I. Evans, according to Wikipedia. Nancy Reagan assumed the fight after a campaign visit to Daytop Village, New York in 1980, where she witnessed firsthand the devastation of drug abuse on young people. Robert Cox and David Cantor created the Just Say No slogan and campaign in the early 1980s. Though there's also a competing story that when asked by a young schoolgirl what to do if she was offered drugs, the First Lady responded, "Just say no." Whether this was before or after the advertising team began to work on the campaign is unclear. What is clear was the effectiveness of the slogan, which received tons of media attention and took the First Lady across the United States as she appeared on 23 television talk shows, recorded public service announcements, and even co-hosted an episode of Good Morning America. The television shows Different Strokes and Punky Brewster both dedicated episodes to the campaign, and the popularity of Nancy Reagan's crusade led to many other high-profile awareness stops through the 80s and early 90s. Another prominent series of public service announcements through the 1980s was the One to Grow On campaign on NBC. These educational PSAs were aired on Saturday mornings during cartoon lineups and focused on problem-solving skills related to ethical and personal safety. The segments were hosted by a number of different celebrities, including but not limited to Jason Bateman, Justine Bateman, Betty White, Mr. T, and Michael J. Fox.
Hi, I'm Michael J. Fox, and I'll be right back with One to Grow On.
I won! I hate you, Jason. I never want to play with you again.
Those are pretty strong words. You mean just because you didn't win, you hate your friend? You know, we all say things sometimes without thinking, but did you ever stop to think of how you can hurt someone that way? You know, I almost lost a good buddy of mine once because I said something without stopping to think about it first. Lucky for me, he took my apology. So think it over before you say it, because you might not only hurt someone else, you might lose a friend, and then you'll also be hurting yourself.
Howard, that really hurts. You know I don't hate you, Jason. It's just I wanted to win the game. Can we play again? Sure.
And that's One to Grow On.
Into the 90s, a new campaign called The More You Know took the place of One to Grow On segments on NBC. These new educational segments dealing with issues of ethics became so popular that they are still made today. As reported by Gary E. Frank, we attribute the longevity of The More You Know to the recognizable and trusted faces who address timely issues and offer actionable tips people can use to improve their daily lives and the world we all live in together. Marie Delamonte, Senior Director of Marketing and Communications for NBC Universal, told Triple Pundit in an email, "This ethos is something that transcends eras and fads."
I don't know about you, but I'm staying in school. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm on TV, but I don't know what the future's going to bring. And neither do you. But whatever it is, I'm going to be ready for it. See, the more you know what you can get from an education, you'll see that you can't drop out of school. I mean, yeah, it's tough, but hang in there. And while you're there, you might as well graduate. Hey, I'm not asking you to do anything I'm not doing myself.
Of course, despite its longevity and widely praised messaging, these often heartfelt messages could sometimes err on the side of corny, which led to the inevitable parodies.
You drink on the job. You drink when you're home. You're drunk right now. Let me ask you one question. Can I come over?
Sometimes funny, sometimes scary, but always pervasive, the public service announcements of our youth, whether we like to admit it or not, helped shape us. They were often far more effective than we'll ever admit to ourselves, and the mere fact that I still quote some of them today, even in jest, speaks to their lasting appeal and effectiveness. I, for one, am glad these PSA campaigns survive in one form or another, even when they verge on the sappy. The question is, do you feel the same way? If so, what are some of your favorite PSAs of yesteryear? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell, as it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky. Fortnite Chapter 6 Start. Gifts that say I get you, Etsy has it.
Retro Days.
Not long after Halloween ends, and long before the turkey's been carved, many of us begin thinking about that other holiday sneaking up behind the piles of gourds, pies, and fallen leaves. No, not Christmas, Black Friday. That's right, the joyous wonders of unfettered consumerism, basted in a healthy coating of deep discounts and garnished with a sense of panic, has long been the dessert of choice for many Americans, stuffed on the main course of Thanksgiving Day gluttony. After all the food, we crave something more materialistic to glut our need for things, and what better than a vast variety of toys and technology? So, grab your wallets and tasers, we're going Black Friday shopping. We haven't used our trusty time machine for a few episodes, so bear with us while producer Tony swaps out the plutonium-powered nuclear reactor for an upgraded Mr. Fusion. Believe me, it's going to make for a much smoother ride than we're used to. While we're waiting, let's go over some potentially life-saving information about Black Friday to ensure our trip is a relatively safe one.
Have a safe Black Friday and welcome to Thunderdome!
Back when I used to work retail, Black Friday was what they called a blackout date, meaning you were not allowed to take the day off. Often, early in the wee hours, before the shoppers descended upon us like rabid demons, the manager would give us a pep talk. Among all the other hip hip hooray rally cries, I remember the manager explaining where the term Black Friday originated. She told us, contrary to popular belief, the name Black Friday was derived from the idea that retail businesses were operating in the red, also known as operating at a loss, and the big shopping extravaganza would finally bump them into the black, which means making a profit. The logic made sense, so I went through most of my adult life believing what I ended up learning was actually just a huge corporate lie meant to sanitize the violent history of the busiest shopping day of the year. According to Sarah Pruitt for History.com, though it's true that retail companies used to record losses in red and profits in black when doing their accounting, this version of Black Friday's origin is the officially sanctioned but inaccurate story behind the tradition. So what is the real story behind the name, and why hide it behind a half-truth? In the 50s, Philadelphia police coined the term as a result of the widespread chaos that would occur the day after Thanksgiving. At the time, the reason for the sudden influx of tourists and shoppers was because of the Army-Navy football game held the Saturday after Thanksgiving every year. It led to a natural growth in sales, but also led to crowds, traffic, and shoplifters, which exhausted officers had to deal with during long shifts. Despite the negative aspects, retailers took notice of the sharp influx of shoppers and, by 1961, had leaned into the busy shopping day, at one point even trying, unsuccessfully, to change the name to Big Friday. Although the name and shopping experience stuck in Philadelphia, the rest of the country didn't catch the Black Friday bug until around the late 80s. But even in the 90s, many retailers had yet to adopt the name Black Friday.
Tomorrow, Shopko's having a sale so big, I don't need to shout. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, this incredible sale starts, and it's only 3 hours long, so you have to be here at 7 a.m.
What's the first thing you'll want to do after Thanksgiving? You'll want to go to Hudson's After Thanksgiving sale.
It's Hex After Thanksgiving sales and clearances. Get a head start on all your holiday gift shopping with spectacular savings of up to 50%.
Are you ready for the biggest savings event of the year? Well, we are. This Friday morning at Walmart, save is a very big word. Friday morning from 7 to 10 a.m., you will save on a wide selection of items for the holidays.
Around the late 90s and early 2000s, retailers began using the red to black story to erase negative connotations, and slowly, after Thanksgiving sales became Black Friday sales. Though, as we all know, before long, Black Friday would find another way to become synonymous with violence once again.
Black Friday bedlam once again took over America's malls and department stores. Perhaps the most alarming is this footage from inside a Philadelphia mall, where two women began brawling at 2:30 in the morning, one eventually pulling out a taser. You can hear the crackle of the stun gun. And check out this brawl from inside a Texas Walmart as two women battle for a TV set. police eventually throwing one woman to the floor and cuffing her. Videos showing off chaos now seem as customary as the turkey dinner.
Although some often point to the Cabbage Patch Doll riots of 1983 as the first of the Black Friday incidents, this came before the widespread use of the term, and the incidents occurred across the entire holiday shopping season. In fact, except for a couple small issues, we managed to get through Black Fridays of the 90s without any major violence. The phenomenon didn't really take shape until the mid-2000s. According to Margaret Hartman for Intelligencer, in 2005, several people were hospitalized in Michigan and New Jersey after being trampled in big box stores. The next year, Walmart employees were pinned against stacks of merchandise in Ohio, a Virginia man hit another customer in a Best Buy, and in California, 9 people were injured when a mall dropped gift certificates from the ceiling. 2008 brought us our first Black Friday fatality, after over 2,000 shoppers stampeded into a Walmart, trampling an employee on their way to grab discounted items. This tipping point led to ever-increasing injuries and deaths. Here in the retro community, we aren't always the kindest when it comes to contemporary technology and the advancements of the digital landscape. But if there's one thing I think we can all agree on, it's that online shopping and the advent of Cyber Monday has reduced the number of Black Friday incidents down to almost zero. In fact, writer Tony reports that when he discusses Black Friday with his students every year, the general response is one of apathy and even confusion. The younger generation, it seems, doesn't understand why anyone would bother going out to shop on Black Friday when most of the deals can be had from the comfort of their own homes.
Let's give VoiceOver John a quick break so we can, yep, you guessed it, like our video, subscribe to the channel, and activate that notification bell. By golly, I like the way you think.
Well then, time-traveling friend, I saw the look of terror wash over your expression while I relayed the violent history of Black Friday, but fear not. I'd never put you in harm's way, and our short trip today is bringing us firmly into the 1990s when Black Friday sales were still called after Thanksgiving sales, and the most you'll have to worry about is incompatible cell phone service. You know the drill. Load into the Retro Days time machine with me, the Tonys, Alyssa, and Jimmy, and get ready for the best shopping spree you've had in decades.
The day after Thanksgiving, anyone getting to Hills beginning at 6 a.m. can get incredible early bird specials. Better hurry to Hills 2-day sale. Early bird specials good 6 to 10 a.m. only on Friday. Look for Hills Insert and save big on early bird specials between 6 and 10 a.m. Plus, a free ornament to the first 400 shoppers. All part of Hills' incredible 2-day sale. Save big. Don't miss it.
We land directly in the Best Buy parking lot amid hundreds of other shoppers waiting in line for tech deals by the dozen. An errant advertisement circular flies by in a cool autumn gust, and Alyssa snags it before it can escape. Check it out! She holds the paper out so we can all gawk at the 90s era after Thanksgiving sale prices. This is the decade of Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color, Sony PlayStation, the Sega Saturn, PC gaming, and more. It was a wild time to be a gamer, and depending on your age in the 90s, it was almost a foregone conclusion that you'd have at least one system or video game on your holiday wish list. The Sega Genesis is front and center, boasting a sales price sports bundle that comes with 3 games for $122.99. Some other deep discount Genesis games are listed for $16.99, including Pitfall, Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures, and Wheel of Fortune. Not exactly AAA releases, but who can argue with those prices? On the other side, a few PlayStation games, all sports titles as well. On the top section, we can see the clear result of the DVD revolution, with VHS tapes knocked down to a measly $5.99 apiece. Another page of the ad boasts 4-hour specials, including a $1,000 computer package, $40 Game Boys, and a $10 fax modem. Enough with the advertisements, Jimmy whines. Let's go inside already. We all agree. After all, why bother traveling through time if all we're going to do is read some ads? Only producer Tony has a slightly different suggestion. Forget Best Buy, let's go to the mall. The parking lot here is even more jammed than the Best Buy one, and the doors have already opened for midnight madness. Hordes of people rush inside, and we're caught up in the rush, being swept along like so much driftwood in the ocean. Although Thanksgiving ended only minutes earlier, midnight on Black Friday already smells, sounds, and looks like Christmas. Inside the mall, there's a giant Christmas tree adorned with hundreds of ornaments and lights. The aroma of pine mingles with mall food and coffee. The distinct tinkle of bells jingling in the distance calls our attention to some elves setting up Santa's workshop, no doubt opening a little later when children might actually be awake. It's insane to think mere hours ago, the whole Retro Days team was sitting around an enormous Thanksgiving feast, complete with every autumnal food and beverage imaginable. Turkey, apple cider, pumpkin pie, stuffing, and sweet potato casserole still fills our senses. And yet, here we stand at the dead center of a holiday bazaar. The sudden shift from pumpkin spice to candy canes is enough to make me dizzy, but there's little time for reflection because the crowd is pushing our backs, so we move with the writhing masses. Writer Tony gasps, then says, "This way!" We all follow, and before long, we're inside a Walden Books. Jimmy huffs, "A bookstore on Black Friday? Come on, man." Tony points at him, a stern look on his face. "Don't you get between me and deep discount Stephen King books. I'll cut you." Huh. Looks like the true Black Friday spirit is flowing freely today. We all give Tony a wide berth and peruse the sales. Unsurprisingly, we all find some excellent deals on things like Goosebumps, magazines, and calendars. Okay, I say. It's my pick next, and I think you know what that means. We wade back into the crowd, and I lead the team to, you guessed it, Electronics Boutique. Making our way through the crowds, headed to the glowing red EB in the distance, Jimmy says, "I think we're a little late for your beloved Atari, aren't we, John?" "Don't be so sure," I reply. The Atari 2600 may have ended production in 1992, but there was still the Jaguar in production from 93 to 96 and the Lynx from 89 to 95. Inside the EB, however, I admit I'm deluding myself. Clearly, by the mid-90s, neither of those systems would have much, if any, representation in the brick-and-mortar store, with the majority of shelf space relegated to PC gaming, Sega systems, and Nintendo. "Whoa, you remember stuff like this?" Alyssa asks, pointing to a shelf of computer accessories, including an internet phone CD, Sound Blaster CDs, and a whole section of different PC joysticks like the Wingman Extreme and Sky Master. After a brief perusal, our little cavalcade wanders into the hallway and continues to browse the mini-mall stores, including Sears, Radio Shack, Spencer Gifts, Sam Goody, and, of course, KB Toys.
This is what it looks like before the store opens at 5 o'clock the day after Thanksgiving. Notice how nice and neat everything is on the shelves. No customers in here yet, but just wait and see.
Hold on.
Oh my goodness. They just keep coming and coming and coming. And all these people at 6 in the morning. Goodness. Everybody's packed shoulder to shoulder, completely obsessed with buying Christmas presents at the best bargain, best price you can possibly get it on these early bird specials.
You tap me on the shoulder, almost fumbling an armful of games, and say, "Did you remember to bring era-appropriate money to pay for all this stuff?" We all look to producer Tony, who removes a credit card from his pocket that certainly wouldn't work in the 1990s. Oops.
Welcome back, time traveler. I'm sorry to say we did have to leave all those wonderful retro goodies in the past, but I hope you still enjoyed wandering the halls of a Black Friday mall. As I think back, I have to admit, I never actually went out shopping the day after Thanksgiving. And my parents often did, but they were out looking for gifts for me, and it was a lot easier to do without my little hands pulling at their bags, trying to figure out what they bought. It has me wondering, though, did you ever go out shopping on Black Friday as a kid, or did you spend the day after Thanksgiving eating leftovers and watching TV? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And of course, if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky. Retro Days.
Nothing says Thanksgiving morning quite like waking up to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade playing on the television and the thick aroma of turkey stock on the stove, set to reduce for the rest of the day before making its final transformation into a luscious gravy. You see, in my family, the cooking always got started early. So early, as a kid, it was almost always the noise in the kitchen that roused me from bed. It was nice being young on Thanksgiving because it meant that I didn't have to worry about any of those adult things like cooking or cleaning or decorating for guests.
I could grab a bowl of Monster cereal left over from overbuying in October and settle in with perhaps the second best thing about Thanksgiving, the Macy's Parade. Only today, instead of settling in for a cozy viewing in front of the old CRT TV, I thought we could use the time machine and venture into the cold to experience the parade live and in person. And of course, in the past. Now I know, you're all comfy in your pajamas, the house smells of delicious Thanksgiving Day food, and the parade broadcast is about to start. So why bother getting dressed and going out into the cold morning for some silly balloons, celebrities, and floats? Well, how about because it's the largest parade in the country with an estimated 2 to 3 million spectators? Or because the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade is the unofficial start of the holiday season, introducing Santa Claus on his sleigh at the end. Not to mention, the 3-hour parade is held in Manhattan, starting at West 77th Street and Central Park West, and ending right outside Macy's Herald Square. Yeah, that's right. Put your pants on like an adult, bundle up for the late fall weather, and hop on into the Retro Days time machine. There'll be plenty of time for turkey when we get home. Stepping out of our time machine into a 1980s Manhattan, no one seems to question the outrageous contraption. Perhaps because of all the otherworldly creations being prepared for the parade makes our clunker look pedestrian. The aroma of the city is at first pleasant, filled with pushcart pretzels, dirty water dogs, sweet roasting nuts, coffee, and bacon overwhelming our senses. Then comes the undercurrent of car exhaust and a metallic dampness from the subway. Body odor masked by perfumes and cologne wafts by as the crowd surge and push closer to the parade route. Your first exclamation is one of disappointment. We came all this way to get pushed around? Alyssa grabs your hand and pulls you closer to the buildings, and we all follow. There, that's better, producer Tony says. Thanks, Alyssa. Now then, Tony says, rallying the troops like any good producer, I suggest we get some era-appropriate sustenance, then make our way to the parade. Our goal today is twofold. First, he smiles widely, enjoy the parade. And second, choose one of your favorite Macy's balloons for us to discuss. Got it? We all speak at the same time. Got it, boss! With hot chocolate and pretzels firmly in hand, it doesn't take long for us to notice that, like other time-traveling escapades, we've landed in a strange mashup of 70s, 80s, and 90s. The parade before us boasts incongruent set pieces that are made all the more spectacular by their simultaneous existence. Sure, there are floats that show up in every parade, no matter the year, like Tom Turkey, who first appeared in the 1973 parade and has continued the annual trek through Manhattan, albeit with some design changes through the years. But there are plenty of balloons that should not exist during a single parade year, yet here they are, flying high above our heads, swaying in gusts of wind, and threatening to pull free from their handlers if given the opportunity. Alyssa is the first to point into the sky and exclaim, "There's my pick!"
He's skating on 14-foot blades and wearing a stocking cap 30 feet long.
Although the version flying overhead, Skater Snoopy, was perhaps the first balloon to really nail the design, it wasn't the first version to fly in the parade. That honor goes to Aviator Snoopy, who first appeared in the 1968 parade. His aesthetics were based on a popular pocket doll being sold at the time. That version of the balloon stood 50 feet tall and was designed by William Ludwig, a Goodyear engineer from Akron, Ohio. As reported in the Beacon Journal, fashioning an inflatable likeness of Snoopy was a sizable undertaking at Goodyear. John Bird of Goodyear PR wrote, "Nearly 8 months and 1,500 man-hours were required to design, cut, seam, glue, and assemble more than 4,000 square feet of fabric going into the carcass." Aviator Snoopy's flight would be cut short, however, because in 1969, after the Apollo 11 space program successfully sent Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin to the moon, the parade team refitted Snoopy with space gear, turning the balloon into Astronaut Snoopy, who would fly in the parade for 9 years before passing the torch back to his aviator persona. In addition to these early designs, Snoopy has had 9 variants across 8 balloons, more than any other in the parade, and also holds the record for most appearances with 42 to date. We all stare up at Snoopy as he skates by on an invisible sheet of ice in the sky, and producer Tony says, "Good pick." We all continue watching the parade, none of us in any hurry to choose another balloon with so much fanfare and excitement all around. A procession of crazed clowns come crashing down the street, laughing and jumping, careening toward the audience of onlookers in a jovial way that delights some and terrifies others. "Holy cow!" I exclaim. "Isn't that Robert Vaughn? Is this—" Alyssa says, "You're right. I can't believe we're going to see this live. I only heard about this on the Purple Stuff podcast." "Shh," says Tony. "It's starting. Look at his eyes. He looks bewildered."
You know, 1987 is a very important year in our history, and it will be celebrating a very important document. And I know you have some words to say about it and from it. The distinguished actor Robert Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen.
These were the first words. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
If you've ever watched an episode of Celebrating Yesteryear and thought to yourself, "Golly gee willikers, I wish there was a way to somehow view this channel while interacting directly with the community and simultaneously winning prizes," then boy, have I got some good news for you. When you subscribe to our channel and activate the bell icon, you'll be notified every time the updated version of our interactive YouTube game, Retro Manic, goes live. Retro Manic runs on most Fridays, and you can play as many rounds as you like to accumulate points. There are top tier winners for the most points collected, but during gameplay, you might also find icons that earn you gift cards, which are redeemable for a variety of retailers. We hope to see you at the next live stream. Just don't forget to wear your very best 80s outfit to blend in and avoid those pesky townfolk.
That was amazing, I say. Vaughn did not seem pleased. Not at all, producer Tony says, though his eyes are fixed on the sky and he seems barely aware of the clown parade marching away. He points and says, "Finally, there's my pick straight ahead."
I'm talking about Quick Bunny, and he's furnished by Nestle's Food Corporation. Little shot of Nestle's would be pretty good right now. This is his second hop down the parade route, so let's take our way to the bunny. Hey, hi, bunny.
1988 marked the first appearance of the Quick Bunny balloon, towering a full 6 stories, weighing 520 pounds, and requiring no less than 15,000 cubic feet of helium. According to the Macy's Parade Wiki, the character's parent company, Nestle, approached Macy's in early 1988 about the possibility of having their mascot represented in the parade. "We debated back and forth," explained parade director Gene McFadden. "Was it appropriate? Fearing the character may only be seen as a product endorsement. Nestle was put on hold until, fortuitously, McFadden dreamed up the idea of having a giant balloon to celebrate the marching bands." In part due to the balloon's size as well as the upright positioning, the Quick Bunny would end up enduring a number of traumas over his 11-year tenure. In 1988, during his first flight, a tree branch punctured his left foot. In 91, a lamppost deflated his left hand. During a severely windy 1993 appearance, which damaged a number of balloons, his right arm was punctured and his tail deflated. Then, in 1994, a tree deflated his left ear. Perhaps his worst accident of all occurred during the 1997 parade, when 40-mile-per-hour winds damaged almost half of the balloons. First, a tree punctured and deflated his left ear, and then later a lamppost tore it clean off along with his hat. After 2 more tragic appearances, the poor Quick Bunny was finally put out to pasture. Wasting no time, I spot the balloon I'd been waiting for since we arrived, and I say, "Forget the Quick Bunny, here comes the clear winner of the parade."
You know, it takes a crew of 31 to walk this bridge through the streets of Manhattan.
Never fear, Underdog is here. You know, shepherding these giant balloons through the gusty canyons of Columbus Circle, Times Square, and Herald Square is tricky, and it requires a lot of skill. The handlers are directed by a captain, whose job is to pilot the balloons through the parade safely. Happy landings, Underdog.
There's no need to fear. Underdog is here. Underdog was high on Macy's potential balloons list, which made a lot of sense considering NBC held the parade's broadcast rights and was also the broadcast network for the Underdog show. Brief talks with Total Television in 1965 resulted in an agreement in the spring, a design by Joe Harris by June, production in July, a test flight in October, and Underdog's inaugural parade flight that same November. The 2-month production used up to 700 yards of nylon fabric and 75 gallons of paint. When completed, Underdog measured over 63 feet long and employed 30 dog walkers to wrangle the balloon filled with 9,600 cubic feet of helium. That first year of Underdog's appearance was monumental in a couple of other ways as well. For one, his flight marked the first time a balloon and float combination had the same theme. According to the Macy's Parade Wiki, the Underdog float was the second largest in the lineup that year, only topped by the 3-ring circus float. The elaborate stage, designed by Total Television, showcased an original story written especially for the parade, featuring taped dialogue of the show's characters. The second reason is that they aired a 4-part episode of the Underdog show titled Simon Says No Thanksgiving right after the parade. And lastly, NBC recorded a promotional 45 RPM record of the episode titled How Underdog Saved the Thanksgiving Day Parade. The record was included in the press kit for that year's parade. Underdog soars past, and I can't help but think how he deserved more than his 19 years in the parade. I glance at the rest of the team and see if they all feel the same way, but writer Tony's eyes are fixed on the horizon, with a gloomy expression on his face. Something wrong? I ask. He turns to me and says, "What kind of parade doesn't have a Freddy Krueger balloon? This is a travesty." I don't think he really fits the whole Thanksgiving Day theme, but you must have a second choice. Tony's eyes light up. Don't have a cow, man.
That's our guy. Bart Simpson, furnished by Fox Incorporated, the original underachiever, taking his little skateboard for a run down Broadway in this, his second Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And at home on The Simpsons, Bart loves to drive his parents absolutely wacko. But don't have a cow, man, because today, Bart's riding high.
Tony's choice of Bart Simpson makes a lot of sense, since he straddles Gen X and millennial sensibilities, having been born in 1980. The Simpsons hit him at just the right time, ensuring he had a love of the series, arcade game, comics, and yes, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day balloon, which premiered in 1990 after less than a year of the cartoons being aired. According to the Macy's Parade Wiki, in an interview with the New York Daily News, former Macy's Special Events Vice President Gene McFadden commented on the inclusion of the Bart balloon in the parade, saying, "Basically, the kids pick the new characters. If the kids tell us they want Bart Simpson, then we give them Bart Simpson. That's just what happened this year."
Oh, here comes our friend, Bullwinkle J. Moose.
Bullwinkle's antlers sprung a leak.
Who the hell is that?
Bullwinkle.
Who? Wait a minute, who's that?
Underdog, don't you know anything?
Well, I know it wouldn't hurt him to use some cartoons made in the last 50 years.
Son, this is a tradition. If you start building a balloon for every flash-in-the-pan cartoon character, you'll turn the parade into a farce.
After the 1995 parade, Bart Simpson was retired and has not been in a parade since due to new regulations after the Cat in the Hat incident in 1997. The rules put limitations on sizes and shapes, which kept the Bart Simpson balloon from returning, even though his height and width reportedly don't exceed these limits. According to the Macy's Parade Wiki, the balloon has since sat dormant at Macy's Float Warehouse, having its existence last confirmed in 2016 as salvaged. Even as the parade continues, more and more balloons from a variety of years fly past until finally, Santa Claus is in sight and the children in the audience go wild. As much as I love seeing the holiday season kick off, I can't quite let myself feel the Christmas spirit flow until I've had my requisite turkey, stuffing, and mashed potatoes. So I say to the gang, it's time to head back. Santa can wait until tomorrow.
Welcome back to the year 2024, or thereabouts. Having experienced the joy and excitement of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade live, I hope you can admit that sometimes it might actually be worth getting out of the house early on Thanksgiving morning. Of course, now that we're back surrounded by the delicious aromas of a Turkey Day feast, I can also understand the desire to warm up a cup of apple cider and enjoy the rest of the parade on television. What are some of your favorite Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade balloons of yesteryear? You know I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. And for all who are celebrating, have a wonderful and happy Thanksgiving. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
On our recent trip to RetroCon in September, our producer tasked the team with scouring the sprawling vendor space for any old toys that didn't look familiar. He said, with conviction, I'm sure we'll find at least a few options for another episode of Forgotten Toys of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Well, loyal viewer, he wasn't wrong. It seemed like every twist and turn through the labyrinth and alleys of RetroCon left us stumbling directly into another shelf overflowing with unrecognizable toys.
Now sure, there were plenty of the familiar Transformers, Masters of the Universe, Smurfs, Thundercats, My Little Pony, and other all-time favorites. But, to our delight, there were also stranger items of molded plastic and painted vinyl calling out for closer inspection. Toys of which we had no recollection. Each of these was added to our ever-growing list, and today we present yet another 5 Forgotten Toys.
People that giggle when you wiggle them. Dolls sold separately. Snuggle Bums have long, soft hair you can brush, and they keep you company at night because Mama and Papa light up with happiness when you hug them. Batteries not included. The Snuggle Bums from Play School. Each doll sold separately with storybook and brush.
Snuggle Bums. Did writer Tony choose this toy merely to make me utter the ridiculous and embarrassing name, Snuggle Bums? Surely he wasn't so juvenile as to pick a toy for the hallowed Forgotten list because forcing me to repeat Snuggle Bums over and over made him giggle like an inmate at Arkham. No, that just doesn't sound like Tony, who has remained a consummate professional since we've been working together all these months. Snuggle Bums. Well, I stand corrected. The toy in question was also released in other countries under a variety of names, including... Oh, come on. Seriously? Producer Tony, do I really have to say this? Uh-huh. And you're sure? Contractually what? Okay, all right. Fine. Snuggle Bums were also released in other countries under a variety of names, including Trolley Woolies in Holland, Nufflebunt in Germany, and, oh boy, Les Bum Bum in France. Play School made the toys in 1984, after which production changed hands and Milton Bradley took over from 1985 onward. The series was made up of a cast of cute alien characters with furry backs and interactive elements such as the Baby series, Giggling When Shook, and the adult series, Lighting Up When Hugged. Like so many toys of the time, Play School and MB didn't stop there and also released Snuggle Bums Bugs, Pets, PVC minifigures, puzzles, books, the Snuggle Bums family game, and other ephemera. The larger toys with furry backs came with color-coordinated brushes so kids could groom their family of Snuggle Bums, not unlike My Little Pony figures. In fact, it's not inconceivable to think Playschool's release was meant to capitalize on Hasbro's success with other similarities like pastel coloring and heart symbols on the toys. But one thing we can all agree that My Little Pony didn't have was the name. Snuggle freaking Bums. I will never forgive you for this.
Powertrons, they're alive. In a secret lab is Professor Zahn. His inventions are called the Powertrons. Their secret is they're machines that drive. But in an instant, they're really alive. Powertrons, they're alive.
Python and Destroyed have evil ways, but up jump Sumar and Turboid to save the day.
Powertrons, they're alive.
Powertrons, each sold separately by Ertl.
Coming up in the second spot is a forgotten toy that, for once, you can actually find fairly cheap on eBay. Powertrons, released by Ertl in 1985. These interactive toy cars are part robot and transform when their bumpers hit a wall or solid object. According to TheLiberator.net, they have friction flywheel motors that drive the rubber wheels in both robot and vehicle modes. When a Powertron collides with an obstacle in vehicle mode, a button on the bumper is pressed, causing the robot form to spring out and drive back away from the obstruction. Like so many toys of its kind back in the 80s, Powertrons were actually licensed copies of a Japanese toy called Attack Change Machine Powertrons, made by Fujisho. The single series release only included 4 styles: Destroyed, Zoomer, Turboid, and Phytron, plus a Knight Rider version of Turboid that came with a minor repaint and new stickers. Though not confirmed, it seems the US versions of these toys came in blister packs, while overseas they got window-fronted boxes. Watching these toys in action, I had 2 competing thoughts, which is likely why they had such a short run. The first thought is, holy cow, that's freaking cool. The second thought, sadly, is, that's gonna get boring real fast.
You know, I never really noticed how downright creamy voiceover John sounds. And hey, if you want to continue being serenaded about nostalgia by his dulcet tones, why not give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and click that notification bell. Now, let's get back to that sweet, sweet voiceover.
When evil battles good. Enter the time of Animax, and you become Extinctor.
Feels alive and looks like a real machine.
You lead the Motor Mutants.
Torrendous and Pulverizer. Grease Kicker and Dreadful Dreadster. Gross out and roll on.
Prepare to destroy Max Action and the Road Trainers when you enter the time of Animax.
The story of Animax is a tragic one, yet all too familiar to children of the 80s. When the toy line first appeared at the 1986 Toy Fair, created by Mel Burnkrant and Shaper Toys, there was a ton of buzz, making it look like the new series would be the next big thing. But before that could happen, Tyco swooped in and bought out Shaper. Reportedly, Tyco was mainly interested in acquiring the rights to Stompers, Eddie Goldfarb's creation, discussed in great detail in our third installment of Forgotten Toys, Even More Forgotten Toys of the 80s. According to Mel Burnkrant, the classic games Cootie, Ticklebee, Ants in the Pants, and Don't Spill the Beans were later sold to Milton Bradley, who at the time was owned by Hasbro. But all the other scraps were thrown away. Thus, Animax, Ghostbusters, Tender Toys, Super Jocks, and a line of fuzzy pussycats called Strays all went astray. Despite the initial consumer and retailer interest, when it came time to finally produce the toys, they went about it half-heartedly, resulting in lackluster sculpts, unpainted figures that lacked detail, and no real marketing push to speak of. Gone were the dreams of a tie-in cartoon to help push sales, and in its place, Star Comics released a 4-part comic, which was too little, too late. The Thundercats meets Wheeled Warriors toys had a lot going for them, including an interesting story, decent package art, and interactive vehicles which were part animal, part machine. But without marketing and with the production shortcomings, Animax quickly faded into obscurity.
Someday I'm gonna be an acrobat. I'm gonna be in the Olympics. I'm gonna be Golden Girl. Golden Girl. And have flowing blonde hair, a magical shield and sword. Together with Ruby, Jade, and Onyx, we'll defeat Dragon Queen, Wild One, and Voltora.
Golden Girl and the Guardians of the Gemstone, each sold separately, new from Galoob.
Upon first glance, Golden Girl and the Guardians of the Gemstones looks like an obvious She-Ra Princess of Power ripoff. Surely just Galoob pulling a dirty trick on Mattel by recreating their intellectual property. Only, not so fast. According to a deep dive found on the Plastic Heroines Wiki, the timeline of trademark and copyright filings muddies the water quite a bit. Specifically, the trademark for She-Ra Princess of Power was received November 20, 1984, and active May 21, 1985, while Golden Girl and the Guardians of the Gemstones trademark was received December 4, 1984, and active July 30, 1985. Technically, Mattel did come first, but the dates would suggest one of two scenarios. Either these two properties just happened to be dreamed up around the same time and were in parallel development, or there was some kind of corporate espionage going on from one or both companies. What we can say with some measure of confidence is that Galoob was inspired by Mattel's He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and they decided to release a standalone toy line in the same vein entirely for girls. In the mythical world of Golden Girl, the majority of the characters were female, broken into good and evil forces, with only 2 token male figures. Though one might expect these to be generic and of lesser quality, in fact the figures were made very well. According to the Plastic Heroines Wiki, the figures had rooted hair, boldly decorated facial features, heavy eyeshadow in most cases, and torsos that had slightly molded abdominal muscles. They have cloth capes with sewn-on snaps, die-cast shields, removable headpieces, sword belts, and all come with gold plastic combs made to look like axes. Unfortunately, despite the well-crafted toys, they were going up against a nearly identical new toy line that existed within the established He-Man universe. Making matters worse, although there did appear to be some cartoon elements created for marketing, a full animated series tie-in for Golden Girl did not come to fruition.
I am Golden Girl, and only I can save Argonia. I will battle Dragon Queen and her evil army, Wild One, Voltura, Moth Lady, and Ogra. Fighting beside me are Sapphire, Ruby, Onyx, Jade, and Prince Krona. And no matter what dark magic Dragon Queen conjures, I will not surrender, because I am Golden Girl, Guardian of the Gemstones.
Of course, She-Ra, Princess of Power started airing in concert with toy sales and also, to some degree, took the place of He-Man's animated series, which would end 2 months later. Still, the Golden Girl series did manage to release 3 waves of fashion accessories for the figures, plus all the expected merchandise and games that went along with toy lines of the day, such as Find Your Own Fate books, activity books, storybooks, a sticker calendar, jigsaw puzzles, a board game, 3D color forms, a Thermos brand lunchbox, drinking cups, a sleeping bag, and wearable metallic brooches. This next toy had such a small run and was such an oddity that we couldn't even find a commercial for it, if in fact any commercials had ever been produced for the fantastic world of the interchangeables. In 1981, Mego Corporation ceased operations and ended production of Micronauts, a successful and well-loved toy line that ran through the 70s. While specific information is hard to come by, it seems another company, Our Toy, got hold of Mego's Micronauts molds, which were used to produce the Interchangeables figures and playsets in 1985. This new series saw the familiar figures in bright neon colors and made with cheaper plastic that could become brittle and had ill-fitting joints. An even smaller second run was produced by M&D Toys, still using Mego's old molds, but switching up color schemes once again. This close relationship to Micronauts and their relatively short run makes these toys highly collectible in certain niches, despite their lower quality manufacturing and only a weak connection to the beloved Micronauts.
That brings us to the end of yet another Forgotten Toys segment, but you can bet we're far from done with a large, compiled list of user suggestions and even more from RetroCon 2024. Even so, it never hurts to toss out some more recommendations because you never know when one of your favorite forgotten toys might appear in an episode. So tell us, what are some other forgotten toys worthy of the series? You know, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days. And for only the most resolute of Retro Days viewers who watch all the way to the bitter end of the episode, I leave you with a final parting gift. Snuggle bums.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
A weird thing happens to me sometimes, usually on a day off from work. First, I'll look around, spread my arms wide, exclaiming like a child, I can do anything I want. Do I slide through the living room in my underwear and lip sync to Bob Seger a la Risky Business? No, I do not.
But I do consider indulging in at least one or two of my favorite things, like watching 80s horror movies, playing retro video games, flipping through old magazines, or reading a book. This is where the aforementioned weird thing happens. I simply can't decide. I walk to my movie shelf and scan the many Blu-ray, DVD, and VHS options. A strange, frustrating itch develops on my chest as none of the movies appeal to me. So I switch gears and break out boxes of Atari and NES games, flipping through cart after cart: Rygar, Pong, Stinger, 3D World Runner, Super Breakout, Berserk, Super Mario Bros. 3, River City Ransom. Well, the itch on my chest gets worse. I try to scratch the frustration away, but my fingers can't seem to reach. Okay, maybe some old magazines instead. Nintendo Power, Fangoria, Starlog. No, and no! The itch spreads to my back, my shoulders, my neck. I rub anti-itch cream all over myself, but it does nothing. Fine, what about some comics? Spawn, Werewolf by Night, Giant Size X-Men, Ren and Stimpy, Swamp Thing, or The Max? No? Graphic novels then. The Watchmen, From Hell, Superman, Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, Revenge of the Living Monolith, or Batman the Killing Joke? No? Okay, maybe books by Stephen King, Ray Bradbury, or Clive Barker. Shelves and boxes and totes and bins and closets are filled with entertainment media calling out to me saying, pick me, pick me. I feel like a reluctant dodgeball captain chosen by my elementary school gym teacher to build an epic team, but I don't know who to choose. They're all beckoning me, desperate to be selected, no one wanting to be the last pick of the game. The itch covers my entire body now, and no matter how hard I scratch, there's no quenching this figurative fire. I go back to the movie shelf, then back to the games, the comics, the magazines, the books, the board games, the toys, the television shows. All I want to do is enjoy my time off, but I'm overloaded and I can't choose. But why can't I make a decision?
I don't know what to do. I can't make decisions.
It's unable to make those kind of decisions.
You got a big decision to make.
The decision I have to make here.
You need to make the right decision.
I know you'll make the right decision. The right decision. The right decision.
Can't make it.
This is the question that echoes in my mind as I stand frozen, staring at an array of options. The physical media surrounding me doesn't even scratch the surface, as I know there's still the seemingly endless vortex of digital content that's overtaken our entertainment landscape in recent years. And that, I suddenly realize, is the problem. The answer hits me like my toppling tower of VHS tapes. I have too many options. The reason I had such a hard time understanding the issue is because the problem itself sounds like a solution. After all, the more choices you have, the easier it should be to find something you enjoy, right? Only more and more, I find the opposite is true. It's like when cable TV first came out. After a while, people would complain, there are so many channels, but there's nothing to watch.
Because you'll be channel surfing in no time.
Have you ever walked into the kitchen, starving, desperately needing to eat, only to stand there staring at all the options and not wanting any of it? More and more, this is how I feel about all entertainment media, and I know why. I'm overloaded. The more there is, the more I consume, and the more I crave. Yet the more I consume, the less I enjoy each subsequent meal, as if the nutritional value drops ever steeper as companies push out increasing volumes of junk food media with empty calories merely to sustain the starving masses. When I was younger, my mother would tell me to take breaks from the TV and go outside to play for a while. There were loosely enforced limits in place for most of us as kids, only so many hours of TV before we had to do some chores or find something to do outside. In addition, there were fewer easily accessible entertainment choices. Movie nights happened once or twice a week because going to the video store cost time and money. Renting a new movie was a weekend treat. Going out to theaters happened even less frequently. There were television movie broadcasts, but usually only being run in the evening or on weekends, and even then, only on a handful of channels. Not to mention, we only had a handful of channels. These movie broadcasts were even billed as special events by the channels themselves.
The following is a Channel 11 special presentation.
In addition, unless you were well off, you probably didn't have a huge movie or video game library. Heck, I was lucky to have a dozen games to choose from, with maybe only 2 or 3 new ones per year for birthdays and Christmas. The point is this: we were forced to enjoy what we had, and what we had wasn't much. With nothing else available, we'd go back to the well a lot more often than we do these days. We'd play the same game for several months. We'd watch the same movies over and over, if we were lucky enough to actually own the VHS tape, which was a luxury early on. And when we got bored with our limited selections, we'd go do something else that had nothing to do with entertainment media, like ride our bikes or play handball.
Hey, on Cam John, taking over the video for an important announcement. We have just launched a brand spanking new Discord server for viewers of the channel where we'll answer questions, take requests, and tip you off to insider information, like just how many caps do I really own? You can find the invite link in the video description below. And hey, while you're there, you know the drill.
Even though our contemporary sensibilities want to see those limitations of old as a negative, the truth is it made everything feel special when we were younger. The same way we perceive holiday traditions as momentous because we only do it once a year, movie night felt special because we might only do it once a week. A new video game purchase was a grand occasion worthy of celebration because the event seldom occurred. As adults, not only do we have a significantly larger pool of options before us, but we also have our own money with which to purchase as many movies, games, books, comics, and toys as we want. Most of us have some semblance of self-control in these matters, but even with self-control, we certainly own much more than we did as kids. Now, I'm not saying that any of this is bad, but still, there's that itch that I can't seem to scratch, and I'm beginning to learn that the ointment is easy enough to apply. Stepping away from entertainment media more often, like we did as kids, is essential. Instead of binge-watching that new series on Netflix, try watching a single episode a week. I know, sounds crazy, but even now, some television programs only air once a week. Take advantage of that. Discuss the episode with your friends and family. Speculate about what might happen next week. Read fan theories on the internet. Write a review or a blog post about it. I think back to what it felt like to experience a series like The X-Files for the first time as it aired. Waiting impatiently for the next episode was a wondrous torture, the anticipation making each subsequent reveal, will it be a mythology episode or just one of the Monster of the Week installments, all the more exciting.
Watch it.
They've got a UFO here, and they'll do anything to keep it a secret. I think those kids have been abducted.
By who?
By what?
Position 10 requesting backup.
Your lives may be in danger. You've seen things that weren't to be seen.
The X-Files. Some mysteries were never meant to be solved. All new episodes. Fridays.
During those in-between times, if you were a superfan, you might even go out to Walden Books and buy the latest volume of The Truth Is Out There, the official guide to the X-Files, or one of the related novels. It was often all we could do during the long summer hiatus between one season and the next. Another trick we can employ is attempting to recreate that feeling of a special occasion. Instead of watching a movie every night, why not only on the weekends? I wish I could say let's only watch movies rented from the local video store, but we all know that's not really possible for most of us anymore. We have a couple videos here on Retro Days that might help with creating a special movie night experience, including the video rental store experience of the 80s and 90s, fast food pizza and movies during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and our most recent episode about movies, a nostalgic Halloween movie and TV marathon. If I wasn't clear, the only real remedy to decision paralysis is to reduce the number of choices you have. That may not be the easiest thing to do when you subscribe to a dozen different streaming services, have your own unending collections of media, and have access to the internet. Arriving at a satisfying solution is going to take a little creativity and a whole lot of willpower. But I think it's worth it if I can get rid of this darn itchy rash once and for all.
I know it's possible that I'm only one of a very few who experience decision paralysis brought on by the infinite digital expanse of the 2020s. Maybe you watch this video utterly confused and wondering what I've been blathering on about. And that's okay. Certainly not everyone feels overwhelmed by overconsumption of media. We don't all experience the world in the same way, and it's completely possible my perception of the contemporary media landscape is skewed based entirely on my own background and upbringing. Then again, maybe you've noticed a peculiar itch beginning to form on your back, just out of reach and growing in intensity. And if that's the case, I wonder, how will you scratch it? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell, as it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Welcome to the last episode of October. You know, honestly, saying welcome doesn't feel quite right, because as much as I look forward to October and Halloween, recording this video means it's almost over. There's nothing very welcoming about that. Even so, we still have a solid 5 days of Halloween fun left, and it starts here.
We've previously explored the reasons why Universal monsters are so intricately entwined with Halloween. But what about the not-so-universal monsters? Those creatures, though often taken for granted and sometimes even forgotten, nonetheless do a lot of the heavy lifting during October. The monsters who haunt our nightmares and creep around the darkened corridors of our minds. The maddening demons that threaten our very sanity. Yes, I think it's high time we pay our respects to these not-so-universal monsters before they decide to take umbrage at their insulting omission. While not all the monsters, abominations, and creatures on today's list will have a direct link to Halloween, our first absolutely does. We recently discussed Pumpkinhead in our October movie marathon video, suggesting the movie, though it doesn't appear to take place in October, is a perfect addition to any good Halloween marathon. Today, we're going to dig a bit deeper into Stan Winston's macabre creation to more fully appreciate this often overlooked monster. Pumpkinhead would spawn 3 sequels, 1 direct-to-video and 2 made-for-TV, and a short-lived comic series. The first movie, which was special effects artist Stan Winston's directorial debut, introduced Pumpkinhead as the demon of vengeance, which could be called upon when justice was otherwise not served. Such is the case when Ed Harley's son is taken too soon in a tragic accident. Ed seeks the help of a local witch named Haggis, who directs him to a decrepit pumpkin patch where he exhumes what appears to be a shriveled corpse, but we know to be a slumbering pumpkin head. With the help of a little old-fashioned blood magic, the creature awakens and grows to its full height. The spectacular creature design is made only more impressive by the use of practical effects and the deft hand of actor Tom Woodruff Jr., who brought the creature to life for the screen. One design choice I thought particularly inspired was not allowing the name of the demon to dictate its precise appearance. Having created a creature with a literal pumpkin for a head would have been much less effective. Despite popular belief, it wasn't Stan Winston himself that designed Pumpkinhead, but rather a team of artists from his studio, including Alec Gillis, Shane Mahan, John Rosengrant, and Tom Woodruff Jr. Since Stan was directing the movie, said Gillis, he turned the creature work over to us. Stan said, "I'm the director on this. I'm the client. You guys are the effects guys." It was great to have Stan's encouragement to just go with it on our own. We sat down and started drawing, and then we presented those drawings to Stan, and he made suggestions. That's how the character of Pumpkinhead developed. Then I sculpted the head, and Tom and John sculpted the body.
Mr. Jack will snap your spine, cut you in half with a scaly vine. Dad, a monster's real.
A fairy tale born from a legend. A truth more terrifying than the tale.
Say a prayer for Daddy tonight, okay?
Only one man had the courage to stand against the forces of darkness. But when a secret that lay dormant for nearly a century is accidentally unearthed, a vicious avenger is summoned to fulfill an age-old prophecy.
Send us a demon from hell.
Then I'll quick before you die, Mr. Jack will steal your eyes.
Guided by a vision, the young boy stands between good and evil. Haunted by his family's secret past, he must face and fulfill his destiny.
Only Sean can stop this monster.
Give us the boy back.
In the shadows.
Mr. Jack.
Fear has a new soldier.
Mr. Jack will.
And terror has a new name.
Mr. Jack will steal your soul.
Jacko.
Going from a figurative Pumpkinhead to a literal one, we have Jacko from the 1995 movie of the same name. As a commenter on the YouTube page for this trailer said, "It's like Pumpkinhead, except with a real pumpkin head." And they're right on more than one count. From the trailer, you can probably tell that even the plot has some similarities, with a demon rising from the grave to enact vengeance. Both movies even have an exposition-laced rhyme for the demon. If Pumpkinhead was a low-budget movie, Jacko is a no-budget movie, and it shows. But for the seasoned horror fan looking for one last Halloween fright, the movie manages to cook up enough laughs to keep you going. Although most will see Jacko as a severe downgrade from the expertly designed Pumpkinhead, after all, this is essentially an actor dressed as a scarecrow and wearing a pumpkin mask, the costume has a kind of old-style charm that harkens back to, if not some of the Universal monsters themselves, then certainly the creatures of Roger Corman movies. Of particular note is the absurdly amazing commentary track with director Steve Latshaw and producer Fred Olen Ray, which finds them getting into several heated arguments over the quality of the movie and various directorial choices. A must-watch that can be found on YouTube.
I think you're making a mistake. I think you really want to talk to me.
Sorry, I have 3 other interviews to do before this party's over.
Yeah, but they're not working on something that'll change the world as we know it.
They say they are.
Yeah, but they're lying.
There is a limit, even to the imagination.
Human teleportation, molecular decimation, breakdown, and reformation is inherently purging.
Where our greatest creations meet our deepest fears.
Something went wrong, Seth. When you went through, something went wrong.
You are about to go beyond that limit.
Those weird hairs that were growing out of your back, I had them analyzed. But they were definitely not human. You're changing, Seth. Everything about you is changing.
Oh no, what's happening to me? Am I dying? I want to know what's going on.
A fly got into the transmitter pod with me that first time when I was alone. Don't go back to it. Could be contagious.
I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid.
No, be afraid. Be very afraid.
Help me. Please, help me.
Stepping away from the blatantly Halloween-related monsters and a bit closer to what I consider the closest thing to a modern-day Universal monster, I present to you Brundlefly from the movie The Fly. In David Cronenberg's 1986 remake of the 1958 movie of the same name, Seth Brundle, a molecular physicist, invents a teleportation device which he drunkenly uses one night with a fly in the chamber. The rest of the movie is pure Cronenbergian body horror as viewers are treated to the many stages of Seth's gruesome transformation into Brundlefly. Seth's change is also why I consider Brundlefly, or Space Bug as the crew had come to call him, to be a modern-day monster in the style of Universal. Like the Wolfman before him, Seth's incredible transformation from man to monster was a sight to behold. This process went through 7 distinct stages during the runtime of the movie, beginning with minor skin discoloration and sores, and ending with the mortally injured Brundlefly telepod fusion, initially dubbed the Brundle Booth and later Brundle Thing by the crew, as seen in the film's final moments, according to Wikipedia. Initially, the final iteration of Brundlefly was going to be a man in a rubber suit. According to the designer, Chris Wallace, when we started the fly, I knew there wasn't really enough time to do the job the way I would have liked to. Here's a sketch I did to try and convince David Cronenberg to let me do the Space Bug as a guy in a suit, simpler and faster than several animatronic puppets. He didn't go for it, and in the end, he was absolutely right. Sure would have made things easier, though. Both Wallace and Stephen Depew, who also worked on the design, went on to win Academy Award for Best Makeup, and it's easy to see why.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait just a second there, Triggerfinger. Before you buffer past my 15-second pitch, consider expelling less energy to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and activate our notification bell. Your reward will be even more of me. And a brand new retro topic every Saturday, which, that's nice too, I guess.
That's the ghost of Colin Childress. 30 years ago, he butchered a woman with an axe and then set himself on fire.
It's dark, it's gloomy, it's filled with terror.
Don't even think about going down there.
So why can't people stay out of the cellar?
I love to be frightened.
If you love to be frightened, then this cellar is the place to be. Innocent woman is terrorized. Her life becomes a nightmare when she won't stay out of the basement and is snared by the evil cellar dweller.
The same year Child's Play came out, another of Don Mancini's scripts was produced under his pseudonym Kit Dubois. As reported by Mark Shapiro, Mancini's first draft of Cellar Dweller took 3 months to compose. The rewrite went much faster. But the scripter's goal of beating the odds and making a great movie was ultimately shot down in flames of frustration. In fact, when Cellar Dweller did finally see release, Mancini, who holds no malice toward director John Buechler, had his name removed from the credits. Why? Well, if you saw the movie, you know why, frowns the writer, whose credit reads Kit Dubois on the final film. It's not a movie I'm proud of. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that it was never conceived as being anything but a bad movie. Bad though it may be, Mancini's script, paired with John Carl Buechler's directing and some stellar over-the-top acting, made for a so bad it's good movie, which is something certain horror fans adore, myself included. Of course, we're only here for the monster anyway, so let's talk about the creature. The Cellar Dweller is an interesting mashup of various elements. It's supernatural in the sense that it is summoned from drawings in a comic book, demonic due to the pentagram carved onto its chest, and animalistic in visage. The design of this creature seems to combine an ape-like face, wolf-like ears, and a furry, bestial body. The demon is not just a mindless beast, however, and displays intelligence in addition to massive strength. Its main weakness is that any damage to the comic from which it came can hurt and even kill it, though merely redrawing the creature can summon it back from, presumably, hell?
Beyond any terror you have imagined. A nightmare.
No.
unlike anything you have witnessed, is born. Because within these walls, the unholy is unleashed. Hellraiser, a film by Clive Barker. We'll tear your soul apart.
Speaking of demons, we can't have a list of monsters without Cenobites, a collective of demon-adjacent, extra-dimensional beings with human origins who were designed by a team that included Jane Wildgoose, Bob Keane, and Jeff Portis for the 1987 film Hellraiser. It's because of these human origins, having been transformed into Cenobites after losing their sanity and souls to the depths of depravity, that I feel they deserve a spot on this list. Of course, I'd accept criticism that these entities perhaps don't fully fit the definition of monster, while simultaneously refuting such a notion by suggesting that they exist in a category all their own. According to Chris Vogel for Nightmare on Film Street, Jane Wildgoose described the notes she took from Barker when beginning the design process. My notes say he wanted 1. Areas of revealed flesh where some kind of torture has or is occurring, and 2. Something associated with butchery involved. And then we have here a very Clive turn of phrase I've written down, repulsive glamour. And the other notes that I made about what he wanted was that they should be magnificent super butchers. On looks alone, the Cenobites are monstrous enough to justify their addition. Pinhead is perhaps the most human of the bunch, followed by the female, Chatterer, Butterball, the Engineer, and finally, the Puzzle Box Guardian, if we're only counting Cenobites from the first movie. Like Pinhead, the female retains a mostly human appearance except for her chalk-white skin and bodily mutilations, most notably the vertical throat laceration which gave her the nickname Deep Throat among the Hellraiser crew. On the other hand, Chatterer, with his gruesome grin, and Butterball with sewn eye sockets and razor teeth, retain much less of their humanity. Perhaps the most overtly monstrous of the bunch is the Engineer, who can be found stalking the Cenobite realm and looks something like an enormous and malformed human-scorpion hybrid. Finally, there's the Guardian of the Lament configuration, who is a shapeshifter and appears most often as random humans. However, by the end of the first movie, we also see its appearance change into a large, skeletal, dragon-like creature with bat-like wings, which is its true form.
Never mind, let's get this last name out of here.
There's something in there, Don. Something shiny. Nice. Looks like a couple of emeralds.
For a final bonus pick, we have the creature from The Crate segment in 1982's Creepshow. The man-eating Arctic beast, known lovingly as Fluffy, spends its entire screen time inside the titular crate and was based on a Yeti. Fluffy was created by Tom Savini with help from Greg Nicotero, who created the latex skin using original molds from Savini. The costume included a mask, a cable control for lip and jaw movement, and tubes for air and fluid.
This is Fluffy. Sure, Fluffy is also from Creepshow. Fluffy was worn by an actor who had special lenses in his eyes. Fluffy, let's see, this operates his eyebrows.
Oh my goodness.
See? This makes him snarl. See? Like that.
That's amazing. That's really amazing.
He gobbled up Adrian Barbeau in about 3 bites in Creepshow. This is the Fluffy puppet.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah, see?
Hi, Fluffy. Oh my God. That's amazing.
Okay.
Although the official Universal monsters play an important role in the Halloween season, I hope today's video served as a potent reminder that even the not-so-Universal monsters of Filmland are equally imperative to a spooktacular October. While compiling our list for today's video, we ended up with over a dozen worthy monsters on the cutting room floor. So help us out. What are some of your favorite not-so-Universal monsters? You know I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell, because it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Welcome back, Halloween fanatics, to another October installment when everything in the Retro Days offices suddenly turns black and orange. Rubber rats crawl from their respective hidey holes and begin nibbling on discarded circus peanuts. Paper skeletons shake and shiver in the howling wind, which carries a cavalcade of ghosts to your doorstep. As we revel in this crisp, specter-filled autumn air, our resident writer has barricaded himself inside a coffin-sized office filled with spiders and bats. You know, for inspiration, and not at all to hide from the angry hordes of trick-or-treaters that he disappointed with handfuls of candy corn.
Today, we're revisiting the most popular topic from last year's October series, Halloween candy. Specifically, this year we're rounding up the good, the bad, and the forgotten. So, pull up a seat, grab a seasonal beverage, and turn the lights down low for another October treat. For today's video, the rules are, well, there are no rules. By that I mean, you're going to find some of your most hated candy on the good list, and some of your favorites on the bad list. There may even be entries that you feel don't belong in any of our three categories. Why? Well, firstly, subverting expectations is a diabolical good time, which is perfect for the season. Secondly, it'd be boring to just list the same old stuff you can see on any Halloween candy list. And finally, taste is subjective, so I'm bound to love stuff you hate and vice versa. Starting then with our list of good Halloween candy, you know what? Let's just pull off the Band-Aid. Our first pick is, brace yourself, candy corn. Boom. That's right, nerds. Deal with it. Alright, let's get the obvious out of the way. Most Halloween candy lists are inevitably going to place candy corn squarely in the bad category. For instance, even CandyStore.com's definitive list, created by surveying 10,000 customers of their site, has candy corn in the top 3 of worst Halloween candy. How then can we possibly have the gall to ignore this outwardly unbiased polling and thumb our noses at convention by declaring candy corn as delicious as Snickers and Reese's peanut butter cups? Well, if you watched last year's festive Halloween candy video, and if you haven't, totally follow this up with it, you'll remember that we placed an incredibly high value on Halloween candy's ability to evoke the elusive spirit of Halloween. Candy corn is downright synonymous with Halloween, but more than that, its visual aesthetic is so perfect for the holiday that people who don't even like the stuff will still buy it, if only to have it around to enhance the ambiance. But John, I hear you saying, visual aesthetics do not a good candy make. Well, in response, I'd first say, why are you talking like that? But secondly, I'd suggest that perhaps candy corn is best when combined with other elements. Because, yes, it can be on the sweet side if you're pounding handfuls of the stuff, but what about using it as a decorative flair on your Halloween cupcakes in the style of the classic Intamin seasonal offering? Or as one of the additions to a Halloween party mix combining both salty and sweet elements? Or atop Rice Krispie treats? Or mixed into popcorn? What I'm saying is this. Candy corn belongs at the top of the good list, if for no other reason than it simply wouldn't be Halloween without it. And yes, this is a hill I'm willing to die on. Taking a note from Brutal Moose, a YouTuber who ranked 43 Halloween candies about 4 years ago, we're placing Fun Dip in the number 2 spot of our good list. For the record, Chef Ian Brutal Foods placed it as number 1 of the 43 entries. I was tempted to place Fun Dip on the forgotten list, if only because you just never hear people talk about it anymore. But then I remembered that Target always seems to have the deluxe box of these out in the Halloween candy section, so perhaps it's only my perception that people aren't giving this stuff out. As for our reasoning behind placing Fun Dip on the good list, well, I question your commitment to the consumption of top-tier Halloween candy if you don't think this stuff is delicious. If you ever ate a pixie stick and wish there was a way to make consuming it more fun while simultaneously getting a second kind of candy, then I have good news. To sum up with a quote from that Brutal Moose video, when they came up with Fun Dip, they basically invented a way to use sugar to eat sugar. It is great, depending on your definition of great. Now, I was trying to figure out what selection could possibly make viewers angrier than suggesting candy corn is good, and after a reflective stroll through a haunted graveyard at midnight, it came to me by placing a non-committal variety of candy in the 3rd place spot. That's right, coming in at number 3 of our good Halloween candy, we have those festive little paper bags filled with all kinds of mystery goodies. Go ahead, try to tell me I'm wrong. You can't, because you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the absolute best thing you could get in your treat bag on Halloween night, well, better than a full bar, better than candy apple, better than wax fangs, was that wonderful little mystery bag of candy. It almost didn't even matter what was inside the bag because the combined aesthetics of October 31st, paired with the element of mystery, was too much to deny. The best of these little paper bags would combine candy, toys, and money. When you tore open the stapled or taped top and dumped it out on the table, you'd find a rubber bat, plastic spider ring, 2 quarters, a mini Snickers bar, a tiny box of Nerds, and probably some loose candy corn. Or maybe you get a small Halloween dexterity puzzle, a mini Milky Way, a tiny box of Milk Duds, a small bag of Skittles, and a Wendy's coupon for a free Frosty. It was like getting a tiny trick-or-treat bag inside your trick-or-treat bag. And is there really anything better than that? No. The answer is no. We really put you through the ringer with the good list, so I'm going to give you a completely expected first entry for our bad list. Circus Peanuts. Yeah, those. Going back to the candystore.com list, they have Circus Peanuts filling the number 1 slot of bad Halloween candy. More than that, they specify that it has maintained its position over multiple years, meaning it's essentially the undefeated champion of Halloween trash. Circus Peanuts has a multitude of negative things going for it, leading off with its weird, stale marshmallow texture. Taking a bite, you'll then have the sickening realization that it tastes like artificial banana, which I'm sure you weren't expecting from a peanut-shaped candy. Making matters worse, if you did get Circus Peanuts in your trick-or-treat bag, they were inevitably tossed in there loose, without any packaging, and left to mingle at the bottom of your bag with dirty loose change and other inedible surprises. So even if you were curious to try one, chances are your parents would toss them over safety concerns. Perhaps the worst offense, however, is the fact that these barely edible treats have no clear connection to Halloween except that they are sort of, kind of, barely orange.
The voiceover John sure can get long-winded sometimes. It's almost like someone is forcing him to read these words. Huh. Well, anyway, you look super familiar to me, viewer. Almost as if you've been here before, and yet you're not yet subscribed. Well, let's get that fixed. Yeah, right down there. Yeah, at the bottom of the page. Got it! Now we get to hang out again every Saturday with brand new retro topics. See you then.
Palmer's Halloween Mix is a tricky selection for the bad list. As you might recall from last year's Festive Halloween Candy episode, we made a pretty strong case that any candy, no matter how objectionable, was still exciting to get in your treat bag if it had the proper Halloween aesthetics. And clearly, Palmer's Halloween Mix is a visually appealing bag of candy wrapped in all manner of orange, black, yellow, and green foil, often with fantastic imagery like ghosts and pumpkins emblazoned on top. Additionally, the mix comes with a variety of candy, including Double Crisp, Monster Money, and Peanut Butter Pumpkin Patch. So, what's the problem? Sadly, Palmer's chocolate is of that low-quality, waxy variety. For instance, Palmer's Double Crisp's ingredient list boasts sugar, hydrogenated vegetable oil, and whey as the first 3 ingredients, with cocoa not making an appearance until the 6th ingredient. For those who are unaware, the ingredients on packaged foods are listed in descending order by weight. In this case, meaning that actual cocoa in chocolate candy weighs less than the added oil. Compare that to a Cadbury chocolate bar, which lists its first 4 ingredients as full cream milk, sugar, cocoa butter, and cocoa mass, with vegetable fats not entering the list until the 5th ingredient. Still, I can't dunk on Palmer's chocolate too hard because the truth is, for around $1.25 a bag, I nearly always buy at least one to mix into the treat bowl, if only for visual appeal. Look, there's no shortage of classic yet terrible Halloween candy. Black licorice, Good and Plenty, Necco wafers, Mary Jane's, the list goes on and on. For me, it wasn't just how bad Halloween candy tasted, it was how much of it you got in your treat bag. And by far, more than any of the other terrible Halloween candies, my bag was always littered with an overabundance of Smarties. These little cellophane-wrapped abominations were made all the worse by the sheer number of them I'd receive. Invariably, I'd untwist a roll and pop a few, only to be reminded how lackluster they truly were. Bad only in the sense that they're completely forgettable in both flavor and appearance. At least candy necklaces, which are arguably the same sort of candy, had a gimmick to make them more fun. And yet, they remain a top seller every Halloween. As stated on the official website, indulge your sweet tooth with a yummy Smarties candy wafer roll you know and love, just the way you remember it. It's no wonder they've been one of the leading Halloween treats for over 50 years. Right, well, agree to disagree. And as a quick aside, John here going off script, I personally love Smarties, so be sure to direct your hate mail to Tony, the writer. I always thought the band Squirrel Nut Zippers had jammed random words together because it sounded funny. So imagine my surprise when I was reminded of Necco's Squirrel Nut Zippers candy, a one-time staple of Halloween that has faded into distant memory. Further, the candy was named after a Prohibition-era drink made with tequila, Grand Marnier, and cream. The original chocolate variety was invented in 1890 and called Squirrel Nut Caramels, while the vanilla-flavored Squirrel Nut Zippers came out in the mid-1920s. They're both soft, chewy caramels that contain peanuts with a packaged appearance akin to Mary Jane's. I never did get any of these in my treat bag, though I often found Mary Jane's and Bit of Honey. Perhaps it was a regional thing. This next pick isn't forgotten in the same way as Squirrel Nut Zippers, and rather is forgotten in the sense that no one ever seems to talk about them in conversations about Halloween candy. Yet, caramel squares would not only appear in treat bags, but in the industrious kitchens of our parents, who often used them to melt down for caramel apples or other Halloween treats. Their connection to the holiday, though, is indelible, and they would even come with popsicle sticks in the bag for use with your apple creations.
Autumn apples and Kraft caramels belong together. For fall is Kraft caramel apple time. Just melt buttery smooth Kraft caramels and dip. Hooray! Kraft caramel apples. You get free apple sticks, and the recipe is right on the bag. Buttery smooth Kraft caramels.
Since treat givers never seemed particularly discriminating about what they were giving out, both girls and boys would inevitably end up with candy lipstick in their bags. And you know what? I don't remember any of us complaining. In practice, they weren't all that different from the Topps Push Pop. And I'd even go out on a limb and say many of us probably didn't realize they were supposed to resemble lipstick. The chalky candy inside was a lot like Smarties, and yet had the added gimmick to make it perhaps a little more interesting to young trick-or-treaters. I only recall getting these once or twice and have never thought about them again until researching for this video. So at least for me, it remains a solid choice for our final forgotten Halloween candy.
So, how'd we do? Were your expectations sufficiently subverted? We hope so, because nothing bored us more than the thought of creating the same old list that you've read about year after year. But of course, crafting a list in this manner predictably left off some of the major players, and so, it's your turn. What candy is on your good, bad, and forgotten lists? You know I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe, just maybe, activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear and Halloween right here on Retro Days.
clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
As the days fly by in this, the best month of the year, we here at Retro Days are scrambling to assemble the most festive content we can muster up. While brainstorming ideas, the notion of combining Halloween with one of our more popular topics came up, and so the unholy merger of Samhain and Forgotten Toys was born.
While perhaps not a classic topic like Halloween candy or decorations, toys were always a big part of pretty much every season, and even though they aren't top of mind come October 31st, when clearly all we care about is candy, our monster toys didn't mind waiting patiently until the sugar high wore off. Although the topic itself was a unanimous decision amongst the Retro Days team, there was some debate over the wording of the title. Some felt calling the episode Forgotten Halloween Toys would suggest to the viewers that every toy on the list was specifically related to the holiday, whether by construction, release date, or naming conventions. The first toys that came to mind, for instance, were the things you'd find at the corner store in October, like Flexi Halloween Creeps, Monster Jigglers, Squeaky Pumpkins, and Creature Wind-Ups. We decided that, although very cool, these quarter trinkets weren't exactly what we wanted to cover, so let this serve as a disclaimer, as our choices today are in the spirit of Halloween. You'll see plenty of skeletons, monsters, and gruesome creations on today's list, even if they weren't specifically sold for or inspired by Halloween. Now, after all that, our first pick is kind of related to Halloween, insofar as rubber bats are a staple of decorating for the holiday. Gregory came out in 1979 from Mattel. The advertisements for this 12-inch long Chiroptera were mainly full-page print ads in comic books meant to catch the eye of young boys looking for a gross-out toy to add to their growing collection. With such effective ad copies as Big Bad Vampire Bat and You'll Go Bats for Gregory, we really had no chance. The hook had been dangled with a juicy worm, and the promise of his see-through belly, where we could watch the red liquid flow, merely set the hook. The main gimmick, setting Gregory apart from otherwise pervasive rubber bats, was the blood-pumping chest cavity, activated by pressing on his back. The toy also boasted wing-flapping action, soft teeth you could push into your fingers, and feet you could use to hang the toy. Unlike the other, often disappointing toys advertised in comic books, Gregory delivered on every promise, and as an added bonus, came in a stunning box with astounding graphics. Sadly, Gregory only lasted on store shelves for a few years before hitting the bargain bins and then disappearing from retail sale forever. Adding to the allure of this toy, there were also many stories of kids seeing the comic book advertisements too late and finding out the hard way that the giant rubber bat was no longer available. Today, you can occasionally find him for sale online at fairly high prices and often with most of the interior blood dried up and no longer functioning. Another short-lived toy is the Monster Balls series, which is listed online, vaguely, as having been released anywhere between the 1970s to 1990. I tend to place the release date closer to that 1990 listing, considering these Universal Monster-inspired plastic balls were almost certainly riding the Mad Balls wave of success after their 1987 release. The Monster Balls, released by Ilco, depicted Dracula, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and Frankenstein's monster in all their ballified glory, which is to say they look pretty darn goofy. Apart from the admittedly cool title font, nearly a combination of Fangoria and famous monsters of Filmland, the rest of the package is rather bland. Around the bubble pack, we are treated to suggestions of what we can do with our new toy, and boy, are they doozies! Throw, catch, bounce, hit! Whoa, no way! You're telling me I can throw and catch a ball? Perhaps someone realized their pitch was lacking some pizzazz, so they added monstrous fun for all. Sure. It's easy to see why Monster Balls had a short life and no follow-up series. Still, I found the Wolfman ball at a yard sale a few years back for $0.25, and I can't say I regret the purchase. throw, catch, bounce, hit.
With the Monster Machine and your imagination, you can crank out a creepy creation, the Rotocast Monster Machine. Born, crank, in an hour it's dried. You've made Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the Rotocast Monster Machine. Paints come with it to make him look fine. It's Galaxog and old Frankenstein.
The Rotocast Monster Machine by Hansa with 5 monster molds, paint, and instant muck.
Another largely forgotten toy, perfect for the season, is the incredible Monster Machine. This rotocasting toy came out sometime between 1977 and 1979 from either Gabriel Toys or Hansa Toys, depending on location, with the Gabriel branded box being sold in the US. The Monster Machine took a page from Mattel's Thing Maker and Creepy Crawlers, offering young children a way to not only play with a toy, but to also create something. In the case of the Monster Machine, kids were able to cast their very own monster bust using what the company called Instant Muck Casting Compound, which was probably some kind of plaster mix or plastic resin. The kit also came with a set of paints, 5 molds, and glaze, all of which allowed for personalization of the finalized casts if kids were so inclined. While an incredibly cool concept, and honestly something I kind of want to buy even now, the obvious setback is that once you've cast all 5 molds, including Frankenstein's monster, Bigfoot, Jekyll and Hyde, Galaxog, and Hornigore, there was really very little reason to continue using the toy unless you were making the pieces to give away as gifts. Perhaps at some point there was a plan to release new molds to use with the kit, though I can find no evidence that further editions were ever sold, which can potentially explain the short lifespan of the otherwise fantastic toy.
Hey, hold on for 15 seconds, VoiceOver John, on Cam John here for a simple request of our viewers. If you're enjoying today's topic, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and clicking that notification bell so you never miss another nostalgic moment with us here at Retro Days. Okay, get back to work, you slouch.
Supernatural! Now you can join the battle between brave Lionheart and evil Skull and their eerie ghostlings.
Lion, you're dying. Now, Master.
They change to fight with ghostly might. Turn them into the light, and they change into even more powerful creatures.
Now, the lion in me is free. Take this!
Supernaturals. Lionheart, Skull, and Ghostling sold separately. New from Tonka.
Next up on our list of forgotten toys, we have Tonka's Supernaturals, first released in 1987. The surprising connection this toy line has to Halloween, besides featuring a bevy of holographic monsters, is that the first issue of the UK comic came out on October 31st, 1987, complete with a free double-sided skull mask. Additionally, some of the characters evoke themes of Halloween. Phil Boyce writes, "The evil Supernaturals had their own ghostlings. Scary Cat, the witch, could change into a hissing cat. Rags was both an Egyptian pharaoh and a mummy. Weird Wolf was a punk teen and a teen wolf. And Vampa was a vicious vampire that could become a bat." Speaking personally, these toys were never forgotten for me because they were some of my favorites as a kid. Holograms were all the rage in the 80s, and slapping them on a series of spooky figures with glow-in-the-dark weaponry was a surefire way to separate me from my allowance. Unfortunately, I lost my figures long ago in the dark of a Halloween night. What's a discussion of Halloween toys without at least one gross-out entry? Well, you're in luck because a super rare, often forgotten toy from 1981 called Ooze It fits the bill perfectly. Released by OI, which literally stands for Ooze It Incorporated, this weird, squishy green figure came packaged with a canister of red ooze that kids would fill the figure with. When it came time to play, you just squeezed the ugly little guy until the red goop came spilling out of all the holes in its face. There really wasn't more to it than that, which perhaps is why the toy was so short-lived on shelves. Had I known about this spectacular toy as a kid, I would have absolutely purchased one to go right along with Grigori and his blood-pumping action. Given the rare nature of Ooze It, finding one for less than a couple of $100 is unlikely, making it yet another expensive collectible on this list.
Know this, young prince. The skeleton warriors are led by foul Baron Dark and will stop at nothing. Once they were men, but served the force so evil it devoured everything, leaving only their bones. Now they are advancing towards you, young prince, oracular and armed to the teeth, Dr. Cyborg, the high-tech horror, the slow but dangerous dagger. All of your allies have fallen, save Lightstar and his companions, skeleton warriors. They're bad to the bone.
As far as I'm concerned, skeletons and Halloween go hand in hand, making the forgotten toy Skeleton Warriors an adequate choice for our next selection. This series was released in 1994 by Playmates, based on a 13-episode cartoon series of the same name for CBS, created by Landmark Entertainment Group and Gary Goddard. The wonderfully macabre characters had names like Baron Dark, Shriek, Aracula, and Grimskull. The packaging boasted that the toys were collectible and individually numbered, as well as coming packaged with mini comics and folded posters. Unsurprisingly, as this was the case for many of the cartoon-driven toys back then, there was a full merchandising rollout along with the animated series that depicted the characters on lunchboxes, trading cards, clothes, and all manner of goods. There was also a Marvel comic book series, a video game for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation, and a board game. The toys even scored a second series run, but the ratings for the cartoon and perhaps interest in the merchandise caused the Skeleton Warriors' reign to end there. Perhaps the rarest and most forgotten of all the toys on our list today is Meet the Uglies. These unassuming gross-out toys, created by Creata in 1986, are largely regarded as a mashup of other popular toys of the era, like Mad Balls and Garbage Pail Kids. Still, despite the obvious inspiration, these figures were incredibly creative and alluring to monster-loving kids of the 80s. The back of the package claims that there are 12 figures, though there is some question as to if all 12 were ever made. It's always somewhat interesting to see toys that sold for $1.99 and even less when discounted become worth hundreds of dollars due to rarity. These little rubber figures have some cool designs, but they appear less enticing when you see eBay listings of $200, $300, $400, and even $500. Still, I wouldn't complain if I found one sitting at the bottom of my trick-or-treat bag one magical Halloween.
Now, as with all of our Forgotten Toys episodes, I'm sure there are many who remember some or maybe even all of the toys we've highlighted today. Vintage toy collectors and those interested in the merchandise of yesteryear will often have a broader knowledge base than the layman, but I do hope we found something to tickle that far-off memory of a toy you perhaps haven't thought about since you were a child. Similarly, I hope we found some toys that help to get you in the Halloween spirit, as October lasts only so long and now is the time to play with all of your monster toys. Of course, as always, I need to know what other forgotten toys remind you of Halloween. Do you have any that you like to put out for display this time of year? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell, as it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear and Halloween right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Well, that smell of dried leaves and apples is in the air, which means October has arrived once again. Now, as we did last year, we're going to spend the entire month bringing you a host of retro Halloween topics every Saturday for your spooky enjoyment. We were so excited about the arrival of October that this, the first video of Halloween, is a mega double-sized episode jam-packed with more movies and television specials than you can shake a skull at.
These days, when I say Halloween movie marathon, what I really mean is October entertainment extravaganza. There are simply too many movies, television specials, sitcom episodes, and old commercials to jam into a single day. Over the years, my list has grown exponentially and has even spilled into September viewing in a mad dash to jam everything in before November comes knocking. Of course, for Retro Days' Celebrating Yesteryear series, we're focusing primarily on the 70s, 80s, and 90s, which helps narrow down the choices while retaining plenty of nostalgic Halloween viewing to enjoy throughout the month. While I will, of course, provide plenty of Halloween-specific movies for our October marathon, I prefer to watch them closer to the 31st. So, for our first pick, I'm going with an old favorite that has nothing to do with Halloween, but has somehow become essential October viewing for me.
They're here.
Sweetie, remember last night? Do you remember when you woke up and you said you were here?
Uh-huh.
Well, who did you mean? Who's here?
TV people. I've never sensed anything like it.
Its form is revealed.
What is it?
Its focus is clear. And the games are over. Poltergeist.
There aren't any pumpkins or colored leaves in Poltergeist, but there's something so perfect about this movie for the season. Though most people think of this as a Spielberg movie, and certainly it has a lot of him in it as co-writer of the script, Tobe Hooper directed the film, and it shows. Despite being PG, the movie lands some serious scares and even a couple of good gross-out moments. And let's be honest here, this is one of those examples of a distinctly 80s era PG. Reportedly, this movie was even one of the factors in the creation of the PG-13 rating. I can't explain how this came to be an October movie for me, but I think if you give it a chance the week of Halloween, you'll find it may secure a permanent position in your annual marathon.
10 years ago, on the night of October 31st, a small Midwestern town fell victim to an escaped killer. Under the cover of darkness, he carried out the most horrifying mass murder on record. 16 people in cold blood. Ever since that night, no one has forgotten his name. And Halloween has never been the same. Now, Michael Myers has come home. He has returned for one more night of unholy terror.
He's here to kill that little girl and anybody who gets in his way.
Oh, God.
Who's gonna be next?
Halloween 4.
With the many branching timelines of Halloween, watching the movies can become a bit like a choose-your-own-adventure book. My personal preference is to save the first 3 for closer to Halloween night. I like part 4 in an early slot because I can watch through this particular part of the timeline, get a taste of those wonderful Halloween vibes, and still save the best for last. It's worth noting that this movie has a pitch-perfect scene in a drugstore filled with era-specific Halloween ephemera that on its own makes this movie a must-watch for the season. Listen, if you grew up in the 80s and didn't absolutely love Ernest P. Worrell as portrayed by Jim Varney, then I don't think we can be friends anymore. Did his shtick get a bit old after a while? Did we, as we went from children to teenagers, lose interest and maybe even find the character juvenile? Well, sure, probably. But as adults, we can see that our teenage selves were idiots. Jim Varney was nothing short of a comic genius, and the Scary Things episode of Hey Vern, It's Ernest is a perfect addition to any Halloween marathon. While it mostly focuses on generalized scary things, as the title suggests, we do get a couple solid Halloween skits in there as well. And don't you dare think that I don't watch Ernest Scared Stupid every single October without fail.
You sense something? Tell me what you know.
I prayed that he would burn in hell, but in my heart, I knew that hell would not have him.
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
This is the continuation of the OG Halloween timeline, and the movie where things really start going wrong. For me, the first batch of movies from Halloween in 1978 straight through to Halloween 4 are all infinitely watchable. Part 5? Less so. Anyway, Halloween 5 is serviceable and mostly watchable, if only for Loomis's unhinged reactions toward Jamie throughout the film. I like the movie enough to add it to our marathon, but dislike it enough to want to get it out of the way early in October and save the classics for closer to Halloween night. It's worth noting here that any Halloween movies after Part 5 that you want to slot into your own marathon are totally justifiable. Certainly it makes sense to cap off this part of the timeline with Part 6, though the only others we'll feature on our list are the earlier installments. Growing up, some of the most pervasive types of horror movies around Halloween were the Universal monster movies. Frankenstein, the Wolfman, the Invisible Man, and Dracula were chief among the holiday's mascots. I dare you to live through a full October without hearing or seeing some reference to these ghouls of yesteryear. While the classic Universal monster movies are outside our scope of 70s, 80s, and 90s, other depictions of these creatures are not. Hence, Fright Night, a classic of the horror genre that I find myself watching every October. Not only do we get a stellar movie, but we also get Roddy McDowall and Chris Sarandon in epic roles. A must-watch.
Welcome to the Tunnel of Terror. Ha ha ha! Please join us.
In a lot of ways, it was the Halloween television specials and sitcom episodes that really made it feel like spooky season. Of the 8 Halloween episodes Roseanne made for her sitcom, the first one, from season 2, is arguably the best of the bunch. The costumes, the haunted house, the jokes, everything is pitch perfect here. We are also introduced to the Connors tradition of pranks on Halloween, which runs through many of the other episodes. Truly a great series and incredible entry to any Halloween marathon. And while we don't have time to talk about every episode today, that doesn't mean you can't add the whole batch to your own marathon. After all, you do have the entire month. An unofficial goal of mine is to try and get at least one Halloween-themed movie per day of the marathon. Note, that doesn't mean it has to be a Halloween franchise movie. Of course, in this case, we do, yet again, have a Halloween movie on tap, Part 3 for Day 3. The best part about this edition is that it's a standalone movie, which means I don't have to worry about pairing it with any of the other movies from the franchise. No prior viewing required. Beautiful. Halloween 3 is, of course, pretty well known among horror fans these days, having gone from ugly stepsister of the franchise to a fan favorite. We all know the stories about the botched marketing, the night no one comes home, and the terrible critical reception. All you need to know now is the movie is a lot of fun, a bit campy, and very much required viewing during my marathon. Also, Tom Atkins.
Here's a superhero with the biggest pair of all.
You looking for me?
There she was, just walking down the street singing.
This Elvira is a slimy, slithering succubus, a concubine, a streetwalker, a tramp.
Yes, she's got it all. She's everything you've ever wanted in a movie. A woman and a casserole.
She was walking next to me singing.
The charge is witchcraft.
We ought to have one of these every year.
See Elvira. As Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Yet again, I'm suggesting a movie that has absolutely no connection to Halloween and yet feels incredibly perfect for the season, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. I'd argue the mere presence of Elvira would turn any movie into a Halloween movie. I don't care if it's a Christmas flick. Elvira's in it? Yeah, Halloween movie. Maybe that's due to her appearance in seemingly every Halloween-themed commercial ever made, or those cardboard standees that would pop up in October showing Elvira promoting beer and soda. Or perhaps it's simply her profession as the 80s official horror host. Sorry, Joe Bob. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark feels like a slightly darker Pee Wee Herman movie with Elvira and sex jokes. Wait.
I barely touched them. I say we kill him. Yeah! I say we hang him, then we kill him. Yeah! I say we let him go. No!
I say you let me have him first.
Anyway, this is another must-see around Halloween for me, and I hope you agree. The Real Ghostbusters episode, When Halloween Was Forever, is a fairly new addition to my personal viewing. And listen, I'm going to say something potentially controversial now. The Real Ghostbusters doesn't hold up for me. I'm willing to give it a pass for a Halloween episode, but sadly, I won't be rewatching the entire series anytime soon. There are some children's shows that are made for both kids and adults, and then there are the ones that are strictly for kids. This, for me at least, falls into the latter category. Still, this particular episode is fun, and I paired it with Halloween 3 purposely because they have a similar plot point circulating around the old ways of Halloween returning. My one gripe about this episode is the mispronunciation of Samhain as Samhain, a mistake that the villain of Halloween 3 does not make, though Dr. Loomis does. Otherwise, the pumpkin-headed character of the same name makes a fine addition to the expanded cast of ghosts in the animated series.
Tonight, on the CBS Saturday Night Movies, this gentleman saved this little girl's life, but they accused him of harming her.
Do this ourselves.
And he was tragically murdered. Now, one by one, the men of this town are dying. Who is his avenger? Is it the dead man's grief-stricken mother?
They killed my boy!
The little girl who loved him?
I know what you did to Baba.
Or could it be the Scarecrow? Dark Night of the Scarecrow, coming up next.
The made-for-TV movie Dark Night of the Scarecrow first aired October 24th, 1981 on CBS. I wonder if the audience knew what a perfect Halloween treat they were in for, because for a television movie, it really delivers. At its heart, the movie is a revenge flick masquerading as a mystery, who is the killer, with some great slasher elements throughout. I'll admit to being a little late to the party on this one. I've only watched it maybe 3 times in my life, with the first viewing being well over a decade ago. I'm not sure what took me so long to revisit the movie, but I'm glad I finally did. You're sure to recognize a lot of the cast in this one, with heavy hitters like Charles Durning, Lane Smith, and Larry Drake. Give it a shot, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
It's party time!
Rock and roll will never die. At least not this Halloween.
I've heard of raising spirits from the dead by incantations, right?
Yes.
I did that by playing the record backwards.
You're kidding.
Sammy Kerr. He's a rock and roll nightmare.
I am a big fan of yours. I've got all your records.
Shut up! You're May, and May is you.
This message is meant for me.
How can you listen to this stuff?
Shut it off! Shut it off!
What have you done to your stereo?
I wanted a new one.
Sammy Kerr. His fans won't let him die. He won't let them live.
You should be loyal to your hero. Make it turn on you.
Trick or treat.
Now, we're not talking about the newer movie Trick or Treat, which is a personal favorite of mine too, but the revenge flick gone wrong movie of 1986, Trick or Treat, with notable cameos Gene Simmons and Ozzy Osbourne. We're plunked into the world of metalhead Eddie Weinbauer, who's being mercilessly bullied at school. He escapes into his music, especially the music of his idol, Sammy Kerr, for solace. I won't say much more about this one except that we get into a supernaturally charged revenge cycle leading to some fun mayhem. There are some undeniably corny moments in this movie, but as a whole, it's an incredible addition to any Halloween marathon, and one I'd put right up there in my top 10 of must-watches for the season.
Let's give voiceover John a quick break so we can, yep, you guessed it, like our video, subscribe to the channel, and activate that notification bell. By golly, I like the way you think.
Mr. Boogedy is a pretty corny movie that was actually filmed as a television pilot and then subsequently aired as a Disney Sunday movie episode with a 45-minute runtime. Now, I didn't see this until I was an adult, so that could be one of the reasons I tend not to reach for this short movie too often. Still, despite some minor annoyances, it makes for fun Halloween viewing. Plus, we have cast members like David Faustino and John Astin.
Will it be all right? Should I be afraid?
It's coming!
Looking for an old woman. She lives somewhere in the mountains hereabouts.
All she can do is take you straight to hell. You go home and you bury your boy.
Some folks say as how she's got powers.
Who are you?
Ed Harley.
What do you want, Ed Harley? Say it. You're looking for vengeance. Vengeance. Say it. There's an old graveyard way back deep in them woods. The thing you're looking for is in there.
It was an accident.
No, not like this, not like this.
It's gotta run its course. Now it begins. It begins.
Pumpkinhead isn't really a Halloween movie, but it's also not really not Halloween movie. The film takes place in what seems to be the dead of summer, but our main villain has, well, a pumpkin for a head. You do the math. Like Trick or Treat from the previous day's list, we again have one of these revenge gone wrong movies. Gone wrong because in both cases we have a protagonist that initially wants revenge upon their enemies, but has a change of heart far too late. In the case of Pumpkinhead, a senseless tragedy sends Ed Harley, played by Lance Henriksen, into the lair of a witch, seeking a curse to help him get revenge. The special effects by Stan Winston are top-notch, the acting is great, and there's a wonderfully creepy shot of the haunted pumpkin patch that I absolutely adore. Essential October viewing, Halloween movie or not.
A full moon. A spooky, deserted mansion. Halloween night.
All right, dudes! And dusses. Let's party!
10 kids. All they want to do is raise a little hell. Now, as long as they live, they'll wonder what's gotten into them. Night of the Demons.
Blessed be the sinners, for the Day of Atonement is at hand.
Stop looking at me.
If this next pick is watched alongside Pumpkinhead, you'll have a solid 1988 doubleheader, and boy is it a doozy. Ever since I discovered Night of the Demons, I watched it every single October without fail. Is it a good movie? Objectively speaking, no. But is it a fun movie? Well, hell yes. On Halloween night, a group of teens gathers at a local abandoned funeral home called Hull House to have a party. After unwittingly summoning demons, hijinks ensue. Honestly, there really isn't much more to it than that, except for the perfunctory History of Hull House exposition. Highlights include the animated opening credits, yet another iconic role by Linnea Quigley, and Angela's dance, which is probably one of my favorite moments in the entire movie. Angela, played by Amelia Kincaid, is dressed up like Susie Sue and rocks some sick moves to Bauhaus's Stigmata Martyr as she's possessed by a demon. The dance scene is legitimately disturbing, and yet the juxtaposition against Sal's reactions always elicits a laugh. Garfield's Halloween Adventure. That's right, you knew it was coming. An absolute classic of Halloween television specials, Garfield's Halloween Adventure ranks right at the tippy top of my top 5. For those who are interested, my top 5 Halloween specials of all time in no particular order are as follows: Garfield's Halloween Adventure, It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, The Adventures of Pete and Pete, Halloweeny, Winnie the Pooh, Boo to You Too, and The Simpsons Halloween Special, aka Treehouse of Horror 1. Honorable mention to Witches Night Out. No Halloween marathon would ever be complete without a viewing of Garfield's Halloween Adventure. I tend to fluctuate between thinking this one is the best Halloween special ever made versus Charlie Brown being the best. I still don't know for sure which I prefer, though I have to say there are many memorable moments from Garfield that I look forward to every year. The scene when the old man is discovered sitting in his chair by the fire, followed by the ghost pirates chasing Garfield and Odie, still manages to give me the chills all these years later. I vividly remember being scared out of my pants as a kid when those scenes played out. On the other side of the spectrum, it's not Halloween until I sing along with perhaps my favorite song from any holiday special ever made.
60 men all lost at sea, all of them drunk except for me. 'Twas I who had to face the storm with nothing in sight to keep me warm. Yo ho ho ho, over the raging sea we go. Yo ho ho ho, wherever the four winds blow. Hey!
You know who to call when you have ghosts. But who do you call when you have monsters?
We're the Monster Squad. What's a squad? It's like Miami Vice, I think.
They're young and inexperienced.
Naughty virgins.
They're a bit disorganized.
Monsters are not real.
We don't know that, sir.
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk away by themselves.
But when strange things start happening in town...
There's a monster in my closet.
Ooh, look at that big, scary monster!
What's happening?
You wait until the werewolf.
Silver bullet?
They're the only ones ready to do battle.
Something's out there and it's killing people. And if it's monsters, nobody's gonna do a thing about it but us.
I previously made a case for Universal Monsters being so closely tied to the Halloween season that even if a movie isn't set in October, it deserves to be part of my Halloween marathon. Such is the case, once again, with The Monster Squad. Surprisingly, I never saw this movie as a kid and only discovered it through the horror community in my early 30s. Even so, I've become a huge fan. There are a whole slew of things in The Monster Squad that probably would not fly today. I still can't quite believe what Dracula calls little Phoebe as he lifts her into the air by her chin.
Give me the amulet, you
biscuit.
Still, it's so perfectly of its time that it's hard to be mad about any of it. We sort of just accept that this movie was somehow made for kids and no one thought to object. The Midnight Hour is another made-for-TV horror movie that aired for Halloween, yet when compared to The Dark Night of the Scarecrow, it's easy to see the quality on this one wasn't quite as high. That doesn't bother me in the least, though, because this is a fun, if not sometimes corny, Halloween party that I absolutely want to attend every year when October rolls around. There are some notable names here, including LeVar Burton and Dick Van Patten. Apparently, Macaulay Culkin makes an uncredited appearance, though somehow I've never spotted him. One of the major reasons this movie has made it onto my yearly marathon list is because of the existence of the entire broadcast premiere, complete with commercials, which you can find either on YouTube or the Internet Archive. The addition of commercials from the official broadcast adds an element of nostalgia that is otherwise hard to attain. Yes, It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown came out in the 60s. You can absolutely debate whether or not it belongs on a curated list of movies and television specials for a channel that generally focuses on the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But as always, I have my justifications. It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown was pervasive in the 80s. We all grew up with it on television every October. It's the quintessential Halloween special, challenged only by Garfield's Halloween Adventure. Normally, I enjoy watching them back to back on the same night, so if you're not all that keen on separating these bosom buddies, feel free to reunite them on the evening of your choosing. What can I say about this special that hasn't already been said? We all know it and most of us love it. Traditionally, I would watch this whatever night I carved my jack-o'-lantern, hopefully with a big bowl of roasted pumpkin seeds and a slice of pumpkin pie. If there is any single, no questions asked, must-watch movie for your October marathon, it's the original Halloween, released in 1978. The movie is so intricately tied to the holiday that it was an imperative addition. I mean, is it even really Halloween without hearing John Carpenter's classic score? Without seeing Laurie Strode walking the streets of Haddonfield? Without Michael Myers peeking from behind trees and hanging bedsheets? Without Loomis tracking Myers? Well, not for me at least. I'll admit this is an obvious pick, as will be the rest of this list, but I'm not looking to reinvent the wheel here. Forget deep cuts. For me, Halloween traditions are sacred, and John Carpenter's classic will forever be a Halloween night must-watch. Speaking of obvious, the second installment into the Halloween franchise gets mixed reviews at best, and I don't disagree. It doesn't live up to its predecessor. And yet, Halloween rolls so perfectly into Halloween 2 that I can't bear to separate these siblings. There are plenty of valid criticisms to Halloween 2, including Laurie being benched for most of the movie, the screen time dedicated to hospital scenes, and the lack of characterization for many of the new faces. What remains from the previous installment, however, is the atmosphere, effective score, and great kills. There are far worse entries in the series, and when paired with the first movie, Halloween 2 satisfies my Halloween night entertainment craving. We need at least one choice that we don't have to actively watch during the point of the night when all the little ghouls and goblins are knocking on your door screaming trick or treat. I've made this mistake many times over the years, starting one of my favorite flicks for Halloween just as trick-or-treating starts for the night. Then I'm pausing the movie over and over as I give out candy. What we need is something we can let play in the background while we take care of candy-craving kids. Something that we don't really mind missing a few minutes of here and there. Elvira's Halloween special from 1986 fits the bill perfectly, especially if you watch one of the versions on YouTube, complete with original commercial breaks. There are a couple different cuts of the special on YouTube, but the most complete one also features music videos along with Elvira's skits. I won't call this one a must-watch for the season, but I do think it plays an integral role during trick-or-treating time. Any of the various VHS Halloween mixtapes that are floating around the internet, sometimes digitally, sometimes for sale on physical VHS tapes, are perfect viewing for the same reason. Pop one in and let it play while you give out candy or mingle during a party.
Night of total terror. Night of the living dead. The dead who live on living flesh. The dead whose haunted souls hunt the living. The living whose bodies are the only food for these ungodly creatures. Night of the Living Dead.
I'm placing Night of the Living Dead on the end as bonus viewing. While falling outside our 70s, 80s, and 90s window, and also not being directly about Halloween, the movie has become tied to the holiday in other ways. Specifically, it's the de facto copyright-free movie to play in the background of other movies, most notably, of course, being featured in both Halloween and Halloween 2. I usually play Night of the Living Dead at the very end of the night when I'm in bed and falling asleep. I love the movie, but I've seen it a million times and don't mind passing out halfway through. For me, it's the perfect final taste of the holiday.
We've reached the end of our epic, October-long Halloween entertainment marathon, and boy has this been fun. There are, of course, many movies and specials that didn't make it onto the list because even in this double-length episode, we simply didn't have the time. While this wasn't an all-encompassing list, it was, hopefully, some good inspiration to get you started on your very own October marathon. So tell me, what other movies and specials do you like to watch during the spooky season? I would love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear and Halloween right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Nostalgia can be a weird and finicky beast. There's no telling what random elements of our lives will get mixed into that frothing concoction of soothing delight we constantly attempt to recapture. Often, it's the unanticipated nature of this complex emotion that results in our inability to truly recapture whatever it was that created it in the first place.
Such is the case with fast food pizza and renting movies. The two elements may at first seem generally innocuous, but once you pair them together, you may be surprised how quickly it all falls into place. But before diving headfirst into the recreation of this particular nostalgic event, it's necessary to first define just what fast food pizza is. I grew up surrounded by outstanding mom-and-pop pizza joints. I don't consider myself a food snob, but I do know the difference between a quality pie and, well, everything else. Fast food pizza falls squarely within the obscure everything else category. It's not bad exactly, it's just not pizza. A bold statement, I know, but the fast food pizza is in a category all its own. Despite being made up of the same core components, dough, red sauce, and cheese, those elements are somehow transposed into something altogether different. Don't believe me? Try this easy experiment. Set up a blind taste test with a slice from your local mom-and-pop pizzeria and a slice from a fast food pizza place. I guarantee you'll immediately be able to tell the difference. There's just something special about fast food pizza, something about it that is specific to childhood. It's the junk food equivalent of something that is already junk food. So what are these fast food pizza places I've been so careful not to name directly?
It takes a special pizza to be a Pizza Hut pan pizza.
Oh, pan pizza at Pizza Hut will make your mouth say, ah, cheese. Please, one look in your eyes will say, oh.
Only your hometown Pizza Hut restaurant has a special pan full of so come and get it.
At your hometown Pizza Hut.
Home of pan pizza.
Pizza Hut, Domino's, Little Caesars, and Papa John's are some of the heavy hitters, though there are plenty of others. Yes, it's an audacious claim and one many have argued against in the past, but I'm not saying any of these establishments aren't good, I'm just saying they aren't real pizza. Bold. Send all hate mail, by the way, to Retro Days, care of Writer Tony. The idea for this topic came up naturally a few days ago. It was during the waning days of summer vacation, just as all the school buses once again began serpentining the neighborhood. As a treat, I decided to order pizza, and I happened to have a Domino's gift card saved for just such an occasion.
It's your call. You can enjoy the fresh baked quality from Domino's Pizza, or take your chances with the Noid. You can have pizza made to your order, or you can count on our famous 30-minute delivery, or you can taste the quality from Domino's Pizza, so avoid the Noid. Domino's Pizza delivers. Call now.
Now, I don't know exactly, maybe it was the potent combination of back-to-school vibes and fast food, but as I placed my order, a tsunami of nostalgia washed over me, wave after wave hitting me square in the chest. The sudden sensation took me by surprise because this was not the first time I've ordered Domino's Pizza since the 80s. Even still, I found myself thinking about the unique experience of going out for pizza on a Friday night, stopping at the local video rental store, perusing the aisles a little too long, and finally rushing home with a perfect homework-free evening planned. Maybe there'd be a little NES interlude and probably some stovetop Jiffy Pop, which you can totally still buy, but at its core, the evening was about movies and pizza.
Whoa. Wait just a second there, Trigger Finger. Before you buffer past my 15-second pitch, consider expelling less energy to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and activate our notification bell. Your reward will be even more of me. And a brand new retro topic every Saturday, which that's nice too, I guess.
But which fast food pizza joint is the right one? Is it a choice that can even be quantified? Oh, doubtful. After all, taste is subjective and everyone has their personal favorites. For me, Pizza Hut is the ultimate nostalgic fast food pizza pick, and I honestly can't tell you why.
There's an odd, unexplainable phenomenon haunting Pizza Hut. Is it another worldly spirit compelling these people to eat their pizza the wrong way? No, it's new stuffed crust pizza with a ring of cheese baked in the edge of a totally new, thinner crust.
Incoming!
And with a large just $9.99, every living person will be eating it the wrong way, crust first.
Hey, look! I'm eating like a fleshy too!
And even some not so living.
You'll love the stuff we made of Pizza Hut!
They certainly had plenty of movie tie-ins over the years to foster that sense of connection. It doesn't hurt that the chain has been around for a long time, first opening in 1958 in Wichita, Kansas. Their rate of growth was impressive, opening 6 more locations within the year and beginning to franchise by 1959. Other noteworthy milestones for the company were 1969, when they began using their iconic red roof design for buildings, 1980, when they introduced the Pan Pizza, 1984, when they introduced the Book It reading incentive program, and 1994, when they became the first pizza chain to offer internet ordering. Playing devil's advocate, we could argue that Pizza Hut, at least in the 70s and 80s, was more often thought of as a sit-down style pizzeria where you go with the whole family for dinner.
Going out for pizza used to be a real hassle for us.
We like ours thin and crispy.
And we like our pizza thick and chewy.
But ever since we discovered the Pizza Hut restaurant,
Everybody gets what they want.
thin and crispy.
Thick and chewy.
And they make all their pizzas one at a time.
By hand.
So whether you like your pizza like this,
Or like this.
Pizza Hut's something the whole family can agree on.
Right, family?
Right!
Not to revert to a previous point, but it should be noted that if a commercial has to specify that the pizza is made one at a time, by hand, then you're probably dealing with fast food pizza. And yes, fast food though it may have been, they were cultivating a family restaurant vibe in those days, so perhaps it isn't the first franchise you think of as pairing for VHS rentals at home. In which case, Domino's was a safe bet. Their first store opened a couple of years after Pizza Hut in 1960, though their growth was a bit slower. They had 200 pizzerias in operation by 1978. Not long after, growth exploded, leading to 5,000 stores by 1989. Domino's was also synonymous with delivery, even popularizing the famous 30 minutes or less campaign.
Avoid the Noid with the Domino's Pizza Guarantee. We guarantee your pizza will be delivered within 30 minutes or you get $3 off your order. Guaranteed. And we guarantee your pizza will taste great. If you're not satisfied with your pizza, we'll replace it or refund your money. Only our pizza is guaranteed to avoid the noise. Domino's Pizza delivers. Call now.
By the 90s, Domino's even upped the ante by offering free pizza if they didn't deliver it in 30 minutes or less. This turned out to be a not so great idea. According to IncredibleBags.com, to get those pies to their destination on time, pizza delivery drivers resorted to reckless behavior on the roads. A series of lawsuits in 1993 forced Domino's to drop the deal from its national platform. Once you've obtained the phone number for your pizza place of choice, we have to answer the next important question: what toppings are we getting? I'll go out on a limb and assume that most of us think of pepperoni as the official choice, but I do like to mix it up now and then. Some atypical choices I love, some not possible at fast food pizza joints, but I'll list them anyway, are meatballs, eggplant, jalapenos, and pepperoncini. Not necessarily all together. Maybe Meat Lovers is your official movie night meal, or perhaps you prefer the dubious Hawaiian pie or the relatively healthy Veggie Lovers. Whatever your pick, make sure it reflects the movies you chose for the evening for maximum thematic flair. With our pizza order set, next we have to choose the perfect movie to pair with our greasy slice. Jurassic Park, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Terminator, T2, The Goonies, and RoboCop are all adequate. There aren't any specific rules here. Choose whatever movies speak to that core of nostalgia we're all searching for. The movies don't specifically have to be tied to fast food pizza through a promotion or commercial, but it may help.
Now you can get the awesome Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie on video cassette. And when you buy the movie, you'll also get a free Pizza Hut coupon book worth $20 on some of your Pizza Hut and Pepsi favorites. But hurry, this deal is awesome!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, for instance, feels like the perfect pick because of the famous Pizza Hut tie-in, but it's not a prerequisite. Movies I personally feel are perfect to pair with fast food pizza are largely tied to memories from my childhood. Since I remember renting Jurassic Park and ordering a large pepperoni from Domino's, that particular combination will have a greater effect on me. Your movie list may be completely different, but that's the thing about nostalgia. We all have our own particular triggers. Another obvious choice for me is The Terminator. For whatever reason, I tend to think action-adventure pairs well with my greasy, cheesy fast food slice. I can't even explain why in this case, other than I know it feels right. Of course, there are plenty of other great choices, and we're only limited by our preferences. The Gate, Back to the Future, E.T., Willow, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Nightmare on Elm Street, Chopping Mall, and so many others would certainly do the trick. You may be wondering if frozen pizza counts as fast food pizza and whether it has a place in today's video. Well, I wondered the same thing. On the one hand, it's obviously not the same as ordering from a restaurant, and when we say fast food, we generally think of physical establishments that cook the food for you. On the other hand, fast food is often synonymous with junk food, and in that case, I can see how frozen pizza or pizza rolls might be a worthy addition.
Hey, you guys, hungry for some pizza?
Take a bite, everyone, 'cause Totino's is quite a bite better.
Fantastic.
What kind is it?
It's the classic pizza from Totino's.
This crust, it's great.
Really crisp. More pizza?
I've had enough.
Enough classic?
Enough movie.
Take a big Totino's bite, everybody, 'cause Totino's is quite a bite better.
For now, let's just admit that many of us likely also have fond memories of eating frozen pizza while watching movies at home.
Well then, I hope we've given you a few ideas for this Saturday evening's festivities. You should absolutely order a pizza with your toppings of choice and watch a movie or two from your perfect nostalgic playlist. And hey, if you want to grab a Jiffy Pop stovetop popcorn while you're out and play a little Zelda after the movie, I think that'd be just fine too. Just try not to dwell on the fact that you can't drive out to the video rental store and pick up a new VHS copy of the movie you want. But before you go, I need to know, what fast food pizza joint are you going to order from? What toppings you're going to get? And most importantly of all, what movies will you watch? You know I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell, because it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Some of my absolute favorite episodes of our show are the ones that whisk us away in the magic time machine to a not-so-distant past where we can inhabit our childhood bodies and rediscover some of our favorite activities of yesteryear. They're exciting, adventurous, and surreal in all the ways that we remember the 70s, 80s, and 90s being.
However, those videos require us to depart from the present and engage in endeavors that often are hard or even impossible to recreate in the present. That's where today's episode comes in, because tomorrow is the autumnal equinox, which means there's still time for you to take some of our suggestions and recreate a retro-style equinox celebration to ring in the official start of fall. Grab your pumpkin spice coffee and settle in for a cozy welcome to autumn. To be clear, I'm pretty sure I didn't even know what the autumnal equinox was in the 1970s and 80s. Halloween? Well, sure, every kid knows about the most spooktacular night of the year. Autumn? Well, of course, it was my favorite season. But the autumnal equinox? I can't recall ever having a big blowout party for Mabon, as the pagans called the festival. It's within the realm of possibility that some science teacher along the way explained that it's one of the 2 times during the year when the sun is directly over the equator, giving us equinox, get it, day and night cycles. They may have further explained it marks the first day of autumn in the northern hemisphere, But if a teacher ever did tell me that, I forgot as quickly as I ran out of the school at 2:25. Whether or not I celebrated in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I absolutely have celebrated every year of my adult life. As a Halloween-loving horror fan, how could I not? The first day of autumn is the gateway to spooky season. This is the time of year when I truly start to feel the Halloween spirit. Okay, listen. In my heart, yes, Halloween is every day. But if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I don't truly feel the Halloween spirit until the weather gets a bit chilly and the leaves start to turn. Come early September, I'm dipping my toes in, pulling out decorations, lining up my blow molds, buying monster cereals, and preparing my Halloween and horror movie lineups. But when the autumnal equinox hits, then I am all in. What does all in look like? Well, something like this. And this. Oh, and this. Even though some of those pictures may reveal decorations from the 80s, you may now be asking, what exactly makes an autumnal equinox celebration retro? Fair point. Most people probably wouldn't attempt to take an already specific celebration and render it even more niche by adding a secondary theme. Most people. But the Retro Days team, as you've perhaps come to notice, are not most people. Let's start with decorations, since we were already on that topic anyway. Perhaps the most iconic of all the 80s style holiday staples are die-cut decorations of the kind we'd find lining our school hallways come autumn. Considering the sheer number of these things in the classroom, they must have been the official decoration of elementary and junior high school, probably because they lent themselves so well to being tacked to corkboards. There's something particularly endearing about finding vintage die cuts at a yard sale that still have a decade's worth of tape on them, as if each year teachers or parents just layered another swatch right on top of the previous years, and the one prior, and the one before. Eventually, all the Halloween-centric die cuts would appear, but during the first days of autumn, the teachers slow-played it with die cuts of scattered autumnal leaves, scarecrows, and uncarved pumpkins. For our Equinox party, though, feel free to trot out all of your Halloween die cuts. I'm talking witches, black cats, skeletons, haunted houses, and ghosts. Go ahead and tape those up around the house in whatever way you see fit. Another classic decoration that has had something of a comeback in recent years is the blow mold. If you're lucky enough to have had some vintage ones of the tabletop variety, you can scatter those around the house for mood lighting. There's nothing quite like the soft orange glow of a Halloween blow mold. If, on the other hand, you're not quite ready to deck the house out in Halloween decorations, quietly judging you, you can find plenty of generic autumn decorations that smack of the 80s, like a wicker basket filled with that cinnamon-scented potpourri that inevitably gives me a migraine. Otherwise, I'm thinking you should place gourds, pumpkins, and apples everywhere.
Voiceover John sure can get long-winded sometimes. It's almost like someone is forcing him to read these words. Huh. Well, anyway, you look super familiar to me, viewer. Almost as if you've been here before, and yet you're not yet subscribed. Well, let's get that fixed. Yeah, right down there. Yeah, at the bottom of the page. Got it! Now we get to hang out again every Saturday with brand new retro topics. See you then.
Speaking of which, food is another important factor in recreating a retro vibe for the party. I always bake either an apple pie or a pumpkin pie, which arguably isn't specifically retro, but they are classics. I'll also bake some kind of harvest bread and top it all off with a particularly autumnal dinner, including things like butternut or acorn squash, hot cider, roast chicken, and things of that nature. Attempting to tie these foods to any one particular decade is ill-advised, though you could break out one of your vintage cookbooks. You have a stack of those, like me, right? And choose your menu from there. I'm talking about something like Pillsbury's Harvest Time Cookbook from 1980, which is one of the pamphlet style you'll find in the checkout lane at the grocery store. How is a tater crust tuna pie autumnal? Well, I don't know, but you have to admit it is era appropriate. How about the Pumpkin Cookbook, first published in 1996? This one has all manner of recipes to use up the gourds you bought. Instead of your boring old pumpkin pie, maybe try this book's recipe for rum pumpkin pie. Pumpkin and raisin muffins, pumpkin pudding, and pumpkin cheesecake all sound delicious too. For dinner, there's braised pork with pumpkin, fried pumpkin, pumpkin ravioli, stuffed pumpkin, and, well, pretty much every other thing you could ever conceive of cooking with pumpkin. For beverages, let's go old school with hot, spiced apple cider. which I'm sure you will spike with the appropriate amount of liquor of your choice. Oktoberfests and pumpkin ales are quite welcome at this party too. The easiest retro adaptation to our little soiree will most certainly be the entertainment choices. It's not hard, after all, to cherry-pick 80s horror movies. Watching these flicks on a VCR can enhance the retro vibe we're all searching for, but I won't judge you if you prefer to go digital in 4K. One of my personal rules for September viewing is to save all the Halloween movies for October. Remember, this is more about embracing autumn than it is celebrating Halloween. Sorry, Michael, you'll have to wait your turn. Some of my favorite movies for the autumnal equinox include Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, Pumpkinhead, Dark Night of the Scarecrow, Beetlejuice, and Poltergeist. I can't watch them all in a single night, but it's a good batch to choose from depending on what I'm in the mood for. Daniel, over on the Cobwebs channel here on YouTube, recently published a video on this very topic, recommending a whole slate of autumnal movies. Some, but not all, of his recommendations included such classics as Something Wicked This Way Comes and Needful Things. For the full list and excellent breakdowns of what makes them perfect choices, head over to the Cobwebs channel. Video link down in the description.
Now, I have a really excellent preview for you. When someone mentions bad dream to you, who do you think of? Who has the face that launched 1,000 nightmares? Freddy, that's who! And now he's back, but this time he's on the NES. Ugh! Just like on the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, Freddy is ready to give you the fright of your life. The object of the game is to search through the buildings on Elm Street, look for Freddy's bones, collect them, and burn them in the high school furnace. There's a great effect that happens when your player falls asleep. You become a dream warrior and get stronger powers to battle the most feared horror legend of all time, Freddy Krueger. Well, that's all for today. But tomorrow, we'll take a look at a version of Double Dragon for Game Boy. More edge tips, more power team, more video power. Game over.
For games, as I often do, I reach for my NES and grab copies of A Nightmare on Elm Street, Monster Party, and Werewolf: The Last Warrior. If you're more into the Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis, we can jam to Zombies Ate My Neighbors. You're a 70s kid? Let's bust out Atari for Ghost Manor or Frankenstein's Monster. For board games, It From the Pit, released in 1992, is a good choice. Doorways to Horror, the VCR game, is another appropriate pick.
It's guarding the treasure.
What's it? That's it! You can't get away from it! It from the pit! There's no escape! It from the pit!
The game's It From the Pit. First one to the treasure wins, but watch out for it.
Whoa! You can't get away, there ain't no way! You can't get away from it! From the pit! I win!
Play it!
Outside of pop culture, it's important to also mark the change of seasons in a slightly more somber and elemental way. That's why, no matter what else I do, I always like to end the night with a roaring bonfire and a hot beverage like that spiked apple cider we mentioned earlier. Sitting around the crackling fire, watching embers jump into the sky as if envious of the stars, I breathe deeply and search for those familiar scents that will soon fill the air. Behind you, gathering in the darkness, are all the nefarious shapes of horror that revel in the autumn air and will only grow more substantial as October nears. They know, as you do, that Halloween is close at hand and the autumnal equinox has opened a doorway that will remain ajar for weeks to come. I hope you're prepared.
If you haven't given Mabon a single thought, well, the good news is you have almost a full day of preparation. The exact time of the equinox is Sunday, September 22nd at 8:43 a.m. For most of us, just means we'll be celebrating all day Sunday. But before you run off to buy a case of beer, cider, and pumpkins, I need to know, do you normally celebrate Mabon? If not, will you join in on the fun this year? And if not, why? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
In the vast, sugary world of candy, there exists a peculiar category of confection that has always boggled my mind. I assume this type of candy, if you can even call it that, must be somewhat popular because despite their peculiar relevance in the 70s and 80s, they still exist on store shelves.
You'll find them in corner stores, candy shops, supermarkets, and drugstores. They'll line the shelves or hang from product hooks. They can be seasonal or not. And seriously, I just don't understand how they continue to thrive. More than ever, we'll look to your comments on this video to help us understand the bewildering staying power of wax candy. The one-word answer to our question of why is wax candy a thing is, surprisingly, oil. The new oil industry began in 1859, bringing with it kerosene, which provided a new and cheap way to illuminate homes. In 1879, British Chandler James Wilson wrote, "This flood of American petroleum poured in upon us by millions of gallons and gave light at a fifth of the cost of the cheapest candle." With all of this oil also came paraffin wax, which was a byproduct of its distillation. Rather than disposing of the wax, this abundant and cheap substance was sold for use in manufacturing candles, sealing waxes, crayons, and wax cylinders used for audio recordings at the time. In 1912, using a refined food-grade paraffin, John W. Glenn introduced penny chewing gum novelties, and it was a hit. According to CandyFavorites.com, Glenn Confections was busily engaged in producing their popular paraffin novelties and continued to do so after becoming the wax candy division of W&F Manufacturing Company. Wax horse teeth, said to taste like wintergreen, and other novelties chattered profitably down Glenn's production line while Franklin Gurley explored further expansion opportunities for his rapidly growing company. This included carefully molded tavern candles in the shape of Santa, reindeer, elves, pumpkins, and other Christmas and Halloween favorites. There are some things that seem to have always existed, items that from my earliest memories were always just there. The interesting thing about products like these is, due to their pervasive nature, I tend to ignore them. It's almost as if there's nothing particularly special about a candy that's perpetually on store shelves. Such was the case with wax bottles. Vinnie Cavello created wax bottles, or nickel nips, for a post-prohibition world as a nod to outlawed beverages. What has become a novelty candy was at the time a serious statement about how the U.S. treated alcohol production and sale. Of note is that CandyFavorites.com further reports that Glenn Confections produced the popular ancestors of today's Wacko Wax and nickel nips. The candy itself, of course, contained no alcohol. The tiny wax bottles instead were filled with fruit-flavored liquids. According to Brianna York for SnackHistory.com, this is how the name of the candy came about. The Nick was for the nickel price, and then the rest of the name references the old method of opening other wax bottles where you nipped off the top of the bottle to access the liquid inside. Every time I wandered into a corner store as a kid, I saw these unassuming little bottles filled with colored syrup hanging eagerly from wall displays. I probably asked my parents about it at some point, and they likely responded, "You don't want those, they're mostly wax." And so I went through much of my childhood familiar with the strange candy, but never having actually tried them. After all, why would I? They're mostly wax. That was until one fine summer day when I was out playing with some friends and we decided to pop into a local corner store. We all dug into our pockets and came out with various coinage. No paper money here, folks. I remember one of my friends grabbing a bag of the wax bottles and I questioned his choice. I mean, really? You're gonna pick a bag of wax over Dipsy Doodles, over a Fifth Avenue bar, over a Hostess snack cake? Alas, young Charles didn't have enough money for any of those particular treats, but he did have enough for wax bottles. Back outside on the hot sidewalk, we shared our food around. Some chips were traded for a slug of Yoo-Hoo. a bite of a snowball for a handful of nerds. And somewhere in all the trading, I ended up with a wax bottle. Charles demonstrated the peculiar trick of biting the hard wax end off. He chewed it a little before spitting it out and proceeding to suck the sweet juice from the interior. I followed his lead and found the entire process far too involved for little reward. I even tried chewing on the wax, but being one of those unfortunate kids with braces, I'd known all too well the flavorless tedium that awaited. My orthodontist kept me in a lifetime supply of the stuff, doled out in tiny white containers. Maybe that's the real reason wax candy never appealed to me. Or maybe it was because the novelty of the stuff couldn't outweigh the disappointing results.
Hey, hold on for 15 seconds, voiceover John, on Cam John here for a simple request of our viewers. If you're enjoying today's topic, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and clicking that notification bell so you never miss another nostalgic moment with us here at Retro Days. Okay, get back to work, you slouch.
Hey, sir, try our wax lips. It's the candy of 1,000 uses.
Like what?
1, a humorous substitute for your own lips.
Keep going.
2, ooh, I'm needed in the basement.
The closest I ever came to enjoying a wax-based novelty was around Halloween, when I'd invariably get wax lips in my trick-or-treat bag. The wax lips were first produced by Glen Confections, but were also manufactured by other companies over the years. For instance, CandyFavorites.com reports that Ben Shepard bought Glen Confections' unique wax candy equipment and hauled it from Buffalo to Secor, where he continued production of the nostalgic favorites. Despite a continuing national sweet tooth and the predictable Halloween demand for the novelties, Challenger Candy Company lasted only a few years before going bankrupt. American Candy Company of Selma, Alabama, in business since 1900, stepped in once again to rescue wax lips from oblivion. And now, Tootsie Roll Industries owns the rights to wax lips and sells them under the branding of Wacko Wax. Despite their longevity, like Nickel Nips, I never quite understood the appeal. I'd of course unwrap them and pop the lips over my mouth, but then I'd be baffled as to what the distributors expected me to do with the dumb things. They were too uncomfortable to use as an actual costume, and they tasted like nothing, or maybe slightly of cherry. Was I supposed to chew it like bubblegum, despite the weird texture and lackluster flavor? Wax fangs added a little bit more to like, but in the end, it was just the same old hunk of wax. Why were these novelties so popular? I never did figure it out, and the mystery still haunts me. What haunts me even more is that this candy outlived other, much better treats from the 80s. If the previous entries weren't baffling enough, there's one more bizarre treat, I hesitate to call any of these things candy, that haunted store shelves. The wax harmonica, originally sold as the Wowee Whistle, also originates with Glen Confections. The first iterations of these things, I must admit, were actually glorious. They really leaned into the Halloween connection and cast them in orange wax. The black labels depicted a witch flying across a full moon, and packaging often displayed a hooting owl. Other editions might add bats, cats, or other Halloween imagery. The gimmick with the Wowee Whistle, as well as later harmonicas, is that they actually produced whistle sounds, if not exactly music. And sure, at least in this case, I can absolutely see myself springing for a vibrant orange Halloween harmonica for both the design and ability to play them like little instruments. I could swear there was a later iteration that looked more like an actual harmonica, often cast in red wax, but we can't seem to turn up a thing about it in our research. Perhaps yet another job for Alyssa, the intrepid video editor and research dynamo.
That was one waxy episode. There were so many unique and unusual treats to be found in candy stores during our childhood that I'm sure we'll return to the topic in the future with another set of peculiar edibles. And if that's truly the case, loyal viewer, well, we have two questions for you today. First, were you a fan of wax candy? And second, what other strange treat categories should we cover for future installments? I would love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Dipping back into the Retro Days bag of tricks, I randomly chose a familiar yet underutilized topic. With only 2 other videos, we have yet to even scratch the surface. A notion that is further supported by the comments that have piled up since the videos first appeared.
With this in mind, as we did with our 50th episode celebration, every choice for today's video comes from you, our loyal viewers. We're giving our trusty Magic Time Machine a well-earned rest today, so grab yourself a cold beverage and sit back for even more forgotten toys of the 1980s. Our first pick was also the most requested suggestion. With 5 emphatic votes, we give you Sky Commanders.
Sky Commanders, where all the action is above the ground.
Set up laser cable! Good work, Cable Raider!
Just as the cable cannon spots the enemy,
Sky Commanders, warning, warning!
the evil raiders attack.
Deception Raider, strike! You're surrounded!
Each sold separately with a figure and cable.
Fire! Gotcha, Raiders!
Sky Commanders, protectors of the high frontier. Cable cannon comes with everything you see here. Other vehicles each sold separately. New from Kenner.
Well, ever since there were action figures, there were kids seeking to recreate epic battles with those toys. Accompanying playsets helped in this endeavor, but whenever a toy came pre-packaged with an interactive element, it made immersion and engagement all the easier. The Sky Commanders action figures came out in 1987 from Kenner in conjunction with a short-lived animated series of 13 episodes developed by Jeff Siegel. The figures came packaged with a number of items to hook up to a zip line with which you could send your figure sailing through the sky. With your purchase, you received the figure, a laser cable backpack, a zip line, and hooks for the string. There were also larger sets that came with vehicles like Bomb Blast, Outrider, and Battle Track Protector. The characters included Rex Kling, Commander Summit, Raider Wrath, and more.
Deep in the South Pacific, a tumultuous and untamed new continent has erupted, spawned by a highly unstable new element known as Theta 7. If this powerful new element could be controlled, whoever possessed it would be the undisputed ruler of the world. One man, General Lucas Plague, is determined to hold that title. And it's up to a rugged team of mountaineering experts, led by Commander Mike Summit, to stop him. Employing revolutionary new gravity lock and laser cable technology to traverse the ever-changing terrain of the high frontier, Mike Summit's Sky Commanders and General Plague's Raiders are locked in mortal combat, with the fate of the entire world hanging in the balance.
The animated series produced by Hanna-Barbera and Toei Animation lasted only 1 short season, and since the cartoons were often only made to help sell the toys, those didn't end up sticking around much longer either. It's easy to see how Sky Commanders ended up as a mostly forgotten toy. Even so, as with many of these lost toys, the concept and execution were superb, so those lucky few of us who experienced these toys as children likely remember them fondly.
Stomper. Stompers have the guts and muscle to take you where no other car has ever been before and bring you back alive. Stomper. Stomper. Join in the adventure. Imagine. Stomper with Duracell battery only from Shopper. Come along.
Coming in at second place with 4 votes, we have Stomper 4x4s. These small vehicles were often cited as the first battery-powered 4-wheel drive toys, adding to the already diverse and expansive legacy of their creator, Eddie Goldfarb. The inventor had been interested in how things worked from a young age, and his first toy sale was the Yakety Yak Talking Teeth, also known as Chattering Teeth. The simple novelty item quickly became a pop culture touchstone, referenced in countless movies and television shows.
The Chattering Teeth? Figures. NBC probably took out the chatter.
and some extra teeth. Be careful, they chatter.
Whoa!
Goldfarb went on to create over 800 other toys and games, including Battling Tops, Kerplunk, Vacuform, the Bubble Gun, and of course, Stompers. Now, I'm not saying that feeling young at heart is the secret to a long life, but I will say Eddie Goldfarb, who spent his life inventing toys and games for the enjoyment of others, is currently 102 years old. If movies have taught me anything, it's that good old Eddie is being vetted for the next Santa Claus opening. Now, this segment is supposed to be about Stomper 4x4s and not my hallucinatory fixations, but if you'd like to know more about Eddie Goldfarb, there's a short documentary about him called Eddie's World that is available to view online. See our resources in the description. Insert appropriate transition here, and Stompers were first released by Shopper in 1981. Generation 1's first series included the Chevrolet K10 Scottsdale, Chevrolet Blazer, Dodge Warlock, Ford Bronco, and Jeep Honcho, along with the stunt set and Wild Mountain playsets.
Inside the Stomper 4x4's Wild Mountain set, you'll find 2 Stomper 4x4's trucks. And when you power them up with batteries you buy separately, the lights go on and 4 road-grabbing wheels go to work with 4-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive means you can climb right over the mountain road part. You can tackle almost any surface, almost any incline, because 4-wheel drive means power. Stomper 4x4's Wild Mountain set has everything you see here. Other sets and vehicles sold separately from Shopper.
In 1982, a second series of 4 trucks, plus other additions like Fun by 4s, Work by 4s, and competition pull sets were released. Generation 2 brought some changes and many new additions, which ran through 1986, and in 1987, Tyco took over the series. Not counting brief halts to production, Stompers were made by various companies until 2002. The gimmick with these battery-operated toys was their ability to climb over almost any surface. In fact, the original patent even says they are able, traction permitting, to climb any grade on which it will not tip over backward, grades up to about 40 degrees, and to negotiate a vertical step taller than its tire radius. In real-world practice, what that meant to kids was they would attempt to send the little trucks over increasingly steep grades with more and more obstructions placed in their paths. Sure, the various playsets were fun, but Stompers were guaranteed to work on those. But as kids, we wanted to push the limits and find out just how much abuse our little 4x4s could take. That's where the true fun began. Would they climb your father's mountainous stomach while he sleeps? Will they run in the pool or through the giant mud puddles? Could they make it over the septic mound in your backyard? What about over the piles of dog poop on the sidewalk? If you had at least one Stomper, I'm sure you found out.
Let's give voiceover John a quick break so we can, yep, you guessed it, like our video, subscribe to the channel, and activate that notification bell. By golly, I like the way you think.
In the third spot, with 3 votes, we have Army Gear, which was like a more violent version of Mighty Max and Polly Pocket.
Calling all boys for Army Gear. Weapons check. Your pistol private looks real tough. His missile sight like troops and stuff. Here the grenade sure goes far. Here's a tower troops and a military car. Army Gear. What's that compass that I see? The lights out like troops and artillery. An army in an army. All right here. We're the volunteers for Army Gear.
Join the Army Gear, the Army in an Army. Open to reveal 2 worlds of battle action from Galoob.
This late 80s toy from Galoob boasted a number of replica weapons that would open to reveal 2 worlds of battle action. The insinuation in their catchphrase is that you could use the toy gun, machete, watch, and grenade to play war with your friends, or you could open them and use them as play sets with the included figures and accessories inside. Well, I can certainly see the appeal of essentially getting 2 toys in one, and wonder why this series didn't see more longevity. They even had larger weapons that held more inside.
Calling all boys loud and clear. We're the volunteers for Army Gear. Weapons check. Your searchlight private, what don't I see?
On Missile Center with choppers and a secret army.
Tell me about your M16.
Sir, it's the best, I think you'll agree. A communications camp, open and see. A tank, choppers, an army in an army.
We're the volunteers for Army Gear.
Join the Army Gear, the Army in an Army. Open to reveal 2 worlds of battle action from Galoob.
There's surprisingly little information about this toy line on the internet, which is perhaps one of the extenuating circumstances that helped place it on our list of forgotten toys. FigureRealm.com has 14 pieces listed on their Army Gear checklist, though I suspect it isn't an exhaustive list. Still, it does suggest that Army Gear was only produced for a couple of years, likely starting in 1988, and perhaps surviving into the next decade as lowly clearance bin items. In the fourth spot, also coming in with 3 votes, we give you Bone Age.
Feel the power, hear the roar. Bone Age, where cavemen fight in dinosaurs, where T-Rex meets Triceratops in earth-shaking battles.
Tri-Tops, convert to battle wagon. T-Rex, convert to fly.
Bone Age, assemble monsters never seen before from the bones of these mighty dinosaurs. T-Rex and Triceratops, each sold separately with a caveman. Feel the power of Bone Age.
In 1987, Kenner released the atypical toy line amid their other, more recognizable franchises like Star Wars and G.I. Joe. This new series focused on children's fascination with dinosaurs and played up the educational aspects of paleontology while simultaneously advancing the popular fantasy of humans and dinosaurs coexisting. The main gimmick of the toy line was that all the dinosaurs were designed to be only the skeletal structure of the beasts, hence the name Bone Age. The series included 3 different caveman clans, including the Stone Clan, the Ice Clan, and the Lava Clan. Each of these clans had their own unique cavemen and dinosaurs. For instance, the Stone Clan came packaged with dinosaurs like T-Rex, Ditron, Anklor, and Codus, and cavemen Crag the Clubber, Kos, and Lude. While the Ice Clan came with dinosaurs Deinonychus, Taro, and Tritops, and cavemen Nord, Zur, and Tund the Thunderous. Bone Age was also advertised as a building toy because the figures came with an assortment of accessories that were used to interact with the dinosaurs and the environment. On the back of the package, the description reads, Bone Age dinosaur bones each come with cavemen hunters. Build the bones into weapons and forts, or combine the bones to make amazing big battle machines. The interchangeable nature of the dinosaur bones promised to make for engaging and creative play, only that turned out not to be the case. For one reason or another, the toys didn't catch on, and Kenner discontinued the line a year later in 1988, making these figures highly collectible, hard to find, and a fabulous choice for our list of forgotten toys. For our last entry of the day, with 2 votes, we have the extraordinary Battle Beasts.
Battle Beast, wood, fire, fire burns wood. Battle Beast, fire, water, water puts out fire. Battle Beast, water, wood beats water. Battle Beast, battle for the fun of it.
Just activate their battle badges.
I got fire. I got water. Water beats fire.
Battle Beast,
Wood, fire. Fire beats wood.
Battle Beast can grow into an army.
Collect all 84.
Battle Beast.
Ranking high on the list of other tiny figures like Muscle, Monster in My Pocket, and Trash Bag Bunch, Battle Beasts crashed onto the American toy scene in 1987 as a joint Hasbro-Takara developed action figure line. The Japanese counterparts were called Beastformers and were actually a spin-off of Transformers, though Hasbro chose not to take this approach when importing the toys. These 2-inch figures came equipped with heat-sensitive stickers on their chests. Players would rub them to reveal a fire, wood, or water symbol. The gimmick was based on the popular game of rock, paper, scissors and used to determine whose figure would win in a battle, where wood beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats wood. According to Beastformers.blog, later a unique and unbeatable symbol which became a true chase item within this line was released as well, known as Sunburst. With the Sunburst Warrior amongst your battle beasts, you could be sure you would never lose any battle, but you never knew which symbol your own beast or your opponent's beasts had, since these rub signs had to be activated through heat. So until this small black square was being rubbed and became activated, it did not reveal its symbol, and it was a mystery who would have the advantage in the battle. It turns out a common issue for collectors is that the heat-sensitive stickers can fall off the figures over time, and the ones that remain often aren't as effective as they used to be. Still, that hasn't stopped buyers who will purchase a single figure for anywhere from $1 plus shipping to a whopping $810, while complete sets can sell for around $2,000. Like all the toys on today's list, Battle Beasts had a short lifespan with only 3 main generations amounting to a total of 76 figures. A 4th generation of 36 figures called Shadow Warriors, or Laser Beasts in Japan, also had a small run in America.
Now, although we only had time to cover another 5 forgotten toys of the 80s, I don't mind revealing that we currently have a spreadsheet of another 17 subscriber suggestions, and I suspect after today's video, I might just be adding more to that list. Well, that means just 2 things. First, you can absolutely expect another installment of forgotten toys in the coming months, and second, we need your help. So tell us, what are some other forgotten toys of the 80s that you'd like us to cover? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. Well, you know, it really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
It may still be swelteringly hot outside. Everyone may still be on vacation. The ice cream truck may continue to make its rounds while families flock to beaches, pools, water parks, and carnivals. And yet, there's a familiar scent in the air, and it's not salt water and suntan lotion.
No, this aroma is that of stationery and books. It stinks of new clothes and boredom. Worse, the smell is growing more intense with every passing day because come next week, summer is officially over and you'll be back to school. The first true indication that your summer days were numbered always came unexpectedly. You'd be sprawled out on the floor watching the newest episode of Beetlejuice, the animated series, when a commercial break interrupted the show. But this wasn't any commercial. This was a dreadful harbinger of things to come.
Take Sears back to school and concentrate on the rugged outdoor look while you add up savings of 25%. At Sears, the course of action for kids wear is tough pants, flannel shirts, corduroys, and toasty sweaters. Juniors, here's a special purchase that passes the test of time. Classic crew neck sweaters, easy care at only $6.99 each. And when the subject's the great outdoors, save on sport shirts, rugged Roebuck jeans, and men's hiking boots, sale priced at $19.99. For back-to-school fashions, you can count on Sears.
Those infernal back-to-school sales always seem to start far earlier than they should, and it wasn't fair. Summer had only just started and you still had so much to do. There were trees to climb and arcades to play. There were ice cream pops to eat and stones to skip. How could it almost be over? Hammering the final nail in your coffin, your mother or father would walk into the room and say, "We're going shopping tomorrow. You'll probably need an entirely new wardrobe for school this year." Wardrobe? Wardrobe? Oh, good grief, this was going to be terrible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on there a minute, John. Terrible? Have you lost your ever-loving mind?
I mean, I'm just reading what Tony wrote, but...
No excuses, Atari boy. You said what you said. As for me, I loved back-to-school shopping. I wanted Lisa Frank everything in elementary school. They plastered rainbows, hearts, music notes, teddy bears, unicorns, stars, and glinting jewels on every conceivable school supply, and I was there for it. Each year was a new and exciting opportunity to discover unique items and styles. I even went as far as creating a different theme every August by choosing matching back-to-school gear. So, how about you plaster a few Lisa Frank stickers to your face and play nice?
Okay, fair enough. I can admit when I need to be a bit more open-minded. And now that I think about it, I did always enjoy getting to choose a new pair of sneakers. While Payless probably wasn't the first place most kids thought of for shoe shopping, your parents would start working you over trying to sell you on the cheap footwear. They may have even convinced you that the pair of XJ900s or Pro Wings with the Velcro straps were just as good as Reebok or Nike, and you believed it right up until that first step into your junior high when the merciless bullying began. The only thing worse than being a Payless kid was being called a blue light special Kmart shopper. I don't know how middle grade kids knew so much about fashion, but they never failed to spot a budget ensemble. If you valued your street cred, you did everything in your power to steer your parents to Foot Locker for a pair of Reebok pumps.
If you're getting pumped for basketball, pumped for cross-training, pumped for aerobics, or pumped for tennis, get the full effect of all the new Reebok pumps at Foot Locker, where it all begins.
Or maybe Nike Air.
Wake up! Let's go. Ready? Yeah. Go.
Nike Air keeps your bones alive longer.
And if not those, then any one of the other popular sneakers of the 80s and 90s like Keds, Kangaroos, platform sneakers, or LA Gear's light-up shoes. After all, you gotta own the light if you wanna own the night.
It's powerful. This is a powerful shoe. It's pretty serious. Light Gear by LA Tiffany. I think it's an upper class of sneakers on the court. That is real cool. I wonder who thought of this. Some big college AAA master's degree having. There must be some brainy mugs. If people start having too much fun with this, they're gonna ban it. You gotta own the light if you wanna own the night.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait just a second there, trigger finger. Before you buffer past my 15-second pitch, consider expelling less energy to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and activate our notification bell. Your reward will be even more of me. And a brand new retro topic every Saturday, which that's nice too, I guess.
Another devious trick our parents might have played on us was shopping at Kids R Us, because so often the Kids R Us was right next door to, you guessed it, Toys R Us. And seriously, what a monstrous twist of fate to pull into the parking lot of a Toys R Us only to veer into a clothing store.
Change, pose in your Kids R Us clothes. Baby, let's go where the prices are low to the biggest clothes store there is. However you dress, you can do it for less. Yes, change into a Kids R Us kid. Kids R Us has a clearance, the best in town, 25% off on clothes marked down for a limited time. 25% more is taken off these clothes in the store. Change into a Kids R Us kid.
To be fair, they did have a few kiosk games to play. You can see one in the commercial called The Dream Machine, and there were a couple others like a fortune teller and a tic-tac-toe style game that would light up. Sadly, information about these games is hard to come by, and my own personal memory of them is rather vague. If your parents were low-key diabolical, they would use the proximity of Toys R Us to bribe you into being obedient while clothes shopping. If you were good, they'd promise, you could choose a single toy from Toys R Us. Diabolical though it may be, it also worked. That isn't to say there weren't any fashion trends that we weren't keen to model on the first day of school. Yes, we thought that commercial was incredibly cool in the 80s, and if Bugle Boy couldn't sell a few pairs of jeans and some windbreakers after ripping off Thriller, they probably never would. Of course, we looked nothing like the people in the commercial. This was more our style. Hyper-color shirts were another article of clothing that actually made us want to go back to school shopping.
First interactive TV walk. Get up!
Place your hand here. And here.
Heat.
Make it happen. Happen.
Here.
Here. Place your hand here. Hypercolor.
These were the coolest possible shirts you could own until you realized that everyone at school wanted to touch it. Well, unless you were into that sort of thing. For everyone else, it became a nightmare, especially when you started sweating and the shirt highlighted your pit stains for all to see. As awesome as the shirts were, they'd inevitably become around the house wear rather than back to school wear. It wasn't all about the clothing though, because we also had to accessorize. There were all kinds of accessory fads like scrunchies, charm bracelets, chokers, and baseball caps, worn backwards, of course. Necklaces often had yin and yang or peace sign charms on them. Mood rings had a brief moment in the sun. I guess fanny packs must have been popular with someone at some point, but I always remember them being ultra lame. Meanwhile, older teens, having already gotten their ears pierced at the piercing pagoda kiosk, graduated to nose rings. If they were old enough, maybe even tongue and belly button rings at the local tattoo parlors. Once we were done with our new wardrobes, our parents turned to the task of collecting all the necessary school supplies.
Picking out the perfect lunchbox can be serious business. Hey, the kid's going to be stuck with it for a whole year. So even the littlest lunchbox toters have very specific ideas about what they want to carry to school.
I like this one and the Transformer one. I think GoBots.
Now, what makes these guys all right?
Well, you know, they're neat. They're sort of like Transformers. They usually change a lot. They're just neat.
Masters of the Universe, Transformers, and GoBots are the big sellers this school year. On the feminine side of things, Care Bears and Hug-a-Bunch are popular.
It's for the girls.
Picking out just the right box can be a lifetime kind of decision. As children, we come to identify with those decorative cartoon characters. They stare back at us day after day through dozens of bags of Fritos and bologna sandwiches. And we remember our lunchtime friends for years to come.
I carried the Flintstones when I went to school.
Well, once it was Jungle Book. I had a lot of different ones, Barbie once.
I think I was carrying the one with G.I. Joe when I was really young.
The market for this kind of lunchbox is usually limited to younger students. Once the child reaches the tender age of, say, 10 or so, he usually decides to trade in that old familiar tin box for a brown bag or even cafeteria food. Linda Frederick, Channel 5 News.
As they mentioned in the video, many of us outgrew our lunchboxes by middle school, but looking back, I sort of wish I hadn't. I guess there's something particularly juvenile about carrying one around. Like, if you see an adult with one, you probably assume they were bringing it to their child. And that's kind of sad because, honestly, lunchboxes are highly functional and serve a specific purpose that many of us could still benefit from. Plus, I guess I just want it to be okay for me to carry around a rad Gremlins lunchbox without coworkers giving me the side eye all the time. They're just jealous that they don't have hot soup in a decorative Ghostbusters thermos. Go ahead and brown bag it, but I'm going to sport my Dukes of Hazzard gear until the day I die. As far as materials go, I prefer the metal cases over the later plastic ones, though they both hold a significant amount of nostalgia for me. For my money, many of the best designs were on the tin or stainless steel boxes with full wraparound images. The plastic counterparts usually just had a single large sticker on the front. There have been claims over the years that metal lunchboxes were banned due to safety concerns, claims that were perhaps even fueled by the Marilyn Manson song Lunchbox, which is about how he would defend himself against bullies with his Kiss lunchbox. However, the truth is that manufacturers shifted to plastics due to the lower cost of production. Since we've covered many common school supplies in our School Supplies episode, I had to dig a little deeper for other back-to-school items we purchased as kids. Then I remembered textbook cover protectors. At the beginning of every school year, the teachers would hand out new textbooks. We'd have to sign them out and promise to not completely trash them, and perhaps, as a way of ensuring this, teachers informed us of the required textbook covers. In the youngest grades, they'd often teach us how to make the covers out of brown paper bags from the store, probably hoping that if they gave parents a free way to complete the task, that it was more likely to get done. Of course, if you were one of the kids with those sad brown-covered books, as I was, you probably used colored markers or crayons to decorate the heck out of those dingy things. The luckiest of us, however, got to buy book covers, which, like most school supplies, came in a variety of designs. They weren't the most sought after of school supplies, but they were often that little extra pizzazz you needed on a long school day.
After talking about the variety of back-to-school shopping experiences we had as kids, I have to admit, I think Alyssa was right. Even though there was often a sense of sadness for the passing of summer, there could also be a lingering excitement for returning to school, seeing your classmates again, and yes, getting to buy new stuff to show off to your friends. Of course, everyone's experience is different, which is why I have to ask, did you enjoy back-to-school shopping, or did you dread it? What were some of your favorite things to buy in preparation of the new school year? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
One of our recent videos, a nostalgic trip to the movies, garnered a few responses from viewers about their memories of drive-in movies as opposed to traditional movie theaters. Since we take viewer suggestions seriously, our 1-year anniversary mystery video will confirm that, it was a no-brainer for us to also cover this popular topic. As the Retro Days team fires up the magic time machine for yet another trip into the past, a few precautions are necessary because we're testing out a few new features. Sure hope nothing bad happens to our gizmo, considering it's mostly held together with hopes, dreams, and a little duct tape. We load into the old Tilt-A-Whirl car, retrofit with buzzing and whirring electronic components, including our new ooze-powered flux capacitor, supercharged with the antenna from Bill and Ted's phone booth. We painted lightning bolts on the sides to pay proper homage to Joe Dante's classic film Explorers, under which we plastered images of Photog Smurf just so there's no confusion as to whom this magic time machine belongs. And yes, we know the Thunder Road in Explorers wasn't a time machine, but it is now. Would you like to do the honors? I ask, pointing to the big red button in the middle of the console. You nod excitedly. 3, 2, 1. You hit the button and there's an explosion of colored lights outside the craft. It coalesces into something of a rainbow bubble surrounded by strobing lights. The craft lifts off, vibrating and shaking until we reach the clouds. I point out into the dreamscape. A slideshow of drive-in history plays for us as we soar through a wormhole and into the nostalgic realm. Projected onto the walls of the wormhole, as if we were sitting inside the screen at a drive-in, we learn that although people started watching movies outdoors as far back as the 1910s, the first official drive-in theater was constructed by auto parts salesman Richard Hollingshead in 1933. At the time, customers paid a mere 25 cents entrance fee. The first movie ever shown at this drive-in was the British comedy Wives Beware. Although a few more drive-ins opened in the intervening years, they didn't really take off until the 40s. And by 1958, there were 4,063 drive-ins in the United States, mostly in rural areas, as a minimum of 15 acres for the lot was preferred. According to Encyclopedia.com, in the 1940s and 1950s, many owners capitalized on this idea of the drive-in being a place of family entertainment and offered features to attract more customers. Drive-ins had playgrounds, baby bottle warmers, fireworks, laundry services, and concession stands that sold hamburgers, sodas, popcorn, candy, hot dogs, and other refreshments.
Though the golden age of drive-in theaters ran roughly from the 1950s through the 1960s, there was still a market, albeit a changing one, through the 70s and 80s. When the 1970s oil crisis hit, many people began skipping the drive-in to save on gas costs. To stay in business, some lots began showing more and more horror, B-movies, and even adult content. The great decline of the drive-in continued, and today there are roughly only between 300 and 400 such outdoor venues in operation. Even though the 70s and 80s marked a serious nosedive for drive-ins, that's exactly where our Magic Time Machine is headed, so brace for impact.
Where should we go? Where's all the action on Friday night? The drive-in.
Our Magic Time Machine floats down into an alternate realm of intermixed 70s and 80s charm. Right ahead of us, the giant screen of a local theater is aglow with images of B-movie perfection. We hover for only a moment before descending and exiting the vehicle. And would you look at that? We're young again, just like last time. It's the ooze in our flux capacitor, I explain. You're surveying the entrance of the drive-in and a concerned look crosses your face. Wait, don't we need a car to get in? And even if we had one, look at us, we're too young to drive. Producer Tony laughs and straightens the collar of his jean jacket. You keep forgetting the magic part of our Magic Time Machine. He hits the side of the vehicle like the Fonz hitting a jukebox, and it transforms before our eyes into a 1977 Dodge Diplomat. He reaches inside and scoops some ooze from the flux capacitor, then splashes everyone, and we age up to 17. Groovy. Now, get in the trunk, Tony commands. The trunk? You stammer? Hey, you wanted the full drive-in experience, right? Well, before they started charging per carload, we'd usually jam 1 or 2 people in the trunk to save a few bucks. You say, that's stealing. Oh, besides, we need the trunk space to sneak in beer. Tony thinks this over before agreeing that yes, the beer is essential. Apparently, this older teen version of the Retro Days gang is, dare I say, cool? Well, okay. No, we're definitely not cool, but we sure are trying pretty hard. Alyssa has outgrown her neon attire and Nickelodeon shirts, opting for big hair and a chambray jumpsuit. And writer Tony, well, he's still dressed like Freddy Krueger, which is getting a little bit weird. Never mind all that. We pile into the car and I pull up to the ticket booth where an exhausted middle-aged man steps out and takes our money in exchange for what looks like raffle or carnival tickets instead of the fancy printout kind you'd get at the real movie theater. He says, no outside food or drink. Tune your radio to 87.9 for the movies. Concessions available all night. He eyes us suspiciously. You don't got anyone stashed in the trunk now, do you? We say no, and he seems to believe us, so we pull into the vast lot ahead that has already filled in with a dozen or so other cars. The unwritten rule was that families parked near the front, teen groups or dates parked in the middle rows, and teens who were looking to snuggle, well, they parked in the back where it was nice and dark. The aisles are lined with poles that used to hold radios, but those were used less and less as time went on, and movie soundtracks could be broadcast directly to car radios. Some drive-ins in the 80s still used them, but this place seems to have only left the poles as a way of demarcating where cars should park.
Voiceover John sure can get long-winded sometimes. It's almost like someone is forcing him to read these words. Well, anyway, you look super familiar to me, viewer. Almost as if you've been here before, and yet you're not yet subscribed. Well, let's get that fixed. Yeah, right down there. Yeah, at the bottom of the page. Got it! Now we get to hang out again every Saturday with brand new retro topics. See you then.
Once we find a good spot, I joke, no outside food or drink, he says. Even though we absolutely plan on hitting concessions, like our previous trip to the movie theater, it never hurts to come prepared. Of course, being in a car allows for even more snacks. No longer are we relegated to the size of our pockets, and we took full advantage. In the trunk, we have a cooler filled with beer and soda. There's Dr. Pepper, Tab, Orange Slice, and is that a Hubba Bubba soda?
Hubba Bubba me, Hubba Bubba you, Hubba Bubba Bubble Gum Soda is new. Hubba Bubba is so cool. Bubble Gum Soda, Hubba Bubba Bubble Gum Soda. They got got the bubbles, they got the smiles, they got the taste that's gonna drive you wild. Hubba bubba, bubble gum soda. Love that hubba bubble bubble gum soda.
Whoa, deep cut. We also smuggled in Pizzeria's pizza chips, Jumpin' Jack Cheese Doritos, and Crunch Taters.
New crunch taters, mighty mesquite. When that crunch explodes, knock me off my feet. That barbecue, I'm telling you, it's got a thunderous crunch, so tell the bunch. There's a real taste explosion between the flavor and the crunch. Lay's Crunch Taters, extra crunchy potato chips. There's a barbecue taste explosion between the flavor and the crunch.
Let's go ahead and assume that the trunk is literally overflowing with junk food and drinks, because this is one of those theaters that started opting for double and triple feature marathons for the customers rather than attempting to sell tickets to single movies. Many drive-ins operated this way even before the decline due to the kinds of B-movies and second-run films they tended to get. Our double feature, as proclaimed by the giant marquee at the entrance, is Little Shop of Horrors followed by Gremlins, which by all accounts is a darn good lineup. There's still some daylight left to burn off before the first feature, but that doesn't stop the projectionist from playing some pre-roll.
Folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
We take their advice and walk down to the concession stand, which is a small building at the center of the lot. On the way, we see lots of other people chatting outside their cars, strolling around the land, and retreating back to their vehicles with bags of popcorn and drinks. Once inside, we're hit with an insane combination of wonderful aromas. Sure, we have all the same delicious smells that you got at your regular movie theater, like popcorn and hot dogs, but the drive-in concession stand also has a fully functioning grill. Hamburgers, French fries, chicken nuggets, corn dogs, and even pizza are on the menu. For dessert, there are milkshakes, soft-serve ice cream, and candy bars. Not to be outdone by other movie theaters, there were also banks of boxed candies like Sour Patch Kids, Junior Mints, Snow Caps, Goobers, and Raisinets. And of course, plenty of popcorn to go around. Back in the car with our loot, we all drink and snack as the sun dips below the horizon. As the sky takes on a deep blue hue with vibrant pinks along the far reaches of the world, the projectionist shows coming attractions, followed by a Three Stooges short. When the first feature begins, we turn up the radio and quiet our chatter. We feel insulated in our dedicated space where we can hunker down and create our own special atmosphere. Talking during the movie and goofing around with each other is okay here because we're not ruining anyone else's experience in our little car. Besides, these are old releases that we've seen before, making the whole experience very different from the indoor theaters where we pay a premium for a new release. There's something more laid back about the drive-in, and that ain't just the beer talking. After the first show, we're treated to an intermission. More concessions and a bathroom break, everybody.
Oh, the time is now, the time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look at here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
Not that we needed more snacks, but we bought more snacks. What can I say? Those wonderful intermission trailers always get me hankering for a corn dog and nachos. There's something about that radioactive nacho cheese that is both alarming and irresistible. Piled back in the car, the second movie starts, and I find myself gazing into the sky at the stars. We have all the windows open, and the night breeze carries scents of cut grass, popcorn, and something unidentifiable. Not quite an aroma, rather the essence of the drive-in itself. A mixture of atmosphere and emotion, particular to watching movies outside, surrounded by a summertime attitude and spooky late-night enchantment. As Gremlins plays on the screen and the overabundance of snack food weighs you down, the subtle drive-in soundtrack rocks you to sleep. You let the drowsiness take over, still hearing the far-off sounds of Gremlins invade your dreams.
I took the liberty of whisking you back to the future as you slept. I hope you don't mind having missed the end of the movie, but I think you'll agree that even a little nap during a drive-in double feature was part of the experience for some. I don't know about you, but those outdoor movie sojourns were some of the most memorable of my life. And if you never had the chance to attend, well, there are still a few hundred such venues scattered around the country. Tony, our writer, for instance, told me that although he never got to attend a drive-in as a kid, he's since been to his local outdoor theater, the Mahoning Drive-In, more times than he can count. Well, how about you? What are some of your fondest memories of the drive-in? Did you go as a kid, or as an adult, or not at all? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
So there you are, smack dab in the middle of August with only a couple of weeks of summer left. And wouldn't you know it, a huge thunderstorm just hit. And worse, your parents, the great doomsayers of your young life, alert you to the possibility of a full week of rain. What devilry is this? You're pretty sure all the teachers from your elementary school must have gotten together to perform a cursed ritual in a sadistic plot to steal the last days of summer from the youth of the world.
Ha! Shows what they know. There is no way we're gonna let those adults get away with their evil plan. No, sir. I have a few tricks up my sleeve for rainy summer days like this, and the Retro Days team is gonna pull out all the stops.
Weather alert! Weather alert!
Hey, that's Mr. Kite!
We're going to have some rain, Pee-wee, and from the looks of those clouds, it's going to be a big storm.
Are you sure?
Absolutely!
Sitting indoors during a rainstorm is a unique form of torture, especially so close to the end of summer, when by all rights you should be outside riding your bike, playing basketball, and going to the park. In a particularly melancholy state, you press your face to the fogged up window and mutter, "Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day." But the rain doesn't stop. It only falls heavier than before. A snap of intense light is followed by the immediate crack of thunder, and all the bulbs flicker. "Whoo, doggy," your dad says. "That one was close. Come on now, stay away from the windows, just in case." You say, "I was gonna meet up with John and Alyssa at the arcade." The words come out like a weedy whine and you cringe, hoping your dad doesn't comment on it. Instead, he only says, "It'll have to wait for another day. Sorry, kiddo." Hold the phone. Something hits you. How are you even here? Back in that peculiar mishmash of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It reminds you of those YouTube videos, but wait, what the heck is YouTube? The doorbell rings and your heart lurches. Something to do! You scramble to reach the door before anyone else, and you swing it open to reveal little me, still wearing my Atari hat and Pac-Man fanny pack from our trip to the movies, and adolescent Alyssa in her Nickelodeon gear and neon accessories. It all comes rushing back. You took another ride on the Retro Days Magic Time Machine. But why here, and why now, during a stupid rainstorm? I can see the confusion on your face and say, don't you remember all the fun you can have when it's raining? No, not really, you reply. Even better, Alyssa exclaims, there's nothing like being reminded of nearly lost memories. Yeah, okay, I guess, you say. Like what? Alyssa smiles. Like so many things. Video games, the salvation of many a bored kid across the world. After the advent of at-home gaming with the release of the Magnavox Odyssey in 1972, Home Pong in 1975, the Coleco Telstar in 76, and the Atari 2600 in 1977, there were finally video game options for the days when you couldn't make it to the arcade, like during today's blustery summer storm. Now that you're on board with our little thunderstorm party of the past, you lead Alyssa and me to your rec room and present an alarmingly wide variety of systems from across the decades. Next to the Atari 2600 sits an NES, and next to that a Sega Genesis, and next to that is the TurboGrafx 16.
It's coming soon to a television set near you, an incredibly advanced video game system. Are you ready for these amazing graphics and vibrant colors? Can you handle the speed and the power? How about the capacity for stereo sound and for 5 players? You decide before September, because it's coming. TurboGrafx 16, the higher energy video game system. Games sold separately.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up, I say. You have a TurboGrafx? Like barely anyone has that system. Alyssa removes a device that looks suspiciously like Ziggy from Quantum Leap and starts typing something. A few Ziggy-esque sound effects later and she reveals 1.7 million TurboGrafx 16 consoles were sold between its release in 1989 and 1991, if we're talking solely United States sales figures. In comparison, the Sega Genesis, which came out 2 weeks earlier, sold 500,000 units in the first year alone, 1.5 million by 1990, and 3.1 million by 1991. In addition, that same year, the Super Nintendo launched with 2 million total US sales. Not to mention, by 1991, the NES had racked up a whopping 31.9 million US sales. The point being, yes, comparatively, there were far fewer households with a TurboGrafx 16 console. I sputter. Thanks, Alyssa. That was comprehensive. Let's just play some bonk. What do you say?
TurboGrafx 16 is about to knock video games back into the Stone Age. It's 10,000 years ago. You're a cave dude. You are carnivorous. You've got to bonk 28 stages of prehistoric bad guys to rescue your excellent-looking princess. And you've only got one weapon. Bonk's Adventure, only on the TurboGrafx 16 system.
If the TurboGrafx 16 had a mascot, like Nintendo's Mario or Sega's Sonic, then Bonk was most assuredly it. Though Bonk's Adventures would eventually also be ported to other systems, including the NES, Amiga, Game Boy, and the arcades. Either way, the game is incredibly fun, and we all gather around the wonderfully cubic CRT television to control the big-headed caveman as he jumps on flowers and headbutts various creatures. After that, we slide out the unique Hue card, which were these thin, credit card-sized cartridges, and insert Devil's Crush Pinball, another favorite right alongside the original installment of Alien Crush. The multi-tiered nature of each machine, crawling creatures and dark ambiance all make either game a prime choice for this dreary day. After a few games, you start getting fidgety again and say, "We can play video games anytime. What else do you have planned?"
I wonder how long it will rain.
According to my calculations, it's going to rain all day.
Gee, all day.
Boy, I guess the whole day is ruined.
Why do you say that, Jerry?
Well, for one thing, Pee-wee's gonna be sitting on me all day.
No way! Rainy days are special days. There's a lot of really fun stuff we can do while it's raining. I know. Let's make...
What do you want to make, Pee-wee?
Paper airplanes. Hey, everybody go and get a piece of paper.
Paper airplanes? You say, "Get real." Okay, fine. That's maybe a little too basic. How about this, though? The rain is starting to slow, so why not build paper boats that we can sail down the gutter rivers? What's with the face? Oh, I know what you're thinking.
Hi, Georgie.
Don't worry, I can guarantee there aren't any sewer clowns out there. Alligators? Maybe, but no clowns. And since we're out here in the rain anyway, we might as well conduct a few rain foot races. They were one of my favorite things to do as a kid, and seeing as how we have teenage knees again, we might as well put these bad boys to work. Ready, set, go! Whew, okay. Even as a kid, I'm pretty beat. We spend a few more minutes jumping in puddles, and since we lost our paper boats, taking random leaves or anything that will float and sending them on down the little river. As fun as this all is, now we're soaked, so we head back inside to dry off and find something else to do.
Hey, hold on for 15 seconds, voiceover John, on Cam John here for a simple request of our viewers. If you're enjoying today's topic, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and clicking that notification bell so you never miss another nostalgic moment with us here at Retro Days. Okay, get back to work, you slouch.
I'm not sure what it is about rainy days, but they always feel like the perfect time for movies and popcorn. What better way to spend a dreary day when you can't or don't want to go outside? Luckily, you have a couple VHS rentals from your visit to Blockbuster yesterday, and they're sitting atop the VCR in their white, blue, and yellow plastic cases. You hold up the videos to reveal our options: Jurassic Park and Dolls. Both are solid choices given the storm raging outside. Jurassic Park has the big rainstorm finale, and the storm in Dolls causes the protagonist's car to become stuck in mud. Being a wonderfully campy 80s horror movie, they of course end up at an old mansion for the night. You tell us it was the creepy VHS cover art that made you rent this one. The doll holding its own eyeballs was simply too good to pass up. We decide to watch both movies. It's not like we're going anywhere today, which means boatloads of popcorn are needed. For that, there were 3 methods available to us.
Hello, I'm Orville Redenbacher with my famous gourmet popping corn and my new gourmet microwave popping corn in handy pop and serve bag. My special kernels pop lighter and fluffier than other corns. So do mine. Just pop it in your microwave, then pop it in your mouth. Mine tastes light and fluffy too. So does mine. Pop my gourmet popping corn or my new gourmet microwave popping corn. For the lightest, fluffiest popcorn, there's only one. Orville Redenbacher.
Alyssa chooses the fastest method for her popcorn, the microwave. You have Orville Redenbacher and Pop's Secret. Since it's going to take us longer with our selections, she decides to make a bag of each. You reach for the classic air popper, mainly because you love melting a slab of butter in the little compartment on the top while the popcorn pops.
Time was you had to go to the movies for great-tasting popcorn popped with hot air instead of hot oil. Now there's the Wherever Popcorn Pumper, the first electric hot air home corn popper. The Wherever Popcorn Pumper pops up batch after batch of big, light, delicious-tasting popcorn just like at the movies. The great taste of movie theater popcorn. It took the Wherever Popcorn Pumper to bring it home.
Oh, popcorn.
See the Wherever Popcorn Pumper at all Gimbal stores.
As for me, well, I reach for a classic Jiffy Pop stovetop popper.
Gather round the Jiffy Pop.
Gather round the Jiffy Pop.
The Jiffy Pop.
The Jiffy Pop.
Gather round the Jiffy Pop, the family fun treat.
And here's great fun, a Jungle Book Magic Picture Kit, free in specially marked packages of Jiffy Pop popcorn. Each kit's a different scene from Walt Disney Productions' full-length feature, Jungle Book. 4 fun scenes in all.
Here comes the Jiffy Pop. Fresh, hot, and delicious every time because you make it yourself. Gather round the Jiffy Pop, the family fun treat.
When the movies end and we're all filled up with popcorn and soda, we play a few rounds of Uno, Go Fish, and War before boredom comes creeping back and you say, for the last time, is it ever gonna stop raining?
Rainy days are yucky.
Let's use our imagination.
Okay.
I'll be a superhero.
I'm my sister. I'm a circus star.
Hey, sounds like a herd of elephants up there.
No, only one. McDonald's.
We sometimes forget how much of childhood was made up of pure fantasy and imagination. But after our little trip in the magic time machine, we remember the pure joy of creation. You run off and grab a stack of drawing paper and a bunch of crayons, markers, and colored pencils. Let's make a comic, you exclaim. Alyssa says, what should it be about? A crack of thunder causes us all to jump. We peer through the bedroom window at the cloudy, wet world, and I suggest, how about a water monster that breaks into the house and we have to defeat it if we ever want it to stop raining? We all agree that it's the best idea any of us have ever heard of and is likely to be adapted into a movie that will win an Oscar and make us filthy rich and famous. Of course, we abandon our efforts halfway through so that we can start brainstorming Halloween costumes with your parents' old clothes in the attic. And then we abandoned that plan, because your parents are super boring and have nothing fun up there, to create rules for our very own tag game. And after a few rounds of that, we then decide it's actually pretty stupid. We go back to the comic, only now we decide it's a script for our own radio show that we'll tape to cassette using your boombox. And even though none of these things are ever finished, we feel incredibly satisfied and happy, because we've explored the recesses of our vastly creative brains and have come to realize, in that childish way, that there are no limits to reality.
I love the rain.
After a fantabulous return trip in the automatic, galactic, and erratic Retro Days Magic Time Machine, we find ourselves back in 2024, occupying our contemporary bodies, and man, boy does it feel old and creaky by comparison. See if you Advil in my future. I hope you all enjoyed today's trip into the not-so-distant past, where we discovered that rainy days weren't really all that bad. We were still young and full of imagination, and with only a mere 2 weeks of summer left, we weren't about to give up an entire day. So what do you say? If a rainy day hits this August, how will you spend your time? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, preteen kids often didn't have much in the way of money. Our parents would shove us through the door after breakfast and say, "Have fun, don't come back till lunch." If we had a couple of quarters in our pockets, we were lucky. If our parents gave us a whole $1 or more, that was a heck of a day indeed. Of course, we didn't need much money back then, and a few quarters were more than enough to supplement the otherwise free summer entertainment we planned on engaging in, like riding our bikes, going to the park, playing basketball, fishing, and a plethora of other flights of fancy.
Still, we did have those few quarters, and it wasn't like we were gonna save them. I mean, investing money was for the olds. Kids spend money. So we'd buy junk food at the corner store or play a couple of games of Street Fighter 2. And sometimes, those fantastic little 25-cent vending machines would call our names, and we'd deposit our quarter for a chance at a mystery prize dispensed in a small plastic container. Vending machines come in all shapes and sizes, and they offer a seemingly unlimited variety of goods. While our focus today will be largely on toy capsule and sticker machines, it bears mentioning where it all started. And wouldn't you know it, like so many other topics we've covered, the origins date back much farther than you might realize. According to Mary Bellis for ThoughtCode.com, the first recorded example of the vending machine came from Greek mathematician Hero of Alexandria, who invented a device that dispensed holy water inside Egyptian temples. Additional examples include a brass machine in English taverns that dispensed tobacco circa 1615, an English newspaper vending machine from 1822, and the first fully automatic vending machine, which dispensed stamps in 1867. Through the late 1800s, both England and the United States saw an influx of vending machines which dispensed such products as envelopes, postcards, notepaper, and tutti frutti gum. In Paris in the 1880s, vending machines even started to offer beer, wine, and liquor. Another early form of vending machines were restaurants called automats. These fantastic little food restaurants like Horn and Hard Hat, which opened its first store in 1902 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and would later move to New York in 1912, offered a variety of options behind little doors. Consumers would access their chosen food by paying with a coin, early on a mere nickel, which unlocked the door. Of course, for kids of a certain age, the only kinds of vending machines we truly cared about were the ones that dispensed toys, stickers, or candy. As reported by Jacob Maslow for Streetwise Journal, the first toy vending machines appeared in the 1930s and typically dispensed small, inexpensive toys such as bouncy balls or small figurines. These machines were generally mechanical, requiring the user to insert a coin and turn a knob to release the toy. Starting in the 1970s and into the 1980s, these vending machines started using little plastic capsules to house the toys that were dispensed. Different names for these types of machines came about, but the most common were toy capsule machines, egg machines, 25-cent machines, and in Japan, gashapon. These often small mechanical vending machines seemed to be everywhere in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They were also probably the first kind of targeted impulse buying we had ever experienced. Whenever you were leaving a supermarket, corner store, video store, big box store, mall, or arcade, there seemed to always be a bank of these small machines beckoning you to approach with your pocket full of quarters. And that was part of the problem. We always seemed to have at least a single quarter in our pockets as kids, and these machines offered us a perfect way to spend it. Part of the appeal for me was the mystery element. Even though the machines often had a little display card on the front showing you what kind of toys were offered inside, you never knew what you'd get and usually didn't get what you wanted. The cards often sometimes would suggest that other quality items or other items of equal value were inside, and that was never a good sign. But we didn't mind all that much because unlike claw machines, you would at least get something for your quarter. Often, the display cards would boast a collection of plastic junk with perhaps a single chase item. They'd flaunt a digital watch, but you'd inevitably get the plastic ring. Other times, they'd offer a variety of similar toys with slight variations in style. There were plastic necklaces and rings, tiny figurines, bouncy balls, paratroopers, aliens, keychains, magic tricks, fortune teller miracle fish, sheriff badges, dice, and so much more. Into the late 80s and early 90s, finding machines that specialized in slime became increasingly common as well. Around October, if you were lucky, you might even find some machines that would transform their selections into Halloween-specific toys with monster finger puppets, skulls, skeletons, plastic fangs, and witch fingers. Our parents would attempt to reason with us. They'd explain all the toys were basically the same plastic junk you always got, and it'd end up lost or in the trash within a week. But we didn't care, not when there was a tiny cap gun up for grabs. Nearby, you might also spot the 10-cent machines, which usually housed tiny capsules that were so small only a plastic ring or pendant could fit inside. These were best avoided unless you had an errant dime in your pocket and had no other use for it. Similar to the regular toy capsule machines with a little extra added pizzazz were the Lucky Egg machines. You'd usually find these larger fixtures at supermarkets, arcades, and sometimes at a random pizza parlor. The gimmick with these was when you used the plunger to deposit your coin, the chicken would spin around making a clucking noise before, plunk, laying a plastic egg with a toy inside. There were a few variations of the classic Lucky Egg, the most popular being the Flintstones variety, which featured a ton of great Hanna-Barbera artwork and a spinning Fred Flintstone inside the machine who would say, "Yabba dabba doo, and good luck to you," or "Dino thanks you." Perhaps a little confusing about the whole premise is that the machine clearly states the eggs are from Dino, of course. Further down, it even specifies, "Insert a coin and I will lay an egg with a present inside for you." They probably did this so kids wouldn't think that Fred was laying eggs, but having a spinning Dino inside instead of Fred would have made a lot more sense. Another favorite vending machine, and one I could never pass up, was the sticker machine. Most often these dispensed prism stickers, sometimes called sparkle stickers, but you'd also run across ones with regular stickers, decals, and even temporary tattoos. Stickers carried a premium, and you'd usually have to fork over at least 50 cents and sometimes more to get one. But boy was it worth it, if not only for the satisfying feeling of pushing the coin plunger in and watching the little white cardboard folder eject. You'd pull the prize from the machine and open the cardboard to reveal the sticker you received. And yeah, half the time it wasn't the one you were hoping for, but if it was a machine with a specific theme, you probably got something pretty good. For every machine offering Garfield, Peanuts, X-Men, Batman, and The Simpsons, you'd find 5 others that had much more generic offerings. Unicorns, clowns, dragons, hearts, aliens, animals, and rainbows were all on display. Apparently there were machines that had horror movie prism stickers, but I was never lucky enough to actually see these in the wild when I was younger, or else I would have spent my college fund on them. Occasionally, we might decide to spend our hard-earned quarters on something like candy, gum, or nuts, but not before we gave the knob a hard turn to the left and right to see if we could shake anything loose for free. Hey, kids gotta try, know what I'm saying? It was like how we always checked the coin return on payphones. Of course, it only sometimes worked, and when the trick failed, we'd dig into our pockets and pay the quarter for a gumball. The candy I most often gravitated toward when it came to quarter machines anyway was the one with runts. I don't know what it was about the mixture of fruit-shaped hard candy, but I couldn't pass it up. Other common favorites were Skittles, M&Ms, which weren't always real M&Ms, Chiclets, and Reese's Pieces. In the world of gumballs, they had a few gimmicks, like ones that looked like mini baseballs, but I usually stuck to a 5-cent bazooka if I wanted gum, and not just because it was cheap, I always loved the free mini comic that was inserted under the wrapper. Oh, right, and then there were nuts, which, honestly, I usually avoided, not counting the French burnt peanuts, which were more candy than nut in my estimation. There was just something off-putting about a glass container of powdery-looking loose nuts that sent me running in the other direction. Yikes. While this venture's a little outside our focus today, we can't talk about vending machines without mentioning, well, vending machines. Yes, I'm talking about your run-of-the-mill soda and snack machines. There's not a lot to say here except I miss the low prices of yesteryear, when you could plunk in a quarter or maybe 50 cents and get your choice of name brand beverages like Coke, Pepsi, A&W, root beer, Slice, Sprite, and all the rest. For the same low price, you could snag a bag of chips or candy bar from the machine next to the sodas, and for less than $1, you were set. It was a great time to be alive.
Like some of our recent episodes, what we've covered today isn't really gone. You can still pretty much find all of these types of vending machines lurking around your neighborhood. Because of this, the nostalgia we feel, if indeed you feel nostalgia for these things at all, may revolve around a specific type of machine or the specific toys and stickers you remember getting. On the other hand, there's something comforting in the knowledge that these things still exist, that kids of today can experience the joy of a cheap mystery toy in a capsule. It's good to see not everything has become obsolete in our new digital world. So tell me, what are some of the most memorable stickers or toys you received from a vending machine? Are there any specific machines you miss? Do you still have any of those toys or stickers? Do you still use the new ones around today? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
A lot of the time, nostalgia tends to galvanize around people, places, and things that are no longer around. Take our recent video about the video rental store. There may be a few shops scattered around the world, and you can still find old VHS tapes at the flea market, but the experience of going to an actual video rental store to get a new release is largely gone for most of us. That creates a longing, not only for the experience itself, but for a time when that experience was possible.
That's perhaps why, in relation, our collective nostalgia for going to the movies doesn't quite hit the same peaks. Comparing it to yet another recent video, we can see similarities between camping and going to a theater. Both activities are still possible, even if they aren't 100% the same as they used to be. Even so, those of us who grew up going to the movies in the 70s, 80s, and 90s know that it was a unique experience that can't be perfectly recreated in the 2020s unless you subscribe to a particular YouTube channel known for taking such trips into the past. That's right, we're again using our magic time machine that not only transports us to the past, but deposits you in your childhood self. So strap in and don't be alarmed by the sudden appearance of jelly shoes on your feet, big crunchy hair atop your head, or Frankie Says Relax on your t-shirt. You open your eyes to a beautiful sight, the marquee of your local movie theater. There are others bustling around you, some staring up at the list of movies, others forming lines at the ticket booth. And hey, look who's with you. It's little me wearing my Atari hat and Pac-Man fanny pack, Tiny Tony dressed like Freddy Krueger for some weird reason, adolescent Alyssa wearing a Nickelodeon shirt and neon everything, young Jimmy dressed like Tom Cruise from Top Gun, and producer Tony wearing an all-denim ensemble. That's right, the entire Retro Days crew decided to stow away in the time machine for this journey. And I think you'll agree, there hasn't been a crew this, cool since the Monster Squad. The movie list on the theater marquee seems almost too good to be true. Because, sure, we could have blasted back to a specific year, say 1987, to find movies like The Lost Boys, RoboCop, Predator, and Full Metal Jacket all playing at the same time, or we could have hit 1989 to find Batman, Ghostbusters 2, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Field of Dreams. But don't forget, our time machine is magic, so why not enter an alternate reality where all of those previous movies are playing simultaneously alongside The Goonies, Star Wars, Beetlejuice, The Terminator, Die Hard, Big, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, The Thing, and every other film you'd want to see. Not that we could see them all in a single night, but you gotta admit, that'd be one epic marquee. While we're trying to decide on a movie, we decide to hit the adjacent 7-Eleven to buy some extra snacks for the movie. Producer Tony straightens his denim jacket and says, "I don't know, you guys, we're not supposed to bring outside food into the theater." Adolescent Alyssa laughs, "Scaredy cat." "Am not," Tony replies. Tiny Tony brandishes his Freddy Krueger glove. "Then prove it." Our little gang of miscreants agree, movie theater snacks can be expensive. We'll still hit the concession stand anyway, but it never hurts to come prepared. In the convenience mart, we pack our arms tight with anything that will fit in our pockets. We grab a few candy bars like Bar None, Score, and whatchamacallit. Young Jimmy removes his aviators to see the selection of beef jerky a little better, and then grabs some Slim Jims. Well, me, I go for Fun Dip and a box of Nerds. The hot dogs and nachos call out to us, so we purchase big bite hot dogs to eat as we walk back to the theater.
A brand new all-beef, fresh grilled hot dog is coming to 7-Eleven.
I must have lost your...
Hot dogs? Introducing the 7-Eleven Big Bite, made by Oscar Mayer.
On the way, we stuff the purchased items in various pockets in our best attempt at hiding the illicit materials from the prying eyes of undercover theater cops, or so we imagine. We decide to see Batman, then queue up. There's a sizable line as it gets closer to the popular Friday evening showtimes, but after a few minutes, we make it to the booth and purchase our tickets. Inside, the overwhelming smell of movie theater popcorn hits our senses, and we almost topple over from the pure bliss of it.
Wouldn't some hot buttered popcorn hit the spot right now? Extra fluffy, extra big kernels of it popped to perfection, then drenched with the golden goodness of pure sweet creamery butter. Can't you just taste it? We heat the container extra high, but you better buy 2 more for the rest of the family. Piping hot, golden buttered popcorn at the refreshment center right now.
The lobby itself has a particular atmosphere all its own. It feels a little like a roller rink or bowling alley with similar types of carpets, busy with neon images. The interior of the lobby is dark, too, imbuing the surroundings with extra allure. The backlit concessions menu, neon popcorn signs, arcade cabinets, and movie title marquees stand out in the dim interior like a mini Las Vegas, beckoning our young selves to indulge in the surrounding entertainment and food. We relent and stampede excitedly to the arcade area. They only have a few cabinets here, but it's plenty to keep us occupied for the next half an hour while we wait for our movie to start seating. And luckily, just like the movie selection, the arcades exist on a timeline all their own, mixing 70s, 80s, and 90s favorites. We immediately commandeer that elusive 6-player cabinet for X-Men, the arcade game. It's almost unheard of to have that kind of multiplayer experience, and this is the one nearby venue with the extra-large version of the game. We quickly skip past the opening credits, where all the characters have that creepy smile plastered on their faces, and get right to the action. Now, go and save the city! Spoiler alert, we didn't save the city. 4 of us moved on to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game, and even though I wasn't yet a Gen X grown-up, I played a few rounds of Tempest. Meanwhile, Jimmy slid into the seat of the enclosed Super Speed Race GPV cabinet. Hey guys, you say after you lose your last quarter, we only have a few minutes left. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but our little group has at least 3 things in mind when the clock ticks down to showtime. The first thing was, on a busy Friday like this, making sure we nudged our way to the front of the group headed to our theater so we wouldn't get stuck in the dreaded first row. Preferably, we wanted seats dead center, near the back, and all together. The longer you wait, the more impossible this task becomes. Second, we have to hit concessions. And finally, we don't want to miss the trailers. Yes, we actually want to watch the trailers. I'll go out on a limb and allow that there were probably people who would attempt to arrive after the trailers but before the movie. I say nuts to that. As a kid, the trailers were part of the experience for me, and sometimes even allowed us sneak peeks at movies that hadn't been advertised on television yet. But we'll get to all that soon enough. First, we better reserve our seats. The olds give us crooked looks as we push past them, but they can go suck an egg. We're young and spry, and no adults are going to ruin our night. The hallway to the theater is like a corridor to a spacecraft, readying to blast off to new worlds. The dim, almost eerie atmosphere we experienced in the lobby is even more pronounced now. We reach our destination and enter a large auditorium. The lights are still up and nothing has started playing on the screen, which means we are right on time. We pick out the perfect seats, then lay jackets across 3 of them and leave Jimmy, producer Tony, and Tiny Tony to hold the other 3. The rest of us take their orders and head back out to the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
The concession stand is bustling, but it's not too long of a wait. There are so many delicious snacks here, but remember, we have our smuggled goods too, so we stick to bags of popcorn, extra, extra, extra butter please, soda fountain drinks, Coke, Dr. Pepper, A&W root beer, and Sprite, and boxes of goobers to pour into the bags of popcorn.
Give us great-tasting goobers to gobble, Gert. Guys and girls from Green Bay to Greenwich are going gaga about gobbling great-tasting goobers.
I won't go without great-tasting goobers to gobble.
Goobers are gorgeous golden peanuts in gobs and gobs of glorious Nestle milk chocolate. So the goobers you gobble taste gloriously great.
I'm goofy about gobbling great-tasting goobers.
And goobers let you gobble gobs of great-tasting goobers and still have goobers galore to gobble with the gang.
Golly, I go for guys who go for great-tasting goobers.
Settled back in our seats, the lights dim, and we dig out all the contraband stuffed in our pockets. The screen flickers as the first of the trailers begin. We sit back, try not to eat all of our popcorn too soon, and see what the movie gods have to offer tonight.
2 tickets to California, please.
That's $226.
Well, we only have $27.30. What does that get us?
Nowhere.
Corey's taking his brother Jimmy on a ride.
These two boys already traveled more than 80 miles across the state.
But Jimmy's got a secret
You got $50,000 on Double Dragon?
that could make this the ride of their lives.
Look at him. He's a wizard.
He's headed for the video championship.
This guy? What is that?
Power glove.
With a touch of romance
I am not kissing a boy.
and a ton of trouble,
That's huge.
We're too late.
they'll get there any way they can.
Hey, here we come!
Now, it's going to take a lot of guts, a little magic, and the wizard, Fred Savage. The Wizard.
Ah, The Wizard, a perfect time capsule of the late 80s with all the Nintendo Entertainment System fanfare a kid could want. Even if critics dismiss it as nothing more than a feature-length Nintendo commercial, we know better. Somewhere in the middle of all those trailers, the movie theater reminds viewers to buy more snacks.
It's about 10 minutes to showtime. The concession stand is open and ready to serve you.
Once the main trailers ended, there is one last bit of movie theater magic that always gives me a chill of happiness because it means the movie is about to start and I'll soon be transported to a place of utter delight. Whether horror, action, comedy, science fiction, fantasy, or something else, we are at the movies. Each company has their own special pre-rolls, and the nostalgia you feel while watching these largely depends on what theaters you frequented as a kid. Little Tony's local theater in Brooklyn was The Lowe's, and those pre-rolls speak to him the most. Others might remember Cinemark or AMC pre-rolls more clearly. But wait, our pre-roll is about to start, and then it's on to the movie.
Welcome to Regal Cinemas. Refreshments are available in the lobby. And please, keep our theater clean by disposing of trash in specified containers. And remember, gift certificates are available for any special occasion. Enjoy the show.
A chill of excitement runs through you as the movie begins, and you fly through what first appears to be the Batcave as Danny Elfman's soon-to-be iconic theme song plays. When the intro ends, the camera pulls out to reveal you'd been touring the inside of the Batman logo. Killer. Next, you arrive in Tim Burton's Gotham City for the first time, and it's unlike anything you've ever seen. Towering and congested, dark and foreboding, disparate architectural elements are mashed together with urban decay. It's a singular vision. You slide further down in your seat and shovel handfuls of popcorn into your mouth. The time for preserving your theater snacks is past. The sound system thunders all around you in a way that dinky home theater setup could never replicate, and the massive screen in front of you dwarfs your sad little 27-inch television at home. The Joker fills your entire field of vision. The Batmobile growls like a lion. Batman soars across the screen. The movie is so good that you barely notice the chatter coming from the little kids near the front. And when the person behind you kicks your seat as they readjust, it merely adds immersion into the fight scene playing out on screen. No, nothing can take away from the pure magic of this 1980s era theater experience. As the credits roll, you and your friends stick around, chatting excitedly about the movie even as the rest of the theater files out and the lights come back up. Young Jimmy, perhaps feeling extra cool in his Top Gun getup, suggests trying to sneak into one of the other movies already in progress, but Tiny Tony wusses out and says we really have to get back to the time machine. You agree. You've had fun, but we'd better get back to our adult bodies, back in our own time, before something goes terribly wrong. Still, you hold on to the ticket stub as a keepsake, knowing it will be the only thing left to prove this fantastic voyage actually happened and wasn't just a dream.
Welcome back, time traveler. Was the old movie experience everything you remembered it to be? I know I sure had a great time. There was just something a little extra special about the theater popcorn back then, and even though the seats weren't quite as luxurious as they are these days, and the screens weren't as big, and the projectors weren't digital, it all made for a somehow more authentic experience. Or maybe that's just the nostalgia talking. What do you think? Would you want to go back to the movie theaters of yesteryear? Or do you prefer the new deluxe theater experience with its tiered seating, 3D, XD, IMAX, Dolby Digital surround sound extravagance? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Camping in the 2020s doesn't look all that different from camping in the 70s and 80s, except for the obvious addition of cell phones and other recent technology, which perhaps makes this a strange topic for our channel. Still, for many of us, summers mean camping, which further means that there's a deep sense of nostalgia paired with driving down the highway in our parents' station wagon or RV, headed out to the middle of nowhere for a full weekend of outdoor fun.
Depending on the specific decade, the most technologically advanced form of recreation on board may very well have been your fishing rod. That's all to say, we didn't want to let this summer pass us by without looking back at one of my favorite recreational activities. Load up your hiking backpack and make sure you have plenty of gorp, because we're going camping. It's generally agreed upon that recreational camping simply wasn't a thing until the late 19th century, and more specifically after William H. Murray embarked upon his first trip in 1864 to the Adirondacks in upstate New York. While camping, Murray would write about his experiences and jot down tips and tricks as he discovered them, such as the variety of ways one could deal with wildlife. Although he never meant the journals to be anything more than personal writing exercises, a friend in the publishing business encouraged him to submit. In 1869, Adventures in the Wilderness became an instant success, firmly planting the notion of recreational camping in America, though it was still relegated as a pastime of the wealthy, due in part to the high cost of travel. Meanwhile, in the UK, Thomas Hiram Holding established himself as the godfather of modern camping. In the early 1900s, he founded the Association of Cycle Campers, which still exists today, though was renamed the Camping and Caravanning Club. And like Murray, he also published a book on the subject in 1908 called The Camper's Handbook. Through the early 1900s, with train travel becoming ubiquitous and automobiles becoming more commonplace, camping also entered the sphere of the common person, as it was no longer prohibitively expensive to travel. While only 300,000 Americans went camping in 1915, by 1930, before the Great Depression would halt such extravagances, upwards of 3 million people were going camping in the United States. This number continued to grow over the years, and as of 2024, 6 out of 10 U.S. households identify as campers, and camping accounts for a third of all leisure trips, according to the 2024 Camping and Outdoor Hospitality Report. Another explosion of popularity occurred in the 1960s alongside the growing counterculture, and by the 1970s was a firmly established form of recreation for the whole family. The allure of escaping the everyday drudgery of city or even suburban life would often prove to catapult entire families deep into the woods, and it all started with the trip. You couldn't go camping without first traveling to the camping location, and packing for a trip like this was its own beast. Sure, you still needed your clothes and toiletries, but then there were all the camping-specific elements. For instance, we would never even conceive of stepping into the forest without an industrial-sized can of off.
If you want to find bugs that bite, come to the deep woods. We filled this tent with 10,000 hungry mosquitoes and biting flies, but they're not biting me. I'm using Deep Woods Off. It repels even the toughest mosquitoes and biting flies. Deep Woods Off. Aerosol or pump spray? Deep Woods Off repels extra tough mosquitoes and biting flies.
The stuff was pungent, and we'd spray it all over ourselves, often using our hands to apply it directly to our faces, then completely neglect to wash our hands. Yeah, I can still taste that heavy chemical flavor of off all these years later. Then there were all the little camping specifics like the plastic toothbrush holder, soap dish, and collapsible cups. Often your parents would also gift children with a set of folding camping utensils like a Swiss Army knife of the outdoor kitchen. And speaking of knives, we were headed into the woods, and even the kids had to be armed. So Dad bought you a Swiss Army knife, hunting knife, or, if you were really lucky, a Rambo survival knife with a compass in the handle.
What you are about to witness may be the most striking purchase you will make. This is the Survivor, the ultimate knife with all the accessories to help you survive on your own. Each survival knife is a whopping 12 inches long, yes, a foot in length, yet so perfectly balanced, it cuts like an extension of your own hand. From the razor-sharp tip of the blade to the top of the handle, the entire blade is made of 420 molecular stainless steel. And at the bottom of the handle is a precision liquid compass. You'll know where you are and where you're going. Yes, these are the same original survival knives sold in leading newspapers and magazines across America. They are the best-selling knives of its kind ever sold by us. Yet now you can get one during this limited publicity campaign for the special TV price of $10. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll also get the companion survival kit, cleverly concealed in the handle of the survival knife. All this is included at no extra cost. You get emergency fishing equipment, emergency sewing repair kit, emergency cable saw, actually capable of cutting down a small tree, and emergency waterproof wrapped matches to start a blazing fire immediately. Yet if you order now, you'll get it all for only $10. And here's another incredible surprise. If you order within 24 hours, you'll get this heavy-duty sheath that you can wear on your belt. It comes with a built-in snap pouch containing a sharpening stone, and you can keep the sheath and sharpening stone free, even if you decide to return the survival knife for a complete refund. Be a survivor. Buy the Survivor. So call toll-free now and order your choice of black or camouflage.
They told you to be careful with it and taught you all the important safety lessons, one would hope, and you probably kept it close at hand just in case of wildlife attacks, though deep down you knew if a bear appeared, you'd probably just hide in the tent.
I'm gonna eat you!
Out here, some things are pretty much like they are at home.
Oh, careful!
Like Coleman tents. They're really canvas cabins with double doors that let the family in, 2-picture windows that let the breezes in, and nylon screen that makes sure nothing else gets in. And like Coleman sleeping bags, they're so soft and roomy you'll forget you're roughing it.
Hey!
Coleman, greatest name in the great outdoors.
Oh yeah, tents. If you were doing what my father used to call real camping, then you'd need a tent. There were all kinds in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The younger you were, the more likely you were bunking in with your parents in one of those huge family-sized enclosures, while older kids got their very own dome tent. All right, well, I'm raring to go, so let's head to the vehicle. Walking down the driveway, you are either about to enter an RV or a car, which may have even been a station wagon, and in either case, it proudly sported a Union 76 antenna ball. All of the gear was packed, strapped, and otherwise crammed into and onto your vehicle, making good use of every rack provided. If you had the room, you might have even had bikes, canoes, kayaks, or other recreational modes of conveyance along for the ride. Nestled into the back seat with your rowdy siblings, you prepared for the long drive. In our video about road trips, which you should totally go and watch right after this, we covered things like road games, music, and roadside attractions, but all of those elements were likely also present during your drives to campsites around the country. With the radio tuned to whatever your favorite station was, or perhaps playing a sick cassette mixtape, your family hit the road. After a long trip, a few parental threats of turning this car around, rousing games of road trip bingo, and at least one pit stop, you finally arrive at the destination. This brings us to another point of deviation. One possible endpoint was a tourist campsite. These were the types of places where you'd pay for a plot of land and then drive your car right up to the spot where you'd pitch your tents. Other campers were usually not very far away, and the whole place looked like a forest version of a suburban neighborhood. There was the main dirt road that all cars traversed, the separate campsites like little houses on their own acreage, and even a sense of community as the kids in the area inevitably met up and played together. These sites also tended to have some semblance of facilities, like outhouses and sometimes even showers. They also usually had spots specifically for RVs with all the necessary hookups available. So yeah, it was camping, but it also wasn't really camping. For that, your parents may have driven out to a state park, where you'd leave the car in a lot and then have to actually hike through the woods until you found a suitable place to camp. This was slightly more dangerous and probably only attempted by seasoned adventurers. On the other end of the spectrum, your family might have rented out a cabin, a la The Great Outdoors with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd. I'm tempted to not really even call this camping, but it was something many of our families chose to do during the summer and is at least camping adjacent. Besides, I can't fault you for wanting running water, real bathrooms, a kitchen, and beds. I don't know if you had anything quite as extravagant as the cabin in The Great Outdoors, but if you did, I am retroactively jealous. Assuming you were participating in classic camping, then a big part of the trip was setup, which invariably consisted of your parents stumbling around with the tent components, attempting to figure out how all those darn pieces fit together. Inside the tent, you would construct your mini kingdom, complete with an air mattress that you nearly passed out while trying to inflate, a sleeping bag, and hiking pack. Your pack, of course, had a few, let's say, amenities. Things like handheld electric games, your Game Boy, and a Walkman. You know, those little technological trinkets that your parents no doubt warned you to leave home. A rule you gleefully ignored because you couldn't spend the whole trip fishing. One rule you did follow, however, was leaving all the food and snacks in the cooler outside the tent, so none of the wildlife would try to get into your small enclosure. You didn't have to worry too much in those more populated drive-in campsites, but you'd heard stories of raccoons dragging entire coolers off into the woods or popping the lids right there on site and digging in. And speaking of the cooler, camping usually meant a conglomeration of specific foods that you normally wouldn't eat. Yes, like s'mores. Kinda basic, but a camping favorite nonetheless, for some peculiar reason. Personally, I always thought they were far too messy for camping, especially when you could easily make them at home.
Gee, s'mores are hard to make. Oh, not again.
Now you can enjoy those ooey gooey chocolatey fudge graham sandwiches in the microwave. New Suddenly S'mores. Suddenly the great taste of s'mores in seconds.
Roasting marshmallows or hot dogs over the campfire was always fun, but confidentially, I was more interested in getting to use my trusty knife to carve a pointy end on a stick. Even the hunt for the perfect stick to use was a lot of fun. The food, that was just a bonus.
Wasting his time.
Is there anything better over a crackling campfire than a sizzling maple leaf hot dog? Occasionally, someone in our family gets lured away by other ideas. But how long can you resist that great outdoor flavor? Not long.
Who's joining us now?
Maple leaf hot dogs. Spiced right for kids.
That's mine. What are you
At a price that won't let your budget get away from you.
Probably found a spare tire.
Although the cooler was capable of carrying some perishables for a short amount of time, a lot of the food had to be shelf-stable. For snacks, that meant things like beef jerky and trail mixes. That also meant instead of bacon, many families opted for fried Spam with their eggs. And how were you frying it? Why, on your Coleman portable camping stove, of course. The classic green color of the metal stove with its 2 propane-powered burners was a lifesaver on those early mornings when you didn't want to have to start a new fire. Older models came with a proprietary fuel tank that you had to pump to pressurize before lighting, and they closed up like a tiny metal suitcase. And after breakfast, there was always plenty more to do. Nature hikes, fishing, riding bikes, and exploring the surrounding woods while pretending to be Robin Hood or Rambo. If there was a sizable lake, water sports and swimming were all fair game as well. Later in the evening, you may have sat around the campfire and told scary stories to one another as you scarfed more roasted marshmallows and shined your flashlight into the woods. You know, just to make sure that creep with a hook for a hand wasn't lurking somewhere behind you. And if he was, well, you were ready with your Rambo survival knife.
As I warned in the beginning of this episode, while many of us have happy memories of camping, a good portion of this stuff hasn't really changed all that much in the intervening years. You may very well be taking your own family out on camping trips in much the same manner as your parents took you, perhaps still using that very same Coleman camping stove. And isn't it comforting to know that at least one of the things we remember from our childhoods hasn't disappeared or changed the way video rental stores, malls, and so many other artifacts of the 70s, 80s, and 90s have started to? I know it is for me. And how about you? Did you go camping as a kid? If so, what are some of your favorite memories? If not, perhaps summer camp or the Scouts. I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Something occurred to me recently as we were recording a video. It had to do with the nature of childhood happiness and how much of it rested squarely upon the shoulders of anticipation. Whether you liked it or not, you had to wait for most of the good things in life. Even as a kid, your birthday, the holidays, summer vacation, everything seemed to be perpetually on the horizon. The video that caused this reflective epiphany was about mail-away offers, and specifically a line in the script about how I sometimes enjoyed having to wait for packages to arrive.
Unlike today, with incalculable roads to instant gratification, the 70s, 80s, and 90s often required patience. But that patience was always rewarded. Today's video again finds our childhood selves waiting patiently for something. Only this time, there's an added weight of anxiety. The nervousness that comes from the fact that we had entered a contest and we were waiting to find out if we had won. Well, let's not keep our younger selves waiting too long, otherwise they might burst like overfilled balloons. Now and then, as we flipped through our favorite magazines or watched our favorite block of shows on television, we'd be presented with an alluring advertisement promising not only prizes, but glory.
Scientific principles of what it's like in Australia.
When it's winter here, it's summer there. And when it's summer there, it's winter here.
Are you crazy?
Nope, I'm serious.
He's Yahoo Serious, the star of a wild new Australian movie, Young Einstein. Yahoo? That's exactly what I said. Yahoo!
Nickelodeon is flying 8 grand prize winners and their 3 guests upside down under to Tasmania. Spend your vacation in the amazing country where Young Einstein was filmed.
Young Einstein country, Tasmanian devils, kangaroos, it's a wild place.
You can't be serious. Exactly. It's Nickelodeon's You Can't Be Serious contest.
To enter, just send a postcard to Nick's You Can't Be Serious contest. P.O. Box 16088, Smithtown, New York, 11788. Include your name, address, age, and phone number.
From the place where only kids win, Nickelodeon! Yahoo!
That's me.
Sometimes all you had to do was fill out a postcard and send it through the mail. Other times, you were required to draw or write something that would be judged against other entries. The contests that actually required you to create something were always the most fun and managed to take what would have otherwise been classified as a simple giveaway to something more prestigious. No matter if the sweepstakes required a phone call, postcard entry, or a judge submission, I was always first in line for the chance to win. And why not? As long as you entered, you just never knew when a grand prize package of mind-boggling proportions might be winging its way to your front door.
Picture this. Nickelodeon takes over your school and puts you in charge.
You bust in a bunch of Nick stars. Yeah.
You give the old classroom a little class.
And you turn your gym into Nickelodeon guts. Sound good?
Yeah! Go!
Then put yourself in the picture by entering the Nick Takes Over Your School sweepstakes. Just send a postcard with your name, age, address, and phone number to Nick Takes Over Your School sweepstakes, P.O. Box 4914, Orlando, Florida, 32802. 500 runners-up will win a Micro Machine Star Wars action fleet and a Sky Dancer. And if you win the grand prize, Nick takes over your school. Get the picture?
You snatch up the school uniform.
You throw a concert with a hot
And you give your teachers a little something special.
A picture is worth 1,000 words.
The Nick Takes Over Your School sweepstakes is brought to you by Twix Cookie Bar, Micro Machine Star Wars Action Fleet, and the place where only kids win.
Nickelodeon, the place where only kids win, was one of the best television stations to find a plethora of sweepstakes and contests in the 80s and 90s. They had the infamous Nick Takes Over Your School sweepstakes, the Super Toy Run contest, Nick or Treat, Slime Time, the Ultimate Room sweepstakes, Total Panic Rock contest, and many more. In fact, our intrepid staff writer happens to have entered and won a Nickelodeon contest in the way back year of 1993.
I'm writing my what I don't want for Christmas list. Please don't give me any underwear or humidifiers or oven mitts or canned hams or stationery with rainbows on it. Oh, it's hickory smoke too. Nobody knows the pain, the heartbreak. Can't anybody give me what I want for Christmas?
Only one place, kid. Nickelodeon. We're taking all your Christmas wishes and stuffing them into one big sock. Not that one, this one. 1,000 kids will win a Christmas stocking filled with great Nick stuff, plus a sun-kissed orange foam ball, a surprise toy, and more. So instead of writing one of these, write one of these.
Tony relayed to me that Nickelodeon's Stocking Stuffer sweepstakes was his most memorable win, and certainly the biggest prize pack he'd ever scored as a kid. He doesn't remember if this was part of the submission process or just something he decided to do in order to make the postcard more visible, but he drew pictures all over it. His memory is specifically of sitting in his junior high lunchroom and sketching Ren and Stimpy onto the postcard using colored pencils to add additional flair. His one regret is that he doesn't have that darn postcard, having sent it off in the mail. Still, sometime later he received a letter informing him that he had won one of the 1,000 grand prizes. His excitement exploded from him like a shaken soda. A grand prize! Never mind that there were 1,000 winners, he had won. And yes, he still has all the prizes, even the Beethoven VHS tape, though he didn't dig it out for the picture. Surprisingly, this wasn't Tony's only sweepstakes win.
How'd you like to win the Ultimate X-Men contest?
I do not believe it.
Well, believe it, because here's your chance to win not only all 12 X-Men home videos and a Marvel comic, but also your own real-life X-Men arcade game.
How about a game of one-on-one?
Sure. Now you can play the full-size X-Men arcade game without ever leaving home.
I'll teach you to invade my universe.
There's more. 250 others will win their own complete X-Men home video library and a Marvel comic. To enter, send a postcard with your name and address to Fox X-Men Home Video Madness, P.O. Box 230, Los Angeles, 90078. Hurry, entries must be in by June 29th, or
all bets are off.
The first giveaway he remembers ever winning was an X-Men sweepstakes on Fox Kids, like the previous video, but not that exact giveaway. He knows this because he won 2 X-Men figures which aren't advertised in that commercial. Another sweepstakes he won was for a video game called Zardion that had been advertised in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle magazine. Zardion was a Super Nintendo game that came out in 1992, so this giveaway was likely part of the promotion leading up to release. This prize was actually more of a contest and less of a sweepstakes because it required not only a postcard, but an attempted guess as to how many pieces it took to build the Zardion cyborg. He must have gotten pretty close because he won 3rd prize. Although he no longer has the shirt, he still has this terrible picture to remember both the apparel and how nerdy he looked at 13. Believe it or not, there were actually contests in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that our staff writer didn't enter. Go figure. One such competition was the infamous Masters of the Universe Create a Character contest, which pitted Motu fans against one another to craft the next hero or villain of the series. The contest was advertised in the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe magazine and other newspapers in 1985, offering a gift for every entry and the chance to have their design become an action figure. After the initial entries were received, 5 finalists were revealed, giving readers a chance to call in and vote for their favorite character. Among the final 5, there was Fearless Photog, Netta, Compactor, I-Beam, and Brainwave. With over 40,000 votes, Nathan Bittner's Fearless Photog took home the win. Even though Nathan did receive a scholarship for $100,000 and a 5-day trip to Disneyland, Fearless Photog didn't appear as an action figure, leading to widespread speculation and placing Nathan Bittner at the center of conspiracy theories. In 2012, John Atkin managed to score an interview with the elusive winner, first published as The Legend of Fearless Photog from MotukFigures.com, and bringing it into the many years of wild theories. Among some of the more exciting bits of information, Bittner revealed his inspiration for the character and how he had traced the head of Photog from a National Geographic magazine. He also shared memories from his trip to California, where he was given the honor of acting as president for the day at Mattel. The Fearless Photog action figure was finally released in 2011 as part of the Motu 30th anniversary line. Okay, so listen. It's true that Tony, the writer, did not enter the previously discussed contest. But as it turns out, Tony, the producer, did. Not only that, but the whole Nathan Bittner saga was the impetus for a story idea that he pitched to, you guessed it, Tony, the writer. You see where this is going. After months of discussion, research, and writing, in 2022, the 2 Tonys released their novel, Tommy and the Order of Cosmic Champions, which follows 11-year-old Tommy Grant's whirlwind coming-of-age adventure of righting wrongs, overcoming perilous obstacles, confronting our inner demons, and challenging the limits of reality. Set in the 1980s and dripping with nostalgia, the novel takes inspiration from He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and, of course, the Nathan Bittner story. If you've enjoyed our videos here, then you will love Tommy and the Order of Cosmic Champions. Okay, excuse me. Sorry, just trying to clear the self-promotion from my throat. Tastes like desperation. Anyhow, moving on to a different kind of contest than our previous entries, and one that I have a particular interest in, we have Activision badges. Unlike the simple send in a postcard sweepstakes or even the contests requiring you to create something, Activision patches were a reward for prowess in the digital landscape.
Do you have ice hockey by Activision?
Think you're ready for it? One of the roughest video games around for your Atari game system? Ready to battle for the puck? Well... To inflict fierce body checking? Yeah. Furious stick checking? Yeah. Ruthless tripping? Yeah. You really think you're ready for all that? I'm ready! Fine. Cash your charge. Ice hockey by Activision!
Simply put, most Activision video games released through 1983 had a certain threshold score or goal for the players to strive for. If you happened to achieve the goal, you mailed a photo of your television screen displaying proof of your victory. Weeks or months later, you'd receive a patch and a letter of recognition in the mail commemorating your grand accomplishment. According to Kyle Hilliard for Game Informer, along with the patch in the mail, players also received a letter from Jan Marcella, an Activision employee from the Customer Relations Department whose job title changed depending on the letter you received. The only exception was the letter received if you obtained the appropriate score in Pitfall. In that situation, Pitfall Harry would send players a personalized letter congratulating them on their accomplishment. There were also some games that offered multiple challenges and thus multiple badges. For instance, Robot Tank offered 3 different patches, one for destroying 48 tanks, one for 60, and a final one for 72 tanks. I don't know about you, but I'd certainly welcome a program that offered physical rewards like the Activision patches for contemporary video game achievements. Clearly, not everything was made better by the internet. Case in point, another great source of sweepstakes and contests was Disney Adventures magazine, which began publication in 1990 and ran until 2007. The periodical was, of course, a smorgasbord of Disney properties, but it did often venture outside the realm of its own creations, with some early notable covers featuring the likes of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Wayne and Garth, Michael Jordan, Luke Perry, The Simpsons, and other popular stars and media of the time. Of course, we're here for the contests, and there were plenty to choose from. In the August 1992 issue, there was a music survey contest, which required entrants to answer a few questions for the chance to win a cassette, autographed CD, or party jacket. In that same issue, there were trading cards created from the artwork of kid winners from a past contest. On the backs of the trading cards, they showed the winners and backstories of their characters. Once again, our staff writer has a couple personal pictures for us. One from an issue of Disney Adventures, where he clearly cut out the form to enter the Great European Adventure Sweepstakes, which he informs us he did not win, and another for 101 Dalmatians Sweepstakes that he filled out but never submitted. Perhaps one of the more exciting competitions found within the pages of Disney Adventures was the annual Scary Story Contest. The second annual contest was advertised in the June 1992 issue, stating the winners would be published in that year's Halloween edition, presumably in October. Incredibly, that year's judge was none other than Vincent Price himself. The previous year's judge, Stephen King, well, that was no slouch either. Besides story publication, the grand prize winner also received a trip to Disneyland Park. 10 first place winners won Phantasmic sweatshirts, and 10 second place winners received a Disneyland video. The Stephen King judged winner from 1991, complete with a letter from King, appeared in that October's issue and was entitled Mr. Tillmore.
So I think we've established at least 3 important facts during this episode. First, contests and sweepstakes were a huge part of growing up. 2, our staff writer was, and probably still is, obsessed with winning stuff. And 3, we're not above blatantly self-promoting the official novel of retro days, Tommy and the Order of Cosmic Champions, found wherever fine books are sold. With so many potential contests, sweepstakes, and giveaways promoted throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we just know you must have entered some. So tell us, which did you enter? Did you ever win anything? Are there any epic toy store shopping spree winners in our midst? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Before Netflix, before digital streaming services and direct-to-digital movie premieres, before the glut of content clogging our computers, cell phones, and television, there were video rental stores. These havens of recently released movies were essentially the only place you were able to get movies once they left the theaters, unless you wanted to wait for the cut-up and censored TV version. And renting movies from a video store was glorious.
Oh, I know. You're thinking this is one of those rose-colored glasses moments where nostalgia overtakes reason. Because how could driving all the way to a store where you could only rent movies from their limited stock, which you then had to return 2 days later, be better than unlimited digital access? Well, that's exactly what I'm here to explain. So watch on and rediscover the magic that was the video rental store. Video rental stores first started appearing in the US sometime in the late 70s. The first of these, if we don't count the 1975 store that opened in Germany to rent out reel-to-reel films, was Video Station, opened in 1977 by George Atkinson. Of course, as is usually the case with the question of who was first, there's some speculation that Arthur Morowitz, who began renting videos from a storefront in New York's Times Square that same year, was first. We'll let you fight it out in the comments. 1977 was also the year that RCA unleashed the new VHS format based on JVC's technology as a direct competitor to Sony's Betamax. Partly due to high costs for purchasing tapes and players, and partly due to the confusion and extra expense of having competing formats, video store growth was slow through the latter part of the decade. In addition, not all movie studios had entered the market at this point, meaning there were very few movies available to rent, which were mainly the 50 movies 20th Century Fox licensed to Andre Blais, founder of Magnetic Video. In these early days of the technology, consumers would have to fork over $1,400. That's $7,255 in 2024 when adjusted for inflation for a tabletop Betamax deck, the SL7200. The first VCR, Select-O-Vision, VBT200, was a little more affordable at $1,000, but still a considerable cost for casual movie viewers. In addition, through the early 80s, there were a number of legal issues regarding the legality of video store owners renting videos. Consequently, in 1983, VCRs were in fewer than 10% of US households. Even so, adoption rates of the new tech were rising, and that meant there was a market for video rental services. In 1985, 11 million VCRs were sold in the US, bringing the percentage of US households with a VCR to 30%. It's also calculated that $2.55 billion was spent on video rentals and $773 million on video sales. By the following year, combined video rental and purchase sales would out-earn the box office, and numbers would only continue to rise. This was the golden age of video rental stores.
Hey, I got a science fiction home video I can beam aboard my ship. You do? Ah, good. I'll take 4.
Are you looking for a video store that goes beyond the ordinary?
Oh, samurai video. Oh.
A store with a vast assortment of video subjects.
I want a really smashing rock video.
If you're looking for a store where every video on display is always ready to rent, then come to Paradise and let your video dreams come true.
It's Friday afternoon in the late 80s. Your best friend is coming over soon for a sleepover, your mama's making her legendary lasagna, and your dad just handed you a whole $5 to spend at the video store. That was enough for one new movie, one of the older $1 rentals, and a couple of boxes of candy, if you dig a couple quarters out of your piggy bank for tax. You wait for your friend to arrive before hitting the video store because you understand that renting a movie isn't a chore, it's part of the evening's fun. Heck, most days you even ride your bike to the shop just to browse around, stare at all the wonderful cover art, and maybe buy a slush puppy. Once you arrive with your friend on that fateful Friday, you're greeted by the smell of fresh popcorn. One of the shop's incentives is a free small bag of popcorn for members with every rental, and you thought that made it leagues better than the Blockbuster that had opened up just outside of town. Not only that, but your local mom and pop rental shop has that alluring little section in the back, behind the black curtain. You know the one. Of course, you aren't allowed in that section, but it never stops you from hovering around to see if you can catch a glimpse of the VHS covers when someone walks in or out. Your friend says, "Come on," and pulls at your arm to get you moving. They're right, of course. There's so much to browse, you'd better get at it. In the science fiction section, the first movie to catch your eye is a new release called Inner Space. You immediately recognize Joe Dante's name from Gremlins and another sci-fi gem, Explorers.
Lieutenant Pendleton is about to be miniaturized, placed into this needle, and then injected into this rabbit.
Rock and roll.
But something went wrong, and Tuck's about to get a new destination. Inside Jack Putter.
I'm not a man.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm possessed!
Now, Jack's got twice the problems,
How you doing, Jack?
but he's double the man. With Tuck on his side,
Kicking more accounts!
in his gut, and on his case.
You're not gonna bag groceries all your life, are you, Jack?
And only 24 hours left for Jack to get out of danger, so that Tuck can get out of Jack. Dennis Quaid, Martin Short. Give yourself a shot of adventure.
You're about to suggest this one when your friend holds up the box for RoboCop. Oh man, have you heard some gnarly things about this movie? Your parents hadn't let you go see it in the theater. It was rated R after all, but you knew from experience that this rental shop didn't discriminate when it came to allowing kids to rent R-rated stuff. Another mark against Blockbuster, if we're keeping score. They are both new rentals, each $2.99, but your friend offers to make up the difference. That means no candy, but there is plenty of junk food back at home. Digging in your pocket, you retrieve the membership card. This one has your name on it. Not your mom's name, not your dad's, but your name. It made you feel kind of adult in a way that your library card or school ID just couldn't achieve. This was closer to a credit card because at this location, you paid a small subscription fee to get discounted rentals, one free rental after every 10, and that coveted bag of popcorn. You ogle the box art a little longer before pushing them across the counter and paying. This is going to be a good night. But this wasn't the only type of experience you might have had at the video store. Just as often, those small, privately owned stores had an arcade cabinet or two. It wasn't a full, dedicated arcade, but who could say no to a round of Street Fighter II followed by a brief perusal of the new horror releases? I don't know about you, but I can still see some of those covers. They were epic and became burned into my young brain as prime examples of true art, akin to the comics I hoarded in huge piles around my room. Primarily, the horror tapes were as fascinating as they were repellent. One tape our writer remembers staring at on every possible occasion was Creepers, specifically the media version with Jennifer Connelly's visage half eaten away by a swarm of bugs. It would be many years before he actually saw the movie, also known as Phenomena, but the image was one he never forgot. I'm sure almost everyone watching has a tape or two like Creepers, one you sought out on every visit to the video store just to get a glimpse of the art, as if the store were actually an underground art gallery. There was Monkey Shines with its creepy razor-wielding doll, and Hellraiser with a beckoning pinhead. There was Evil Dead, Faces of Death, Sleepaway Camp, and Ghoulies. They each had a special place in your nightmares, and yet they called you back over and over until finally you rented one to discover the hidden horrors within. Or, you rented The Princess Bride for the umpteenth time and ignored all that silly horror stuff because it just wasn't your thing. In the late 80s and into the 90s, there was yet another fantastic development which ensured we'd only increase the number of video store visits and amount of money spent. video game rentals. Yes, that particularly addictive electronic wonder, the Nintendo Entertainment System, was in many of our homes right next to the VCR at that point. But again, unlike the now easily obtained library of streaming games made possible by pervasive digital subscription services, as a kid in the 80s and 90s, we were lucky if we had a small collection of a dozen games which we'd play over and over again for months and years. The thing is, games were expensive. Unless you were getting some older release on deep discount, those beautiful gray squares of delight were usually around $25 to $50, which is $63 to $126 when adjusted for inflation. That means the cheapest generic games in the 80s cost nearly as much as the AAA titles do today, and the AAA titles from the 80s cost more than any new games do today, not counting deluxe collector's editions. That is all to say, unless you were from a well-off family, you probably only got a new game or two on birthdays and the winter holidays, which further meant that getting to play the new game for a few bucks was a heck of a deal and something most kids certainly took advantage of. Some stores even had deals like $1-a-day rentals or $5 for a week, giving you the option of a cheap $1 test day to see if the higher cost rental was worth it. Returning to our little nostalgia trip from the beginning of this episode, maybe you and your friend opted for only one movie and a video game rental instead. It'd have to be a two-player game, and preferably not an RPG that you wouldn't have time to beat. You likely already had a few top-tier multiplayer games at home, like Excitebike, Rampage, and Blades of Steel. Perhaps Double Dragon 2: The Revenge, or River City Ransom. Before we go, there's something I have to address. Yes, we threw a lot of jabs at Blockbuster and their ilk today. The corporate video store empires, while undoubtedly part of our collective nostalgic memories, were also the demise of the smaller mom-and-pop shops that many of us loved and grew up with. Blockbuster, and to a lesser extent Hollywood Video, Movie Gallery, and Family Video, had a polished corporate sheen that simply did not exist in the small shops. Walking into a mom-and-pop video store was more like entering a used bookstore or even a bodega. There was something a little mysterious, maybe even dangerous about it. They had those adult sections, front-facing horror movies, and often tapes the chains didn't even bother carrying. These stores were unique. By contrast, every Blockbuster you ever entered was probably just about the same. It was the Walmart of video stores, and while there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, heck, our staff writer still has his membership cards to both Blockbuster and Hollywood Video, right along with the old mom-and-pop shop from his neighborhood, it just wasn't quite the same. Listen, I'm no Luddite. I love technology and use streaming services like most other people do these days, because it's convenient. But that's really the best thing I can say about it. All that streamlined convenience is nice, but it also saps away a lot of what made watching movies special in the first place. It used to be an event, something that everyone prepared for in their own way, usually paired with specific snacks and always with an air of reverence. These days, well, you can watch whatever you want, whenever you want, and you probably do.
While that initially sounds amazing, what you'll notice over time is that you'll check your phone during the movie, and you'll walk away from the screen mid-scene, and you'll leave stuff playing in the background, and you won't care. You'll stop having movie nights because every night is a movie night. And when every night is a movie night, well, how can that still feel extraordinary? Of course, this isn't universal. I know many of you still do make movie night special. Do you need the video store to accomplish this feat? Certainly not. Sure didn't hurt. So tell me, do you miss the video rental store? What are some of your fondest memories of renting videos? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, or maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
The ability to get in touch with friends and family over long distances is perhaps something we take for granted these days. After all, pretty much anyone you'd need to speak to can quickly and easily be reached via text message, social media DMs, video calls, or cell phone calls. We've emerged into a period of history when it's actually harder to avoid someone than it is stay in touch with them.
That, of course, hasn't always been the case, and if we were to take a trip back a mere few decades, this tiny crack of disconnection widens into a Grand Canyon-sized gap. A time when, if you missed a phone call, not only would the person calling not necessarily hear back from you for a while, but you yourself might be hours away from even knowing a call had been missed. It was a time mostly without the internet and cell phones, but we had another clever bit of technology to help keep us connected, even in those early days of telecommunication: the answering machine. As we discussed in episode 105, Nostalgic Means of Communication, the kickoff of the telephone age occurred on March 7, 1876, when Alexander Graham Bell beat Elijah Gray to the patent office by a mere 4 hours, securing his patent for the telephone, over which Gray sued unsuccessfully. As a newly constructed telephone service grew alongside the customer base, another need became apparent: the ability to somehow catalog or record missed calls. Remember, these were the days of landlines, something that has become increasingly rare to see in houses these days. When you had to leave the house to, be a functioning member of society, you also had to leave your poor phone behind, right along with anyone who might try to get in touch with you during the day. By 1898, there were already developments being made toward this goal, as Valdemar Poulsen, a Danish telephone engineer, patented a device he called a telegraphone, which was capable of recording conversations on the telephone. 1914 brought a similar technology called the telescribe that allowed for recording conversations to wax cylinders. Though Thomas Edison's invention was groundbreaking, it was nonetheless a failure until later redesigned. Through the 20s and 30s, there were a number of other recording devices that used wax cylinders, including the phonograph, dictaphone, and teletophone. The next major leap forward was in 1935 with Willie Mueller's 3-foot-tall answering machine, which was the first automatic device made, though the form factor certainly left something to be desired. Jumping forward to 1960, Dr. Kazuo Hashimoto's Ansophone for PhoneTel was the first answering machine to be sold in the United States. Even so, there were some pitfalls and roadblocks to complete consumer adoption of the new technology. For one thing, though it seemed a new type of answering machine came out almost every year through the 60s, most of them were not commercially viable. For another, AT&T, who held a monopoly on telecommunication in the United States, would not allow the use of any third-party technology in conjunction with their phones, only finally allowing their proprietary answering machines in the 1950s. During these early days of telephone service, consumers did not own their telephones. The equipment was rented from the corporations. In the United States, that meant AT&T, and in the UK, it was the General Post Office, or GPO. AT&T's control over telecommunications was finally broken in 1984, allowing consumers, for the first time, to purchase their own telephone and answering machine equipment for the home, leading to something of an answering machine boom.
Now you can get Radio Shack's TAD 325 telephone answerer for only $149.95. For $149.95. $149.95. He did it again. Radio Shack. $149.95. Remote control function, programmable security code, variable message length, and much, much more. And at $149.95, they won't last long.
Come, touch technology from Radio Shack.
Depending on when you were born, it's likely that the first answering machine in your household was one decorated with fake wood paneling, like some strange piece of tiny furniture meant to blend in with the rest of these 70s crossover decor. And if you're young enough to have never owned an answering machine, well, no one would fault you for taking one look at this thing and thinking it was an Atari variant you've never heard of. Between the rectangular form factor, electronic components, and wood laminate, I'd consider it a pretty good guess. This was, for some reason, the predominant style of answering machines at the time. The previous Radio Shack unit in the commercial, the TAD 325, is a perfect example, or even the earlier TAD 311 dual cassette telephone answering machine. Both units came with remote turn-on features as well. Perhaps the most pervasive of these wood grain units was the Panasonic Easyphone. Model KXT1520 features a flip-up top to reveal 2 cassette players, one for your outgoing message and one for the incoming messages. The silver portion on the lower quarter of the machine boasted a number of controls for the cassettes and messages. The KXT1521 added the additional functionality of a battery-operated pickup remote controller that allowed you to listen to, skip, and record messages. Not to be left out, AT&T rocked their own wood grain models as well. The 2300C answering system looked very much like the others and featured many of the same abilities, including beepless remote access as advertised on the box. The Record-A-Call Electronic 690 was yet another, and perhaps the first, answering machine with fake wood grain and featured dual lines. Clearly, though, there were plenty of other brands, models, and styles being produced and sold through the 1980s. The Codaphone Model 5500, for instance, came out in 1981 and had an all-metal outer construction, giving it a more industrial design as it was sold mainly for commercial use. Or the PhoneMate Model 940 in 1983, which, in part, advertised the answering machine to football fans, suggesting they wouldn't miss the game because of unwanted calls anymore. There were also units made with the phone attached, like the PhoneMate Model 6950. While these weren't specifically advertised for commercial use, due to their higher cost and specific functionality, you did see these in offices more often than in someone's living room.
Believe it or not, George isn't at home. Please leave a message at the beep. I must be out before I pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home.
At some point in the creation and use of answering machines, someone, or more likely many someones, realized it'd be a lot of fun to leave a silly outgoing message for people calling the house. There were all kinds of variations on the comedic outgoing message, like the old chestnut of pretending you were actually on the phone, only to reveal it was in fact the answering machine the whole time.
Hello, David Basner.
Hi, Basner. Andrew Woolridge. I want you to meet me tomorrow.
What? Listen, I'm sorry. We must have a bad connection. Could you speak a little louder, please?
Sure. Andrew Woolridge here. I'd like you to meet me tomorrow at...
Wait, please. Speak into the phone. I told you, I can't hear you.
I am speaking into the damn phone. This is Andrew Woolridge!
Okay. Stop shouting. It's not really me. You got my machine, and all the shouting in the world isn't going to bring the beep any sooner. So, wait for the beep and relax, and thanks for calling.
You could take a note from George Costanza's playbook and record a musical entry, or if you really wanted to torture your friends, get the whole family involved for a wholesomely cringy moment recorded to tape forevermore. For those of us lacking imagination, 80s merchandising had us covered.
Hey, how are you? Sorry that I'm not at home, but when I get the message on my telephone, you'll be the first one on my list.
Crazy Calls, a tape of 7 different songs and funny recordings for answering machines.
I am very sorry that I'm not at home to take your call.
Only $14.95.
When I will get right back to you. Leave your message at the toe.
Give someone the gift of gab for their answering machine.
Calling a friend. What you've actually done is bought a one-way ticket to the answering machine zone.
Nobody's home. Nobody's home. I'm glad you called, but I'm not home. But I'll be back before too long. You gotta...
Crazy Calls, a tape of 7 different songs and funny recordings for only $14.95.
Wait for the beat. You gotta leave your name. You gotta leave your number.
To order?
Wait for the beat.
Call 1-800-351-5200. Call 1-800-351-5200.
There was nothing quite like a full cassette tape of ridiculous answering machine messages to annoy the crap out of those pesky telemarketers. Just screen your calls with this bad boy, and you can bet there wouldn't be a single dinner time sales call again for a while. There were so many of these things that there's even a website called noveltyansweringmachine.com maintained by Matthew Furman, which claims to be the world's largest archive of novelty telephone recordings. Perusing the site, you'll find a number of audio categories including At the Sound of the Beep, Celebrity Answer-Alls, Radio Shack, Rich Little Phonies, and more. In fact, they even had the Crazy Calls classics from the commercial we played earlier, but interestingly, Furman was asked to take the recordings down, as stated on their website, M&I Recording Studios is now in the process of bringing back Crazy Calls, therefore Crazy Calls can no longer be featured here on this page. Unfortunately, when you follow the link, it seems that the re-release of these classic answering machine messages is no longer being sold, though you can find other information and links to videos on their webpage, crazycallsclassics.com, like their grand return in 1991.
The beat, more than a tone.
Crazy Calls, those fabulous musical messages for your answering machine are back with the new generation.
Waiting for the beat zone. Gonna have to do it when you hear that song. Gotta leave
7 brand new recordings for your answering machine.
Well, you know that I'm at the fiesta. I will call when I take a siesta. So when you hear the beep, then you besta.
How could I call if you don't leave your name?
Give the gift of gab to your answering machine with Crazy Calls, the new generation.
Your name and number when you hear that sound. That is the only way I can.
Only $14.95.
Well, a is gone, but my phone is on. You gotta leave a message, and before too long, you're gonna hear a sound.
Crazy Calls, the new generation.
You're gonna have to put it down.
Call 1-800-832-5200, only $14.95 plus shipping and handling. Call 1-800-832-5200.
As answering machines were phased out for voicemail systems and cell phones took over landlines, so did the once pervasive home technology become just another piece of obsolete tech. Heck, these days, most people don't even bother leaving messages when they can just shoot off a quick text to their friends or family. And sure, maybe it's more convenient. Maybe it's easier to have a phone in your pocket all day and never have to worry about missing an important call or message, but it's also a lot more boring. Well, at least to this Gen X grown-up anyway. What about you? Do you miss answering machine messages and all their pop culture trappings, or do you prefer the new way of staying in touch? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Today, we're doing something a little different by offering you a mystery video topic, which will not be revealed until after this introduction. Why? Well, because roughly 1 year and 49 episodes ago, Anthony Great, our fearless leader, posted the first ever Celebrating Yesteryear video. He gathered a team of like-minded retro enthusiasts, including myself, Anthony J. Rapino, Alyssa M. Labatz, and James Gaddis, and asked a pertinent question in this age of unlimited content. Do we have something unique and worthwhile to add to the vast retro community? Well, I'm going to be honest here, we just didn't know.
What we did know, however, was that each and every one of us has an undying passion for this subject, the community, and everything it stands for. And beyond that simple truth, we also knew that we wanted to try to bring videos with a unique voice, try to present subjects you're enthusiastic about, try to build our own little community of retro hounds. 1 year later, as we filmed this, our 50th episode, I'm happy to report that we did more than try. Our once 3,000 subscriber base has, of this recording, grown to 24,000, and we're optimistic that number will continue to grow with your help and support. So, if you've enjoyed even one of our videos and haven't yet subscribed, there's no time like the 1 year anniversary. And on that note, let's get this party started and open up this mystery box episode to discover the nostalgic topic lurking inside. Since you were integral to this channel's success and growth, we thought it only right that today's choice reflect that. The topic for this, our 50th episode, in honor of 1 year of content is, drumroll please, Alyssa. Outstanding Subscriber Comments, with a focus on comments that recommend we cover a particular topic or missed an important item in one of our lists. Our entire team scoured the comment sections of our videos, going all the way back to our very first in search of any such comments, and we found quite a few. So many, in fact, we had to narrow it down considerably. On that note, let's not waste any more time and get right to the first comment. From our very first video, 5 Forgotten Toys of the 1980s, subscriber Adriel Burned 6924 writes, I used to have a battery-powered toy called a Wacky Walker. It came with different legs to put on it. Also an air-powered moon jumper, I think. I have never found any pics of them. I was born in 1980. I'm sorry to say I don't think we were successful in locating these specific toys, but we wanted to follow up with you because, well, our producer sort of promised we'd keep an eye out. And we have, and then some. But as we've established in previous videos, our writer kind of sucks at research. Still, to his credit, we did find a couple toys that are close and also forgotten in the same way items on that particular list were, so we decided to present them as a door prize. While trying to find Wacky Walker, which resulted in mostly Wacky Wall Walker articles, we did discover a 1987 model kit called the Revolt Bear Mobile from Bandai. The toy seems to have only been sold in Japan, but watching recordings of the unique motorized walking mechanism, one can see why this particular toy came up while searching Wacky Walker. As for the air-powered moon jumper, we got a bit closer, though we're still pretty sure this isn't what Adriel was referring to. In the 1980s, Tomy released a number of vehicles that were powered by air pumps called air jammers. While they mostly sold wheeled vehicles like VW Bugs, ATVs, and cycles, the one that caught our eye was the high-hopping Hoomdorm, also released as Skyhopper, from the Space Pets line, because it had what we thought was a moon jumper aesthetic. The others in the series also looked the part, including the stretch-legged Stoomdorm, fleet-footed Floomdorm, and lurch-along Loomdorm, but the Hoomdorm was the only one that jumps. These worked simply by pumping them with air, then flipping a switch to set them in motion. From 5 junk food favorites that still exist, subscriber Nina Dimsil 500 writes, Retro Days, would you please feature O'Boise's potato sticks and moon pies? Well, since you ask so nicely, sure.
Even people who love potato chips are surprised at how good Keebler's O'Boise's taste.
Oh, Boise's are boisterous.
They're bubbly, crackly, roisterous. So full of Idaho potato taste. Boise's are boisterous.
Made by the Keebler Elves, O'Boise's potato snack chips in original and sour cream and onion. So bubbly, crackly, so Idaho potatoey, you'll say...
Glorious, notorious, delicious, and uproarious. They're Keebler's, O'Boise's, and...
Boise's are boisterous.
O'Boise's were a crispy, crunchy, air pocket-filled snack chip sold in the mid-80s and early 90s by Keebler, available in regular, sour cream and onion, and barbecue. While these didn't fit the topic for our video about junk food that is still sold, we have no such restrictions today for this long discontinued potato chip. There's some indication that O'Boise's was brought back in the early 2000s by Utz with additional flavors like salt and pepper, cheddar and jalapeno, and cheddar and sour cream, according to a review of the chips on taquitos.net, though we can't find any other verification of this. Clearly, though, the unique flavor and texture of O'Boise's has led to a cult following, and I'm sure many of us would love to see its return. Unlike O'Boise's, potato sticks have seen wide release through a number of different companies over the years and are still available, even the kind that comes in a can. French's began selling theirs in 1935, but they aren't the only ones. Utz, Better Made, Picnic, Charles Chips, Hers, and probably many more all have their own versions as well. I'll go out on a limb here and suggest that the potato stick is generic enough that any brand will do, so long as it's in that nostalgic can. For the sake of expediency, we'll skip moon pies for now, but they are still delicious and widely available. From our 5 must-watch nostalgic summer movies episode, user Stella Grosso 3828 suggested simply, how about The Sandlot? To which our producer revealed, The Sandlot was actually on the initial list of films. We shrank down the number of choices for brevity, though. Perhaps we need to revisit this again with that film included. Well, the time is nigh, and we are prepared.
They got the talk.
You bop for apples in the toilet. You play ball like a girl.
They got the walk.
Wendy Peppercorn.
But even winners know when to run.
Well, how'd we get the ball back? It's history. Ooh, a big doggy.
The Sandlot.
Flies open. Strike for a hero.
Now on home video.
The Sandlot would have been the newest movie on that previous list, having come out in 1993. This coming-of-age story centers around the new kid in town, Scott Smalls. As the school year ends and summer takes hold, he befriends a local group of boys who play baseball in the nearby Sandlot. Like Stand By Me, this movie takes place decades before it was shot. Most of us who now feel nostalgic for this movie weren't yet born in 1967 when the story is set. That's right, I'm talking about our old friend Anna Moya again. It's weird how we can feel such a connection with a time we may have only experienced in film, and yet this 1960s summer is somehow extraordinarily familiar to us. Perhaps it is Anna Moya, but I suggest it's more than that. Getting together with a group of friends during the dog days of summer, playing baseball or basketball or soccer or whatever, getting into fights, creating an entire mythology out of the neighborhood dog, these things are nearly universal. Sure, maybe it wasn't a dog for you, but almost all of us had that local urban legend. The haunted house, the creepy field, the abandoned warehouse. Those secret places you were never meant to go, but go you did. Because what was summer without a little adventure? There were many other great suggestions in that list of summer movies, but we'll save those for a future video. Easily the most popular video we've produced so far, with 194,000 views, was The Ultimate 1980s Mall Experience, also known as 1980s Mall Memories. And holy smokes did you all deliver on your own mall memories in the comments section. So for this pick, we wanted to simply highlight a few of these amazing comments, and with 2,448 comments and counting, this is easier said than done. The top comment with 825 likes and 167 replies seems like a good place to start. User John Cantrell 614 writes, I can't really understand why malls fell out of favor. It was warm in the winter, cool in the summer. And if it was stormy outside, you still stayed dry as you shopped. Today's shopping centers are all separate stores, and you are at the mercy of the weather. No, the old way was better to me, at least as far as shopping went. What I dig about this comment is how it highlights the open forum debate that can happen in the comments section of our videos. Just look at some of those replies, and there are over 150 more of them. If it's not clear by now, we are always open to different perspectives and love hearing from our subscribers. Manager of Three Monsters writes, I worked at the mall when I was in high school. Best days of my life. Seriously, if you weren't there, no one could imagine just how great the 80s and 90s truly were. So bittersweet. And there are full pages of comments sharing memories like browsing the crowded shelves of KB Toys, or simply lamenting the loss of our beloved malls, and such comments as, if I could literally go back to this time, I would. Everything was so much better back then, and I miss the 80s. Yeah, me too, friends. Me too. In one of our more recent videos about after-school television shows, Evening Blues 8132 commented, I like and will always respect Bill Nye. However, when I was a kid and given the choice between Nye and Beekman's World, I would choose Beekman every time. I'd like to think it's because I grew up on the East Coast and there was a New York attitude in the writing, but it's more likely because the colors were brighter and they spoke faster, holding my attention. This particular oversight really frustrated our resident writer, as he too is from the East Coast, and having grown up in Brooklyn, feels as though he's done a disservice not mentioning Beekman's World.
I'm Beekman, and you've just broken into Beekman's World.
Just as an aside here, but is it me or does Beekman sound and look a lot like Ken Marino from The State?
Hey,
Right, sorry, off topic. Beakman's World premiered on TLC in 1992, having been adapted for television from the comic strip You Can with Beakman and Jax. This predated the release of Bill Nye the Science Guy by a full year, making Beakman first to the plate. Interestingly though, both shows ended in 1998. Now, we're not saying we know this for sure, as there can be many reasons for cancellation, but this did happen right around the time that talk shows and trash TV took over the after-school slots on many channels, as reported in our after-school TV episode. As for Beakman, he enjoyed 4 robust seasons. The last time Paul Zaloom donned Beakman's wig was in 2014 when he made a memorable appearance in Mexico for TVUNAM. According to Nixeli Castillo Garcia for CienciaUNAM.mx, Beakman's show lasted approximately 40 minutes and was dubbed by Juan Carrilero, the same voice actor who voiced the scientist in the Spanish language series.
Even though we would have loved to highlight every single one of your comments, as usual, our time is limited and we had to make many, many hard decisions. Even so, there's one very important thing I hope you all noticed as we flashed your comments on the screen, and that is that Tony Great, our producer and fearless leader, not only reads but responds to every single comment that's posted. When we say we'd love to hear about it down in the comments, we really, truly mean it. With 50 episodes aired and a full year of content at your fingertips, 2 final questions linger. What other nostalgic topics would you like us to cover? And even better, what else would you like to see from us here at Retro Days to enhance the community experience? As always, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
When summer rolls around and the days get unbearably hot, there were precious few things that would keep us cool as kids in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
We could head to the local park and jump through those floor-mounted sprinklers, loiter in the video rental store, play a few rounds of Street Fighter II at the corner store, or vegetate in the air conditioning if we were lucky enough to have one. Inevitably, though, we'd hear the tinkling summer music of the ice cream truck, reminding us that the best and tastiest way to loosen the sun's fiery grip was by buying a treat from the ice cream man. Let's scan that endlessly fascinating ice cream truck menu and pick a few of the best for this sweltering summer day. As much as we craved summer as kids, sooner or later the sticky hot days of mid-July would arrive. You know the ones. When even the thought of picking up a basketball or walking to the park caused streams of sweat to pour out from under your baseball cap, turning you into a human sprinkler. In cities, those hot summer days were particularly bad. The sun beat down, baking the blacktop and cement, sending waves of heat back up at our faces like some nefarious lava-fueled device created by Skeletor. Those were the days we needed the ice cream truck the most. The tinkling warble of the truck's music would reach our ears from a distance, setting off the Pavlovian response in our kid brains to salivate in anticipation of pure frozen bliss. Nothing was as good as the moment you knew ice cream was near at hand, except perhaps the moment when you actually had it in hand. But what ice cream to choose? We're starting today's list with a perennial favorite, but also something of an oddity. The push-up pop was part ice cream and part toy, making it not only delicious, but also fun to eat. It may sound like an exaggeration to call this thing a toy, but the interaction of slowly pushing the bottom of the ice cream up through the outer tube often morphed into a contest against time and heat. Reveal too much of the ice cream and the sun might claim it as a melted victim. Sometime around 1990, the Nestle Corporation branded their push-up pops, creating the Flintstones push-ups. Since I was already a Flintstone kid.
We are Flintstones kids.
10 million strong and growing. Oh, I jumped on the bandwagon as soon as these were released, happily trading in my orange sherbet flavor for the exact same, yet somehow infinitely better Yabba Dabba Doo orange. What about the other flavors, you ask? Yeah, they don't exist for me. I mean, grape, lime? I'll stick with orange, thank you very much. And you know what? Not to deviate too much from the topic, but what was it with all the Flintstone stuff in the 80s and 90s? For a cartoon that aired from 1960 to 66, its longevity is incredible. According to Wikipedia, the continuing popularity of the Flintstones rests heavily on its juxtaposition of modern everyday concerns in the Stone Age setting. Sure, I guess I can buy that. Even though the cartoon was no longer being made, I clearly remember watching it all the time on television, begging my parents for Fruity Pebbles cereal, and eating mountains of push-up pops. Although they're no longer branded and sold as Flintstones push-ups, Nestle does still make and sell the product. But for my money, Outrageous Orange is never going to taste as good as it did when Fred was selling it. At some point, gumballs became a mainstay of ice cream truck offerings. Perhaps it started with Good Humor's Screwball, which originated in the early 70s. According to the Vintage Good Humor page, the classic version of this frozen confection was made with cherry-flavored slushed ice and a gumball at the bottom, served in a signature cone-shaped cup. The Screwball was also available in a tart blue raspberry flavor. And for those looking to double the summer fun, the 2-ball Screwball ice cream was served up with 2 gumballs at the bottom. These gumballs eventually transitioned to the outside of Character Pops as decoration. One of the classic Character Pops sporting gumball eyes was Fat Frog. This was before the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Pops were released, what most kids would invariably switch to, leaving the poor Fat Frog to wallow alone in self-pity. Fat Frog's flavor was some kind of fruit mix, though I couldn't say exactly what. My memory is of something citrus flavored, though not even the Good Humor official page gets any more specific, stating only that this frozen delight was a fruit-flavored ice pop in the shape of a friendly green frog with 2 bright red bubblegum eyes. There were plenty of other Character Pops sitting alongside the Fat Frog. Bubble Play, yes, I'm counting a baseball glove as a character. The Dinosaur Bar with the oddly placed gumball for a belly button? Super Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Pink Panther, and many more. The ice cream part of these pops had a different texture that was both artificial yet simultaneously addicting. You just knew this wasn't real ice cream, but you didn't care as you took another giant bite of Bubble-O Bill's face and munched on his bubblegum nose. And speaking of the bubblegum, I'm always morbidly curious as to how other people dealt with eating it. I could never quite wrap my head around trying to chew bubblegum while simultaneously eating ice cream, so I'd eat around the gum for as long as possible and then pluck them out to save on a napkin until I finished. I remember other kids chowing down on the gum and ice cream in a single bite like absolute monsters. I still have nightmares about it. Another ice cream truck favorite of many was the WWF Superstars of Wrestling ice cream bars, which came out in 1987 and was produced by the Gold Bond Ice Cream Company. These bad boys were essentially ice cream sandwiches on a stick, but also so much more. For one thing, they had both a vanilla cookie and a chocolate-coated cookie sandwiching the ice cream center. For another, they featured depictions of your favorite wrestlers right on the bar. And if that wasn't enough, you'd get a trading card in the box. According to Noah Leatherland for thesportster.com, the first series included obvious choices like Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, and Andre the Giant, but also some more puzzling picks like the tag team Strike Force, Tito Santana and Rick Martel. Despite the gimmicky nature of the product, it was legitimately delicious. There was just something about the soft texture of those thin cookies and the flavor combo of vanilla and chocolate that had me running back for more every time the ice cream truck rounded the corner. I must not have been the only one, because the ice cream lasted until about 2008, at which time they were finally discontinued, except for 2 brief returns in 2020 and 2021. While researching potential candidates for today's list, Retro Days team member Jimmy Gaddis reminded us not to forget good old Mr. Softy, and specifically his epic offering named the two-stage rocket. Now, I have no reason to distrust Jimmy, but I could find neither hide nor hair of his fabled ice cream. And it's a real shame too, because his description of the confection has convinced me that it is perhaps the best thing on today's list. Jimmy said, very specific to Mr. Softy, which I grew up chasing around the neighborhood, were the two-stage rocket, a mini cone of ice cream placed in the big cone. Yeah, sign me up. This speaks right to the heart of my ice cream fantasies. Who wouldn't want a second ice cream cone hidden within the first? I have to imagine that this second mini cone would be filled with a different flavor of ice cream and perhaps even have its own special toppings to really make the most of this hidden wonder. In scouring the internet, we did find an article on SeriousEats.com about the ultimate Mr. Softy secret menu, and while it doesn't mention the two-stage rocket cone specifically, it got me thinking that perhaps this special recipe was dreamed up by a kid in Jimmy's neighborhood and then spread like wildfire until everyone was ordering the new secret menu item. As it turns out, our writer Tony isn't the research whiz kid he pretends to be, because Jimmy has swooped in to one-up the bedraggled keyboard jockey with this stellar picture of a genuine two-stager direct from Mr. Softy himself. Bask, I say, in the glory of this wonderful confection. I first heard about the now legendary Vampire's Deadly Secret Pops from Dinosaur Dracula's blog back in 2016. At first glance, I was sure this was a fake product mock-up created by some horror-obsessed, Halloween-loving misfit who scrawled their fever dream onto a page and let it loose in the wilds of the internet. Of course, I now know that these things actually existed, and they even have an official page on the Good Humor website where they describe it as a black cherry ice pop hiding a secret, gooey, and delicious cherry sauce center. Dinosaur Dracula also reported that while there was a version named Vampire's Secret sold in stores, the one sold on the ice cream truck was Vampire's Deadly Secret, which had the form factor of a creamsicle rather than the popsicle shape of the store-bought variety. The press copy even goes out of its way to tie the frozen dessert to Halloween and summer. Once upon a time, there was an ice cream truck treat that was perfect for summertime, Halloween time, and any time. Yet, deep down, I know this was probably the true downfall of Vampire's Deadly Secret. Most kids just weren't thinking about autumn and Halloween during the summer because autumn meant school, and who the heck wanted to think about school when there was ice cream to eat, pools to swim in, and roller coasters to ride? Oh, our staff writer is defiantly shaking his head and frowning like a petulant child, but he's just sad he missed out on these insanely cool ice pops when they were still available. Tough luck, Tony.
The true delight of the ice cream truck wasn't only the convenience of ice cream delivered to your neighborhood, but the seemingly unlimited selection of sweet treats. It felt like you could order something different every day of summer and still have choices left come fall. Now, while I know I'm being hyperbolic, I also know that this is exactly how it felt to us when we were young. There was always more. Another hill to ride our bikes over, another day of summer, another ice cream to try. So let's do something different today. Let's get a little slice of our childhood summers back and tell me this. What new ice cream are you gonna try this summer? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
When I was younger, I believed the mailbox was magic. The mailman was a blue-collar Santa, and my mailbox was Santa's bag. On any given day, opening that miniature doorway might reveal a package or stuffed envelope of mystery. It didn't even have to be December, and there you were, tearing into a present with perhaps only a vague notion of what might be inside.
Cereal box top offers, Kool-Aid point redemptions, and comic book advertisements were the order of the day. The possibilities were endless, and I was keen on exploring every surprise my mailbox had to offer. Like many other topics we've covered, see outdoor games, board games, sleepovers, and winter fun for a start, mail-away offers provided kids with a variety of merchandise that promised big fun and sometimes big letdowns. I looked forward to much more than just the item I ordered, though. For me, it was always more about the anticipation and surprise of the experience. Once your sealed packet of possibilities sailed off into the unknown, it could be a few days, a few weeks, or a few months before you received a reply. And what that reply contained, unless you ordered a specific item, was anyone's guess. Some hate to wait, but for me, the waiting was always a potent ingredient to the fizzing magic concoction. Like Christmas, there was an imaginary "do not open till" sticker hanging in the air, and with every passing day, my imagination grew beyond the boundaries of reality. The trip to the mailbox, opening the miniature door and reaching into the dark recess with a lingering hope pinned cleanly to my sleeve, it was a potent magic. An act that gave each day hope, which is no small thing for children and adults alike. Sure, some days you'd retrieve a pile of bills and junk mail, but other days, those special days, the days you waited for so patiently, you found a small package with your name on it. Not your mom or dad's name, but your name printed on the label. What was inside? Well, that's what we're here to find out. Comic books functioned as the gateway to a wild world of mail-away offers. We entered the magical realm of the local comic shop and left with a small stack of enduring fantasies and horrors, the likes of which we'd never imagined. And if that wasn't enough, as you flipped through the latest issue of your favorite comic, you were met with pages of endless advertisements for some of the coolest stuff you'd ever heard of. Tiny boxes covered the paper with such classics as X-ray specs, joy buzzers, and sea monkeys. But there were even better offerings for the seasoned comic book reader, like the 7-foot monster, werewolf horror mask, and the hey, wait, is that? Oh my God, a Raquel Welch pillow? I mean, I guess you can't say they didn't know their demographic. I will, with some hesitation, read the description. What man wouldn't enjoy spending the night with Raquel Welch? Well, we can't deliver her, but we can deliver that next best thing, a 12-inch by 24-inch inflatable pillow of Raquel made of rugged vinyl. Yeah, I guess it'd have to be rugged. To serve as your headrest, keep her for yourself or show her to your friends. Livens up a party when everyone sees and feels this great gag item. Kinda spicy for a kid's comic ad. Just pair that up with the secret spy scope, which is literally advertised in part for girl watching, and you've got the little pervert starter pack. This particular ad is in a Casper comic from 1972, so the $1.98 price tag on that Raquel Welch pillow, when adjusted for inflation, would be $14.85. That's quite a few mowed lawns and a super awkward conversation with your parents when it arrived. Cheaper and a lot easier to explain to your parents was the giant moon monster. Though according to Kirk Demerice's book, Mail Order Mysteries, Real Stuff from Old Comic Book Ads, the monster was actually just 2 black and white posters that you had to connect together. Even more disappointing, the bonus masks were Xerox copies of rubber masks. Youch! In the same comic, a competing novelty company had a similar ad with a lot of the same types of products. There's the X-ray specs again, and a tiny instrument to help you throw your voice. Demerice explains the voice thrower was 2 pieces of metal bound by pink ribbon, and while it did create an interesting vibration sound, it absolutely did not help you throw your voice. If you thought mystery boxes were an invention of the 21st century, this old comic will dispel the idea with an ad for a surprise package. The description reads, "Pleasant surprise and bargain, fun or useful, includes new samples, factory surplus, special novelties, etc. most worth much more, money back if not delighted. You could choose between a surprise bargain for $1 or the super surprise for $2.95. Another prominent and classic comic book offer was for toy soldiers. Whereas a lot of the other novelty offers would often end up feeling lackluster and like a borderline grift, I'm looking at you, giant monster, you always knew what you were getting with toy soldiers. You probably had a bucket full, and as you slowly depleted their ranks by burning, burying, throwing, submerging, and otherwise defiling the poor little things, you'd order another footlocker full of them for a pittance and commit war atrocities all over again. Ah, the innocence of childhood. In issue 14 of ALF, released in 1989, there was an advertisement exclaiming, "Now you can be the next Joe." The offer explained that you could send away for a personalized G.I. Joe action figure for $7.50 plus $1.50 shipping and handling. You then filled out your enlistment information for the personalized file card, including such pressing questions as when are you at your best, how would you characterize yourself, and what kind of martial arts expert are you? You can find this particular figure and the corresponding file on eBay, but be prepared to pay for it. The loose figure hovers around $50, a complete figure has sold for as much as $250, and a complete package, still sealed, is currently listed for a whopping $4,000, though that is the rarer gold-plated helmet variety. That all certainly makes the original buy-in price sound incredibly reasonable. G.I. Joe wasn't the only major franchise to offer mail-away premiums to kids. Another well-known and highly sought-after figure was the Wonder Bread He-Man. Well, kind of. In the early days of the internet, a picture of a He-Man figure in a slightly different color started circulating. He was often depicted with no armor and only a sword or axe, which led him being called Savage He-Man. Some speculated it was a custom or bootleg figure, until internet sleuths began to associate the figure with a Wonder Bread offer, though it soon became clear that the Wonder Bread promotion was actually for free trading cards and not a figure. The figure was actually part of a 1983 Mattel offer to buy 3 and get 1 free with Masters of the Universe and 3 other toy lines. In an incredibly detailed YouTube video on the Spectre Creative channel, see our list of resources for the video link, Scott Toy Guru Knightlick uncovers the hard evidence conclusively solving the Wonder Bread He-Man mystery. Specifically, he found a series of letters between a consumer and Mattel wherein the purchaser complained about the He-Man figure she received from the promotion, going on to describe Savage He-Man. If you're interested in all the specific details, including proof that the figure did not come with the black armor and most of the weapons, I encourage you to check out the full video. Yet another action figure offer with minor controversy was Kenner's free Boba Fett offer.
From Kenner's Star Wars collection comes the Stormtrooper, the Sand People, and all 20 action figures, including new Hammerhead, Snaggletooth, and more, each sold separately. And now, Boba Fett, Star Wars villain with his laser rifle. Boba Fett is not yet available in stores, but you can get him free with 4 proofs of purchase from any Star Wars action figures. Details on specially marked packs at participating stores. Offer ends May 31st. Star Wars action figures sold separately from Kenner.
The main issue with this promotion hinged upon the large amount of marketing they did for it and how much interest they ended up creating, which led to some inevitable and frustratingly long shipment times. In some cases, people even received postcards with an apology and an additional estimated wait of 4 to 6 weeks. The other reason for the increased manufacturing and shipping times was due to an issue with the rocket-firing backpack, which they had to scrap after a similar type of toy mechanism caused a child's death. The delays also resulted in a number of packing variations being sent out, some rarer than others. And of course, where there's a rare figure, there's someone trying to sell it on eBay. Another prominent method of offering mail-away promotional items was through cereal boxes, which often required you to collect a certain number of box tops that you'd send in along with shipping and handling costs or a self-addressed stamp envelope. While there are far more than we can talk about today, some popular categories were plush dolls, cereal bowls, watches, and PVC figure sets. Kellogg's ran a number of these promotions for various Disney afternoon franchises like DuckTales, Tailspin, and Gummy Bears, though single figures were also sometimes used as inside-the-box premiums.
Okay, Scrooge, find the treasure.
Treasure? Start digging. Now buried in boxes of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, you can get one of these ducktail figurines free.
There was the Tony the Tiger baseball, the Kellogg's cereal plastic bowl set, Honeycomb cereal digital watch, and many more. So many more, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see another installment of this topic down the line. For those of us of a certain age, the Kool-Aid Wacky Warehouse became one of the mainstays of free mail-away items, usually only costing Kool-Aid points and shipping and handling.
It's the Kool-Aid Wacky Warehouse, the wackiest store in the world.
Next stop, Wacky Ware.
Where you can dress to impress with your wackiness. Then try on the flavors that suit you best. In the wackiest store in the world.
Now, when you buy Kool-Aid Coolers Juice Drinks, you get a bunch of wacky Kool-Aid points. And you get something free. Gee. Wacky Wild book covers to get you wackily-backily to school. Cool. You can get your free book cover at the Kool-Aid Coolers display at participating stores now. Wow.
Our resident writer, Tony, still has, which he admits is quite strange, a few Kool-Aid point stamps as well as a mailer from the early 90s. The envelope serves as a perfect example of why mail so often felt magical. To an adult, it probably looks like junk mail, but to a kid, it was a package filled with pure joy. On the front of the envelope, Pink Swimingo and Kool-Aid Man are surfing an epic wave while simultaneously exclaiming, "Here's your free gift from Kool-Aid." Oh yeah! Inside there was a letter from Kool-Aid Man himself. Free points, a Wacky Warehouse catalog, Nintendo and Kool-Aid stickers, a scrutinized game, and a pink erasable scratch pad. Not bad for junk mail. The order form had some high-quality rewards too, like Super Nintendo and Game Boy games, clothing, and watches. Of course, most of these items were far outside most of our points ranges, but even a casual Kool-Aid drinker was more than capable of getting the figurines, sticker factory, or mugs.
I can't overstate the importance of curating these little magic moments in life. They give you something to look forward to, something to get excited about. For some of us, adulthood has sapped away a lot of what made the mail special. We got used to junk mail and bills, and then the internet came along and made things like handwritten letters and greeting cards nearly a thing of the past. I say nuts to that. If wielded right, the mail still has a lot to offer, and the mailbox still has some magic left in it. So tell me, what were some of the most memorable mail-away items you received as a kid? How about as an adult? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
It wouldn't have been a 70s, 80s, or 90s childhood if there wasn't the vague threat of severe injury and death all around you. Everything from your everyday bike ride excursions to all-metal playgrounds to limited supervision opened up a world of potential hurt.
And yes, kids will be kids. Rambunctious little adventurers have been breaking arms since there have been trees to climb. But it's another thing altogether when the cause of that harm is a manufactured toy deemed to be safe for kids of a certain age. Of course, safety restrictions weren't always as stringent as they are today, which led to a whole host of dangerous toys that could injure, maim, and even kill. Although there are still many injuries and deaths related to manufactured toys, the true Wild West of toy manufacturing was pre-1970s. In the 50s, for instance, despite warnings from health officials, products with lead paint would continue to be sold until a formal ban in 1978. There were numerous eye injuries from toy darts and arrows, and injured ears from cap guns. In one specific example, a Davy Crockett hat made of shredded paper could burst into flames with ease. In 1969, President Nixon signed into law the first ever national safety standard for toys called the Toy Safety Act. According to Cynthia Crossan for the Wall Street Journal, the act authorized the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to test and ban hazardous toys. On December 22, 1970, it announced a ban on 39 toys, including several archery sets, some squeeze toys with easily removable squeakers, dolls with barely covered pins or wires, and some breakable baby rattles. 1,500 toys were banned by 1974, with the newly established Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CPSC, leading the charge. Crossan continues, among them was a Smokey the Bear tent that was highly flammable, the popular clacker balls, 2 plastic balls on a string that could shatter when banged together with enough force, several brands of xylophones whose keys had sharp edges, and a Betsy Wetsy doll partly held together with a straight pin. Predictably, there were some parents who felt the federal government had no place mandating what toys could be sold, injuries and deaths be damned. In 1973, John Lofton wrote, I believe the decision as to whether or not Junior ought to be allowed to play with a sharp-eyed sniffy dog or a talky tiger whose squeaker is removable is a decision that in a free society ought to be made by the child's parents and not the federal government. And of course, the toy industry itself called many of the statistics into question, suggesting that if a toy is peripherally related to the injury, such as a girl accidentally slipping on a doll and falling, it is counted toward the toy-related injury data. Despite such debates, the CPSC continues to help mitigate risk related to manufactured toys. Considering even in 2022, there were 209,500 toy-related ER-treated injuries and 11 reported toy-related deaths among children 14 years of age or younger in the United States, according to the CPSC, one has to wonder how many injuries and deaths there might be without the regulations.
This isn't child's play, according to the Food and Drug Administration. The game is called lawn darts, and it is being exempted from a proposed ban by the FDA.
Like a combination of horseshoes and darts, lawn darts, also known as jarts, was a popular backyard game through the 1980s. Though there's no evidence to suggest the 1950s inventor of lawn darts, Lawrence Barnett, took inspiration from the ancient Greek and Roman weapon plumbata, there are striking similarities in both design and use. Plumbata were essentially lead-weighted darts that were thrown into the air, underhand, with hopes of piercing enemies. Though at least one researcher calls into question the wisdom of an underhand throw, he doesn't necessarily dispute the connection to the 20th century game. In his research essay, Retesting Plumbata, Setting the Record Straight via Experience, Experimentation, and the Examination of Historical Sources, Bruce Robert Pruitt writes, yes, the shaft and fins are made of plastic, but intrinsically a lawn dart is a plumbata. Not a Roman one, but a plumbata nevertheless. While the game part of jarts required participants to try and lob, i.e. deliver underhand, the missiles into a plastic ring lying on the ground, we kids soon discovered that throwing them overhand allowed us to toss them farther and with more power than was originally intended by the manufacturer. To a young boy, that was when they really got fun. Even more power and fun became available when we trimmed the plastic fins down to about a fifth their original size. Now we had a real weapon we could use on targets like trees, fences, milk cartons, invading armies, whatever. A boy's dream, right? I still carry a small scar on one foot as a reminder of those days. Of course, the inventor was more likely inspired by the barroom pastime of darts than he was a weapon from 500 BC. Either way, it wasn't until the 1970s that anyone questioned the wisdom of allowing children to lob sharp objects into the sky. The first attempt to curb injuries came in 1970 when the FDA classified lawn darts as a mechanical hazard, though the ruling only necessitated the need for safety labels, detailed instructions of use, and reshelving outside the toy department and only in sporting goods stores. Despite an attempt to ban the toy, nothing more happened until 1987 when 7-year-old Michelle Snow was struck dead by a lawn dart. To be clear, this wasn't the first fatality and far from the first injury.
2 deaths and a couple of other injuries to children are listed as a result of the game. A 4-year-old North Dakota child was killed while playing in a sandbox next to the lawn dart game. A 9-year-old Minnesota girl was reportedly killed at a picnic. The FDA list also said 1 child lost an eye and another required brain surgery after being hit in the skull.
In the 1987 report from the CPSC, they reported an estimated 6,100 people have been treated in hospital emergency rooms for injuries involving lawn darts from 1978 through 1986. More than half of the victims had injuries to the head, eye, ear, or face. Severe injuries included punctures, lacerations, and fractures to the head and skull. In addition to the death of the 7-year-old girl in April, the commission is aware of 1 other lawn dart death. This involved a 4-year-old boy and occurred in 1970. In large part due to David Snow's lobbying after the death of his daughter, lawn darts were finally banned in 1988.
Easy bake, fast as you can. Mix 'em up, pour 'em in the pan. Slide 'em in, let 'em bake now. Slide 'em in, slide 'em out, easy bake, wow! Only Kenner's Easy Bake Oven Set makes such delicious cakes, cookies, candy, brownies, pizza, pies, and biscuits. It bakes like magic with 2 ordinary light bulbs and has a special cooling chamber. Easy Bake by Kenner.
While not nearly as terrifying as a spike to the skull, the Easy Bake Oven posed potential risks for injury as well. Kenner first released the Easy Bake Oven in 1963, which at the time was a vibrant teal-colored stovetop and oven, complete with cabinets underneath. You really got to give it to Kenner for outstanding design, especially when you compare it to the faux futuristic abomination Hasbro transformed the oven into in 2011. This thing looks like a plastic bread box. The original light bulb heat source in the Kenner models could reach a whopping 350 degrees Fahrenheit. This might sound hazardous, but the dangerous version of the toy turned out to be the 2007 Hasbro redesign, which eliminated the light bulb as a heat source due to the passage of the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007. According to the CPSC report in February of 2007, the recall was issued after receiving 29 reports of children getting their hands or fingers caught in the oven's opening, including 5 reports of burns. Another CPSC report was issued in July of the same year to urge consumers to return the product. In part, the new report outlined further injuries. Since the repair program announced in February, Easy Bake has received 249 reports of children getting their hands or fingers caught in the oven's opening, including 77 reports of burns, 16 of which were reported as 2nd and 3rd degree burns. Easy Bake also received 1 report of a serious burn that required a partial finger amputation to a 5-year-old girl.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Squeeze it out and blow it up.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Amazing plastic bubbles from a tube.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Secret magic plastic makes them last.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Red and yellow and blue elastic plastic.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Make weird shapes and funny animals.
Super elastic bubble plastic.
Only by Whammo.
Super elastic bubble plastic from Whammo. How could any kid resist? Obviously, it was totally safe to pack a caustic-smelling plastic goop onto the end of a straw and breathe into it, right? Right? Well, it turns out, probably not. According to Chemistry in the Toy Store by David A. Katz, plastic bubbles are composed of polyvinyl acetate, acetone, pigments, and plastic fortifiers. He goes on to list the following safety concerns. Plastic bubble material is flammable and should not be used near flames. In high concentrations, acetone vapors are toxic, causing dizziness, narcosis, a high, and coma. In other words, if you accidentally inhaled instead of exhaling through the straw, the buildup of toxic vapors might be your first step onto that windy yellow brick road of glue sniffing. Or, it'd put you in a coma. I don't know about you, but I did play with these plastic bubbles as a kid, and I can still smell that uniquely toxic aroma of a 1970s childhood. Smells like psychedelia. Yet another toy of the 60s and 70s destined for the old band hammer was clackers.
Unbreakable miracle clackers are for everyone, even the little guys. Do it with both hands for stereo clackers.
In the late 60s, the toy was often made of different materials, including tempered glass, which could shatter after prolonged impact. This original design came under scrutiny by the FDA and later the Child Protection and Toy Safety Act. You may have noticed the announcer in the commercial specified that the new acrylic plastic clackers were shatterproof. With this redesign, they were again on the market in the early 70s, becoming so popular that a clacker competition was held in Calcinato, Italy. Great, problem solved. Except, it turned out that despite this prominent claim, the clackers could and still did explode upon impact, given enough time and force. And even if your clackers didn't explode, the heavy plastic balls hanging from string, designed like the weapon bolas used by the Argentinian cowboys to catch guanacos, were dangerous and easily caused injury. So, in 1973, the CPSC banned the toy. After the ban, the United States Marshals Service in Wisconsin seized 50,000 boxes of clacker balls in 1974, leading to the rather amusing case entitled United States v. Article consisting of 50,000 cardboard boxes, more or less, each containing one pair of clacker balls, which made it sound like the United States was suing a shipment of clackers. Another fad item, calling it a toy might be a stretch, that led to injury was the slap bracelet. Invented by Stuart Anders in 1983, the slap wraps, as they were originally named, became hugely popular when Eugene Murtha, president of Main Street Toy Company, began distribution. In the case of slap wraps, it was actually the cheap knockoffs that gave them a bad name. Before the official slap wraps were even on the market, purportedly due to prototypes getting into the hands of competitors at the toy fair, imitation slap bracelets manufactured in Taiwan began to hit store shelves. According to Jake Rawson for Mental Floss, these versions typically used carbon steel, which rusted easily, and lower quality fabric, which allowed the steel to become exposed and created opportunity for injury. By the time the fad was really hitting its peak during the fall of 1990, teachers and administrators who were already frustrated with the loud and obnoxious toy seized on the safety concerns and, in many cases, banned slap bracelets from school. Soon after, Connecticut's Department of Consumer Protection recalled the foreign versions, and the Federal Consumer Product Safety Commission advised parents to inspect the bracelets for frayed edges, as reported by Rawson. With the safety concerns, school bans, and the waning interest of fickle adolescents, the fad died out by the following year.
Not all toys are created equal, and similarly dangerous toys existed on a complicated spectrum of safety hazards. What one parent considers safe, another might fear, and what the federal government might consider worthy of a ban, citizens might argue should be left up to consumers to decide. Of course, nothing is ever so simple, and when nostalgia is evoked, you might even find yourself pining for some of those toys despite perceived danger. But we're now adults, and in most cases, better equipped to avoid injury. So tell me, which of these toys did you own? Which do you still have? Were you ever injured by a toy that was later recalled? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
Outdoor games, also known as playground games or street games, are the catch-all names for a series of activities that kids engaged in while outside, be it in between classes, after school, or during the long, hot summer.
These games were pastimes we could exploit for free or with limited accessories, an important prerequisite for adolescents with perhaps no more than $1 or $2 in their pockets. Many of these games predated the 70s and often taught to children, handed down, if you will, by their parents at a kind of oral tradition of gaming. Hop on your bike and get pedaling to your best friend's house because it's time to play some nostalgic outdoor games. It probably goes without saying, but for as long as there have been children and outside, there have been outdoor games. It's simply in a child's nature to be rambunctious and active, and when let loose in the wide world with some friends, they will doubtlessly come up with something fun to do. While we're going to limit our list to organized games that have some kind of a rule set, it'd be short-sighted to suggest that this is truly necessary. We were all kids, and deep down we know that pretty much anything can be turned into a game with a single utterance, "I bet I can do that better than you." Oh, heck yeah, gauntlet thrown. The vague "that" in the previous statement could be anything. Who can get the most skips when skipping rocks? Who can knock the soda can off the fence first? Who can throw something the farthest? Who can bounce a ball the highest? Who can catch the most fish? It was all about the head-to-head competition. The internet and cell phones have made it possible to fill every spare second of our lives with content. If you're waiting in line, or a commercial comes on during a show, or you're stuck in a waiting room, you probably take your phone out and mindlessly scroll. When we were kids, if there was a moment of boredom, we often had no other refuge than our own imagination. There were no glowing screens filled with inane meanderings to fill our heads. We had to fill them ourselves. And in those moments, we'd invent superheroes, villains, epic tales, and wonderful games. When I think back to the many things I used to do as a kid, nothing is quite as pervasive in my memory as the simple yet infinitely customizable act of riding bikes. While certainly not a game in the sense we're discussing today, it was probably your main mode of conveyance to get you to the games, and for that reason alone, it's worth mentioning. Even so, in terms of gamification, there were plenty of ways to turn a regular old bike ride into a competition. There's the obvious bike race, but even more often, we'd try to one-up each other by seeing who could pop the best wheelie, or really, who could do it at all. Just as often, we'd race down the street and slam the back brake to see who could do the longest skid. And when we were feeling particularly adventurous, we'd build small ramps with pieces of plywood or just find a small hill and jump our bikes as far as we could. While in reality, we probably only hopped a foot off the ground, in our imaginations, we'd soared like Evel Knievel over 14 Greyhound buses at Kings Island. Somehow, we'd land safely in our best friend's front yard, ready to play some games, which started with some variation of tag. Most accounts suggest the game of tag started as far back as the 4th century BC, when the Greek poet Irina wrote a game where one girl, labeled the tortoise, chased other girls until she caught one, at which point the new girl became the tortoise, and the game continued on. Then, in the 2nd century AD, a Greek writer named Julius Pollux described a game called Ostrakinda, which was a team-based tag game wherein the flipping of a shell determined which team was it. In fact, different forms of tag have been played throughout the world over the centuries, often under different names, including chase, tig, it, tiggy, tips, tick, and tip, among others. According to Britannica, in many countries, the person who was it pretended to carry some kind of disease, for instance, the plague in Italy, leprosy in Madagascar, fleas in Spain, or lurgy fever in Great Britain. When played this way, there was often a way to become immunized, such as touching a particular substance like wood or iron, or performing some specific action like squatting. In our contemporary games, this immunization was more often described as a base or safe zone. Another common tag-like game was hide and seek, which added the obvious element of hiding. Though for some reason, I tend to think of hide and seek as more of an indoor game than an outdoor one. I'm sure that's not universal, but if I was playing hide and seek outside, then I was playing Manhunt. Manhunt was like a combination of hide and seek and capture the flag. Put simply, it's a team game where the hunted have to get to their base without being caught by the hunters. Adding to the mystique, you could always play at night, which was how I always scheduled the games. Everyone would dress in black for added camouflage and hunt by the light of the moon. Another game that ties together tag, hide and seek, and capture the flag is Kick the Can, which was first popularized in the 1930s. Unlike Manhunt, this one is not a team game and relies on a single seeker trying to find the hiders. If the hider is found, they are called out and attempt to kick the can before the seeker, though there are variations to these rules. This is a game I never played with my friends, usually opting for Manhunt instead. Though the older I get, the more I ponder a particularly melancholic Twilight Zone episode.
85, 90, 9500. Here I come, ready or not? Hey, mister, that's our can. We're playing. Hey, mister.
Sunnyvale Rest, a home for the aged, a dying place, and a common children's game called Kick the Can that will shortly become a refuge for a man who knows he will die in this world if he doesn't escape into the Twilight Zone.
Some outdoor games required a little equipment, though usually cheap enough or readily available to allow everyone to play. Stickball, for instance, only required a stick, probably a broom handle pilfered from the house, and a rubber ball or a tennis ball. It was usually played like a pickup game of baseball with pre-existing foundations like stoops, manhole covers, or trees as bases. Another baseball knockoff is kickball, which of course only required one person to have the ball. And if you have that ball, you could also play dodgeball, though many prefer to leave that for gym class. One final equipment-heavy selection is the old summer standby water gun and water balloon fights. In the 90s, this invariably meant super soaker fights, though most often these games turned into a free-for-all wherein any method of drenching the other team was allowed, be it a water gun, garden hose, or a bucket of water.
Did I forget to invite you to the pool party? Well, maybe next year.
On those occasions when you need to make a big splash, there's the Super Soaker 100. It has a powerful air pressure system,
Oh, Buffy!
a range of up to 60 feet, and a drenching spray. The Super Soaker 100.
It's a water gun of a higher caliber.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. A precarious, rotted, termite-infested limb extending from a tree that grows in Brooklyn. The limb in question is the topic of street games, which are a variety of outdoor games that may only be familiar to people who grew up in urban areas. One such game is something called stoop ball, also known as up against, pinners, 3 outs, and off the point, depending on where you're from. If you can't figure it out from the name, all you need is a stoop and a ball, preferably either a pink Spalding, pronounced Spaldine by those in the know, or a blue handball. The rules vary depending on the region, but generally the idea is to have a pitcher who throws the ball at the stoop and fielders who catch the ball to get the pitcher out. We were never sticklers for a point system with this one, but there are ways to calculate winners if you care. Like stoop ball, box ball, sometimes called box baseball, made use of the environment around us and that trusty handball. The titular boxes were that of the sidewalk. Players placed 3 boxes between them, with the middle box acting as out of bounds. The pitcher threw, or in some variations, slapped the ball into the box closest to the hitter, who then slapped the ball into the box closest to the pitcher, attempting to shoot it past them without their catching it. The true art of the game was putting spin or English on the ball with both the pitch and the hit, attempting to get the Spalding to dance off in unpredictable directions. As the hitter, you do this by angling your slap, almost like a horizontal karate chop. As the pitcher, you'd sometimes squeeze the hollow rubber ball and try to spit it out of your hand with a flick of the wrist. It was a true art form and one best practiced on your own before entering the arena of the streets. One last street game is Scully, also known as Skelly, Skelsies, Dead Box, and Bottle Caps. For this one, you either needed a pre-made street board, which some parks had painted on the ground, or chalk to draw your own. The basics are that you and up to 5 other players flick your bottle cap around the board, from 1 to 13 and back again. Along the journey, you can attempt to knock other players' caps off the board. If you don't land in the numbered box, your turn is over. Once you finish the initial tour around the board, you shoot your cap into the middle skull and become the killer, who hunts the other players, knocking them off the board. Once completed 3 times, that player is out. The true allure of Scully was creating the game piece, though. It started out with a metal twist-off bottle cap. Once you had your piece, you'd melt different colored crayons into the cap, often using toothpicks to swirl the colors and create a unique item. Not only was this fun, it also meant you got to play with matches or lighters, which might have proven enough fun without ever having to play the actual game.
With a little imagination and loads of pent-up sugar-fueled energy, there were so many insanely fun games we'd play, often requiring nothing but our friends. Heck, the number of games we could play with only a rubber ball and a wall is astounding. Handball, wall ball, 7-Up, butts up, just to be polite, you see, with nearly unlimited variations between them. And if you didn't have the wall or the ball, well, I know you figured something out. Summer days were long, and it's not like you had a cell phone to occupy all of your attention. So tell me, what were some of your favorite outdoor games? I would love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
I don't know what it is about movie marathons, but they invariably stoke the nostalgia fire deep in my chest. Pair the movies with the right food and beverages, toss in a few era-appropriate decorations, inject retro gaming intermissions, and you've got a perfect time capsule in which you can escape. But more than anything else, the movies must be chosen with care.
There are 3 quintessential movies that came out in the 1980s featuring groups of young friends on adventures that never fail to do the trick. These movies span a range of genres, making them a perfect triptych of entertainment and subsequently causing me to not only start thinking of them as a trilogy, but also grouping them together for marathons. To be clear, there are no connecting plots, characters, or even directors. What makes these movies part of a singular trilogy, well, at least in my warped mind, are the following 4 rules. As if this particular requirement weren't already obvious, all the movies on this list must have been released in the 1980s. Second, they must feature a group of friends who are younger than 16 years old. This narrows down the potential candidates substantially by eliminating fan favorites like The Lost Boys and Flight of the Navigator, because those movies, although they have moments of kids banding together, are largely about solitary protagonists rather than a group of friends. Still, there are plenty of other movies, and arguably more popular choices, that fit. Take Stand By Me, for instance. Well, that's a classic 80s movie featuring a group of friends under the age of 16. However, the third requirement rules this one out. The movie must not only be released in the 1980s, it must take place in the 1980s. Stand By Me takes place in the 1960s and is thus disqualified from this trilogy list. Finally, our 4th rule is that each movie in the trilogy must be representative of a specific genre distinct from the other 2 movies. In this case, our 3 movies represent the genres of action-adventure, science fiction, and horror comedy. Based then on these requirements, Retro Days' unofficial 80s kid film trilogy is as follows. The Goonies is a classic 80s movie that captures the spirit of being a kid. Even as terrible things are going on in the adult world, the Goonies keep hope alive and set off on the kind of adventure I always used to dream about when I was younger. What kid doesn't want to find a map that leads to an underground maze serpentining its way to a long-lost pirate ship filled with treasure? All in a day's work for the Goonies. The bits of reality that leak through and begin to taint their carefree childhoods gave the movie a tinge of horror, working on fears of change and loss. Remember, the entire adventure is predicated upon the hope that they'd find enough treasure to avoid eviction by greedy developers. Many of us experienced moments like these as kids, be it an impending move from your childhood home, a divorce, changing schools, eviction, or something worse. What we wouldn't have done for an escape, for an adventure, for hope.
Don't you realize? The next time you see Sky, it'll be over another town.
The next time you take a test. It'll be in some other school. Our parents, they want the best of stuff for us. But right now they gotta do what's right for them. 'Cause it's their time. Their time. Up there. Down here, it's our time. It's our time down here. That's all over the second we ride up Troy's bucket.
But it wasn't all fun and games for the Goonies. Even as they sought this underground kingdom, the Fratellis were hot on their trail, a reminder that this escape was only temporary, and the evils of the world weren't simply waiting, they were giving chase. While it's not a flawless movie, the idiosyncrasies give it a charm that allows for multiple viewings. It's a classic for a reason, and an absolutely perfect fit for this trilogy. Explorers is a 1985 science fiction movie directed by Joe Dante. I won't necessarily call it a hidden gem, but the movie is criminally underrated and too often ignored in conversations of 80s movies. Still, this was probably the hardest choice of the trilogy because the more popular selection for the science fiction slot is clearly E.T. the Extraterrestrial. I'll talk more about this decision in our bonus section later in the video. While arguably not as popular as E.T., Explorers still ranks high on my list of favorites of the 80s. Admittedly, the first 3/4 of the movie are miles better than the last part, and sure, I often wish the movie didn't take such a comedic direction once the kids arrive at their destination, but even with these goofball elements, and I'm being purposely vague here for anyone who hasn't seen the film, I still adore this movie. And of course, being a Joe Dante flick, you can look forward to the inevitable appearance of the always entertaining Dick Miller.
How come this guy never won an Academy Award?
The setup all the way through to the onset of a kid's final journey is breathtakingly nostalgic. I can't quite explain the emotions this movie elicits from me. There's something about the character's hope, imagination, and curiosity that drives the narrative forward and makes me feel like we really can do anything if we try, not unlike an underlying message in The Goonies. One scene in particular always hits me as being a perfect example of the previously mentioned emotional impact. When the trio is sitting in their newly created spacecraft getting ready for the inaugural voyage, Ben Crandall, played by Ethan Hawke, dumps out 2 huge paper bags of junk food, including granola bars, chips, and foil-wrapped sandwiches.
Wait. Supplies. We need supplies. Before we go, we need supplies. Check. Are you nuts? Oh, come on. You nuts. Are you crazy? We need to go. Come on. All right, fine. Exterior illumination off. No. It'll be cooler if it's on. Are you freaking? The whole world's gonna see these lights. I mean, all right, we'll turn them off. We'll turn them off when we get out of the creek. It'll be cooler. Okay, fine. Your way, fine.
I may have never built and flown in my own spaceship, but this moment feels like every experience I've ever had with movie theaters, drive-ins, road trips, and even at-home movie marathons. Just a bunch of friends piled together with snacks cascading over our laps as we got ready for an epic adventure. For our horror selection, we have the 1987 movie The Monster Squad, directed by Fred Dekker. Despite perhaps being better described as horror comedy, The Monster Squad checks off all the requirements for our trilogy. Even so, I've often waffled on this choice, thinking there were better examples of horror movies for kids from the 1980s. The Gate, for instance, has come very close to knocking The Monster Squad off the list, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't have that group of friends element working for it. Like The Lost Boys before it, The Gate will just have to wait for another marathon. Though light on scares, like the other 2 movies on today's list, we have put a lot of weight into the nostalgia factor. In all 3 of these movies, I can point to specific scenes that elicit a comfortable 80s vibe that's otherwise hard to describe. In The Monster Squad, the scene in question finds our protagonist, Sean Crenshaw, played by a young Andre Gower, sitting outside his bedroom window watching a nearby drive-in screening of a horror movie through binoculars as he listens in through his portable radio. Like that Explorer's snack scene, I can't quite explain why this moment hits me the way it does. Perhaps it's the connection to my own drive-in memories, or the comforting quiet before the storm of Sean scarfing burgers with his dad as he watches a horror movie. Even if you don't get the same nostalgic kick as I do from this movie, there are plenty of absurd moments and memorable lines.
Wolfman's got nards.
Yeah, that one. Easy on the trigger finger, Alyssa, you're stepping on my lines. Or was I? Oh, right. There are plenty of absurd moments and memorable lines to more than earn the Monster Squad's place on our list, even if some of them are a little questionable.
Give me the amulet, you
biscuits.
I promised I'd get back to E.T., which is why I'm placing it in the coveted bonus slot of today's list. So, listen. E.T. doesn't technically pass muster for rule number 2, which requires the movie to be about a group of friends. Sure, there's the famous final bike chase scene that incorporates almost the entire cast of kids, but remember, those are all Michael's friends. Most of the screen time focuses more on Elliot's relationship with E.T., and to a lesser extent, his family. Compare the group dynamics of the main casts from our other 3 picks to the group in E.T., and you'll see it's not quite the same. But that last scene is so iconic, it nearly blots out my little technicality, and I'm sure more than a few of you would prefer to watch E.T. over the Explorers, so bonus pick. You couldn't see it, but I was doing jazz hands.
This probably seems like a lot of work to arbitrarily group 3 movies together, and I'll admit my reason for wandering down this overgrown and winding road is lost even to me. The 3 films simply sit so well together, why not call them a trilogy? This idea has also raised another question. If you were to expand on this trilogy to encompass other genres while adhering to my previously outlined rules, what movies would you add? Or, if you're feeling argumentative, what movies would you have chosen for this list instead of our choices? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
3 months ago, we started a mini-series about board games, starting with standard board games and following it up 2 months later with an episode about electronic board games. We decided we wouldn't make you wait another 2 months for the final installment of the foundational trilogy of board game episodes, partly because that'd be super mean of us, but mostly because we were too excited to wait. Why are we so excited?
Well, because this final installment is all about VHS board games, which tend to be some of the most interesting and overlooked of all the main categories. Today, however, we'll remember them in vivid detail. So if you have a VCR, it's time to hook that sucker up, preferably to a CRT TV, and hit play on VCR board games of yesteryear. VCR games were a curious blip on the entertainment radar, made possible partly by the video game crash of 1983. Around that time, Parker Brothers was looking for something to compete with the Atari, but game designer Isabel Garrett had another idea. As recounted by Garrett in the documentary Who Did It?, the Clue VCR game, during a meeting at Parker Brothers in 1984, she said, "You know, the most popular machine hooked up to the family television actually isn't the Atari, it's this VCR that everybody is getting. Why don't we do interactive videotape games?" She continues,
"So when the meeting was over and the suits thought about what we had come up with, they called me into their office and said, well, of all the ideas that came out of that meeting, we liked yours with the VCR thing. And they said, well, you know, couple of things. Could you base it on Clue? Because mysteries are in now and we already own Clue. Oh, yeah, great, sure. Get a presentation ready. And I said, there's 2 things I need before I do that. First of all, could we please play Clue? Because I've never played it. Okay. And could somebody tell me how a VCR works?
As pointed out by Brian Van Hooker from Mel Magazine, it certainly didn't hurt that the movie Clue had also been in production the same year. This confluence of circumstances, from the extreme popularity of the VCR to the drop in video game sales to the release of a Clue movie, all resulted in huge sales for the game, despite what many people would call a high level of difficulty in gameplay. According to the designer, Phil Orbans, the game notably sold several 100,000 copies and became an incredibly popular purchase for that year's Christmas season. But even the actors who played the iconic characters for the VCR game admitted to either having never played the game or finding the game too difficult to play.
Which I have no clue how to play, so I'm in Clue and no clue.
I have to confess I have never played the game. Never, ever, once. I dare say there were plenty of people who made up their own rules.
I was invited to a clue party, and I didn't know any of the clues, having been in the room, having been on the set with the clues, all of the candlesticks, the poison, the gun, you name it. I couldn't get one, not anything right.
My brother bought Clue, and he called me up. He said, how do you do this game? I said, I don't know, I just made it.
Actually, I tried to play the game when it came out, and it was difficult. People were just learning how to have a VCR in their living room.
You had to shuffle the tape back and forth and kind of slop your way back and forth through it. It was very revolutionary in its concept, but the technology really wasn't good enough at the time to fulfill the dream.
On YouTube, Isabella Garrett herself stopped by to respond to a commenter saying, "I'm so glad to hear from someone who didn't think the game was too hard. It wasn't. Delighted that you had fun with it and enjoyed the logic of elimination challenge." I tend to agree that the game wasn't only ahead of its time regarding technology, but also in terms of gameplay, which by today's standards, from the perspective of advanced and in-depth tabletop gaming, would probably be considered perfectly reasonable. Garrett finished her comment by revealing, "Here's a scoop no one knows. In order to get a green light on the project, I had to write and direct and edit a test version using PB employees and filmed in a local mansion over the weekend. When it was done, we held a formal focus group with people who regularly play board games, not affiliated with the company, playtesting it. The first test run ended with someone solving the case but incorrectly identifying the player's suspects. Something no one ever thought would happen. OMG, now what? My game was threatened. I thought up the suspense round right there on the spot to fix the glitch. The second round worked perfectly, and the rest, as they say, was mystery." Garrett's idea opened the gaming industry to a flood, albeit short-lived, of VCR games, many others of which were also recreations of pre-existing properties like Clue. It was a trend we saw in our dissection of electronic board games as well, taking a board game that was already popular and creating a new version of it. Such was the case with the Candyland VCR board game, released in 1986 by Milton Bradley, though it wasn't your standard recreation. Instead, it came with 4 different games on the tape, including color-matching games Who's Been Eating My House and Lord Licorice's Surprise, as well as 2 picture-matching games, Lonely Old King Candy and Don't Say Fluffy Puffer. Fluffy Puffer. Fluffy Puffer. Fluffy Puffer. Moving on. Chutes and Ladders was another children's game from Milton Bradley to make the leap to your VCR. Like Candyland, we again have a story-guided matching game using the imagery of Chutes and Ladders with only some of the original gameplay mechanics. There was also the Star Trek Edition VHS add-on for Trivial Pursuit, released in the UK in 1995. The Telstar Video Entertainment product came with a VHS tape of over 100 Star Trek clips, a game booklet with hundreds of questions, and a category card. The way the game was set up, you could easily play with or without the original Trivial Pursuit board. Another area board game manufacturers liked to mine for ideas was popular movies and television. They knew anyone on the fence regarding the whole VCR board game trend might be persuaded if their favorite franchise was featured. These are like the Star Trek add-on for Trivial Pursuit, only as new standalone games. In a recent episode, we talked about how the R-rated movie RoboCop was so popular that they decided to make a cartoon out of it despite the source material's mature content. Well, they didn't stop there. There were also the toys, video games, and yes, a VCR game. The front of the box exclaims, "Uses actual movie footage," but you have to search for the small sticker on the back of the box for the disclaimer, "Based on the hit R-rated movie edited to be suitable for ages 12 and above. This really speaks to the sentiment at the time, which we established in the R-rated movies to cartoons video, that most didn't seem to have any issues taking mature content and repackaging it for a younger audience. It's funny to watch the edited scenes on the tape. During gameplay, you would fast forward until you see the corresponding letter code from the board, and knowing that when the tape says record and arrest, in the actual movie, RoboCop had just murdered someone. The scenes on the tape cut away before anyone actually dies, though there are plenty of violent depictions because, well, this is RoboCop we're talking about. While not nearly as violent, the VCR WrestleMania game from 1988 is another that relies on the popularity of a pre-existing franchise. Essentially, this game plays out as matches where you strive to win the championship belt. Different actions during the game can result in you moving forward, though illegal moves can result in your opponent having to move backwards. If they're pushed all the way back to the locker room, well, they lose. There's a lot more to it, but I'm going to go out on a limb and assume you don't want me to sit here and read the full instructions to you. The game tape is full of 15-second clips from random wrestling matches, only some of which are actually from WrestleMania, and none of which are newly recorded content for the game. It goes without saying, but you'd have to be a pretty huge WWF fan to enjoy this one. Then there was the Wayne's World VCR board game from 1992, which is totally a Wayne's World VCR board game. What I mean is, if you're a fan of the SNL sketches and movies, you're sure to enjoy this game. If not, then you might want to skip it. The video portion is made up of interactive clips featuring Mike Myers and Dana Carvey, shot specifically for the game, which is frankly pretty cool.
Remember, if time runs out before one of you spinktoids reaches Party Central, I win. Party on, Wayne.
Party on, Gar.
If you're a big enough fan to want to buy the game in the first place, it's pretty neat to get some new content from the main actors. Besides recreations of existing games and reliance on popular franchises, there was also loads of interesting original content coming out during the VCR game boom. Perhaps the best known of these was Nightmare, known as Atmosphere in regions outside the US. This horror-based game tends to be one of the most commonly discussed among retro fans due to the creepy gatekeeper who leads you through the timed game in your attempt to collect 6 character keys and get to the center of the board.
The game Nightmare, the game hosted by a video.
I am the gatekeeper!
To win, you must stop it.
Roll the dice!
The video board game Nightmare, the gatekeeper talks to you.
Whose turn is it next?
And you must answer him.
Answer me! Yes, my gatekeeper. Go for it!
Nightmare, a race against time for 3 to 6 very game players.
Let's party!
See? What's not to like, except perhaps the limitations of the VHS component. But at the time, it was just something we accepted because it's not like we had an alternative. The Australian-based game first came out in 1991 and sold 2 million copies after 2 years, resulting in 3 game expansions, a new title in 1995 called The Harbingers, a 2004 DVD game release called The Gatekeeper, and a second DVD game in 2006 entitled Khufu the Mummy, making the Atmosphere series perhaps the most enduring of all the VHS board games. There were even 2 fairly recent releases, the first of which was an app-based version of the 2004 game with a few modifications. The second was a Kickstarter project billed as the 30th Anniversary Edition and released in 2023. Another VCR game that took advantage of the horror genre was the 1986 game Doorways to Horror.
Our family had the toughest time making friends. Then we bought Pressman's new video cassette game, Doorways to Horror. Now we have lots of friends, right, Mummy? Doorways to Horror lets you play along with famous Hollywood film monsters. It really takes brains. It's the VCR game you can really sink your teeth into, and they love it too. And little monsters, Pressman's new video cassette game, Doorways to Horror. It's so much fun, it's scary. Also look for Doorways to Adventure.
This one appeared to lean heavily into the popularity of Universal monsters, though once you got the game opened, you realize all the creatures were generic and only suggestive of the official Universal monsters. There were characters like witch, werewolf, vampire, zombie, and monster, though you may spy a recognizable face or two in the movie clips on the VHS tape. While not as effective as the Atmosphere series with, well, atmosphere, you still get some solid creepy vibes while playing this one. By the time Parker Brothers was coming out with Clue 2, Murder in Disguise VCR mystery game in 1987, the consumer landscape had already started to change. Notably, the video game crash that had given VCR games a foothold in the market in the first place was all but over, what with the Nintendo Entertainment System's official American nationwide release on September 27, 1986. By 1987, the NES was on its way to market dominance, and the country's perception of video games had started to shift dramatically. Though fewer VCR board games were made past 1988, they were still being made, with the last one perhaps being the X-Files trivia game in 1997. It was right around this time that DVDs began their takeover of at-home entertainment media, and by the early 2000s, DVD board games hit the market with titles like Seen It, Hitstory, new editions of Trivial Pursuit, further Atmosphere installments, and many more.
With more than 72 VCR board games made through the 90s, narrowing down the list to only a few was as hard as ever, but also reassured us that this is a topic we absolutely must revisit. Heck, we've even already started our list for the next video with Dino Land, Gargoyles the movie game, Isaac Asimov's Robots VCR mystery game, Myth, and the only briefly mentioned X-Files trivia game. But as always, we'll pull as many suggestions as we can from the comments section. So tell us, what are some of the VCR board games that we missed? What are your favorites and, more interestingly, your least favorites? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
People who grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s often cite a particular lack of supervision we had as kids. We were allowed to explore neighborhoods alone, ride our bikes to the far edges of town, and sometimes even see R-rated movies in the theater. Of course, this experience wasn't universal. We have to allow for differing parenting styles, among other factors, resulting in kids, yes, even in the 70s and 80s, having to follow strict rules. Still, I would suggest that many of us likely experienced more freedom as compared to other generations. And it wasn't just our parents who helped to create this impression.
Renting movies we shouldn't have been allowed to rent or buying tickets to movies we shouldn't have been allowed to see were part of our regularly scheduled programming. Heck, half the best R-rated movies seemed like they were marketed directly to kids in the first place. And if we questioned this for even a second, we had the cartoon versions of the same movies as proof. While we're only covering the cartoons in this episode, it bears mentioning that most of these same R-rated movies also ended up having toy lines, which were sometimes related directly to the movies rather than the cartoons. Imagine a cartoon and associated toys being launched for Cocaine Bear and advertised directly to your tweens, and you'll start to understand how borderline insane these marketing decisions were. And hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying these cartoons shouldn't have been made, I just want to build out a little contemporary context. The John Wick series is an even better benchmark, and it's a violent action movie in the same vein as some 80s movies we'll talk about today, and it does have associated toys. The difference is the toys are clearly marketed as adult collectibles from companies like Medicom Toys, Diamond Select Toys, and Chronicle Collectibles. It's also worth noting that demographics for animation, toys, video games, comics, and other interests previously considered just for kids has grown to encompass many more adult purveyors in recent decades, which means it's not surprising to now see R-rated content created for spaces that used to be reserved strictly for children. Just watch, the John Wick animated special for Amazon Prime is probably only a matter of time. In 1986, the first of these R-rated properties to make the leap from big screen to Saturday morning was Rambo, The Force of Freedom, and it was not without controversy. Likely born from the success of G.I. Joe, writer Michael Chain adapted the series for television, which started with a 5-part miniseries and later renewed for a full season, which ran for a total of 65 episodes. As you might expect, parents, already weary with cartoons that advertised toys, saw the upcoming release of Rambo: The Force of Freedom, which coincided with a toy line, as offensive, according to a New York Times article. In response to this criticism, the same article, Controversy About Toys and TV Violence, reported the following quote, "When you think that the president has mentioned him, the symbol of Rambo transcends the film," said Amy Castens, a spokesman for Anabasis Investments NV, producers of the television series. "That symbol is a symbol of good. He's very patriotic, he stands for strength, he only does good, and he undoes evil." As it turns out, the writer, in accordance with FCC rules, essentially rewrote the character of Rambo as a super soldier who loved nature and went out of his way to avoid violence. There were no deaths in the series, though often hand-to-hand combat and gunfire. They took all mention of Vietnam and Rambo's PTSD out of the cartoon scripts as well. Still, even Sylvester Stallone himself spoke out about the series, as reported by the Chicago Tribune in the article, "Stallone wields a pen with Rambonian power."
They're gonna make this Saturday morning TV cartoon show for kids with what they tell me is a softened version of Rambo doing good deeds. First of all, that isn't Rambo. But more importantly, they tell me I can't stop them because it's not me they're using. It's a likeness of a character I played and don't own.
Similarly, Stallone had no control over the many Rambo toys that had been sold, and he disliked them even more, saying,
"It's not for kids. The movie was not supposed to be for little kids, and I wouldn't let my own children play with those toys. What more can I say? I'm very embarrassed about it."
Perhaps others shared this sentiment, as the show only lasted one season. The next R-rated property to become an animated feature was Police Academy in 1988. Technically. If you don't see this one end up on many lists, and if you never heard about any controversy revolving around the animated series release, it's because a good argument can be made against its inclusion in our list. We're adding it because the first Police Academy movie was a raunchy comedy with an R rating, and despite the series becoming PG for future installments, it all started with that big letter R. The already wacky and somewhat childish humor became even more so as Part 2 dropped to PG-13 and Part 3 to PG. With this shift to cleaner humor, by the time they got to the 5th installment, having released a movie every year since the first, it certainly made sense to go ahead and create an animated version for kids in addition to the requisite toys released by Kenner. In terms of timing, the cartoon takes place somewhere between the 4th and 5th films, which is another reason some may argue that it's not actually based on the R-rated first movie, rather the later PG-rated installments of the series. I think we'll all agree, though, unlike Police Academy, RoboCop falls squarely in the R-rated arena. It was one of those action movies of the 80s that every kid ended up seeing, only to later become inadvertently traumatized. You no doubt vividly remember the bad guy getting doused in toxic waste and transforming into a hideous, melting abomination, only to get hit by a car and explode into a fountain of sludge. Yeah, that wasn't meant for kids, but we all saw it because there were toys, a cartoon, and rental clerks who didn't stop us. Everyone was talking about it, just like The Terminator a few years earlier, which didn't have a cartoon, though the R-rated sequel did spawn Kenner action figures. RoboCop wasn't just a robot cop. He was a human who was brutally killed in an incredibly violent scene where Clarence Boddicker and company shoot off Officer Alex Murphy's hand and arm before loading every bullet they have into him as they laugh. Finally, Boddicker shoots him in the head and we're treated to the back of Murphy's skull blowing off. And this was the movie they chose to recreate as a children's cartoon for the Marvel Action Universe programming block. Like Rambo, the cartoon does deviate from the harsher elements of the movie, making it more palatable for children, but even so, it only lasted 12 episodes. As if basing a cartoon off a violent R-rated movie wasn't bizarre enough, Troma Films, headed by the incomparable Lloyd Kaufman, creating an animated series based on the Toxic Avenger was something straight out of a Twilight Zone episode. In fact, our staff writer, who also wrote the novel, Tommy and the Order of Cosmic Champions, based on an original idea by our producer, included a personal anecdote in the novel stripped directly from his childhood. The excerpt reads, "Tommy's mom used to hate it when he rode his bike into town. She'd freak on him, making him wear a helmet and never letting him go after dark. He thought she was nutso right up until an ill-fated rental of The Toxic Avenger. He and Evan had been looking for a horror movie to watch after trick-or-treating the previous year. They didn't usually watch horror films, and most of the time their parents wouldn't let them rent any of the good stuff anyway, but that year Evan's dad had relented. Tommy figured part of the decision was because the box art made the movie look like a stupid comedy. But Evan's dad also commented that since the movie was unrated, it was probably okay. He later realized his error. In the opening scene of the movie, a young boy goes out at night to ride his bike. He's told to wear a helmet, and he does, but that doesn't save him. The kid is run down by some teen sociopaths who drive over his head and crush his skull. Evan's dad turned off the movie without a word, and Tommy was glad. Even so, after that fateful viewing, he wouldn't ride his bike on the main road for weeks. Nightmares of the scene plagued him, causing Tommy to wake in the middle of the night, sweating profusely and grabbing at his own head to make sure it was still intact. Those were bad nights, but children's memories for such things are short, and it wasn't long before Tommy was back on the road without a helmet, which his mother didn't seem to notice anymore. In real life, Tony did finish watching the movie, and when the cartoon came out, he didn't hesitate to watch it even for a second. Such were our resilient natures as kids, and perhaps part of the reason why these cartoons, based on mature content, managed to sneak past discerning eyes and FCC regulations. In the case of Toxic Crusaders, it probably just looked like another Captain Planet ripoff with loads and loads of slime and toxic ooze, which by the 90s was a hot commodity in the toy and cartoon market. If you thought glow-in-the-dark toys were popular, turn it into glow-in-the-dark slime and you'd triple your revenue. Which of course means there were Toxic Crusader toys created by Playmates, who also made the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figures, all of which were awesome. While there are other cartoons based on R-rated movies like Conan the Adventurer and Highlander the animated series, I wanted to use the last slot to instead talk about a bonus pick that doesn't quite fit the specifications of this topic. That cartoon is Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Even though this property wasn't rated R, it was still an incredibly unlikely movie to end up as a cartoon. The 1978 film Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, which was a spoof on the giant monster films of the 50s, was never meant to have so much as a sequel, much less an animated series. But after an episode of Muppet Babies featured a segment spoofing the spoof called Attack of the Silly Tomatoes, interest was renewed, and New World Pictures offered Foursquare Productions a $2 million budget to film a sequel. Return of the Killer Tomatoes garnered enough success to further encourage the animated series, which took elements from both movies and, to the delight of sophisticated connoisseurs of the wacky and macabre, the talents of John Astin reprising his role as Professor Mortimer Gangrene, also known as Dr. Putrid T. Gangrene. Truly a delight.
Throughout this episode, I've expressed surprise and shock that these R-rated movies could ever end up as cartoons. But as I said in the opening, I'm not suggesting they shouldn't have been. On the contrary, the chances of these animated series ever existing were so slim that they should be treasured for their extreme rarity. They exist as products of a bygone era that is unlikely to ever return, and we'd be fools not to bask in their often terrible wonder and glory. Did you watch any of these cartoons as kids? How about their movie counterparts? Did you actually enjoy any of those? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, picking up a copy of Tommy and the Order of Cosmic Champions, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
When we were young, the school week was long. And I don't mean adult work week long. No, sir. We're talking waiting for Christmas Day long. We're talking our parents dragging us to the DMV long. It was the kind of infinite hellscape only a child could truly understand, because time dilation was a daily experience at that age, and waiting for something good to start or something bad to end always felt like an eternity. So yes, waiting for Friday to arrive from the far end of forever is about the worst thing a kid could conceive of.
Luckily, we had a daily reprieve that came in the form of after-school television. Friday may still be days away, but a plate of snacks and a couple of our favorite shows would sure bring the weekend a little closer. Grab an Ecto Cooler and some bagel bites while we tune in to some after-school TV. I usually wait until the end of the episode to say this, but I feel an early disclaimer is warranted. There is absolutely no way we'll get to every notable after-school television show in this episode. I've done the math, and logic must prevail. But we were also not ready to commit to a top 10, most memorable, most underrated, or most forgotten list. Those are all way too subjective for our taste. Instead, what follows are merely some Retro Days staff favorite after-school programs ranging the full scope of 70s, 80s, and 90s. And with that out of the way, walking through the door of your abode after a long day at school, you breathe a deep sigh of relief. Sure, there's homework to be done, but it's only 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon, and there's plenty of time for torture later. For now, you deserve a well-earned break with a snack and a few of your favorite TV shows. There are Doritos, combos, and Munchos in the cabinet, chicken nuggets, pizza rolls, and fish sticks in the freezer, yogurt, Polly-O string cheese, and Lunchables in the fridge. With so many options, you decide on a few Keebler Fudge Magic Middles cookies and nacho cheese Doritos with a Coke to wash it down. Not the most nutritious spread, but what would an after-school snack be without lots of sugar and salt? With your goodies laid out neatly on your ET TV tray, you head to the living room and click on the old boob tube for some good old-fashioned relaxation. Before we were old enough for the slightly more mature cartoons and sitcoms that aired after school, we were likely cutting our teeth on educational programming from the likes of PBS. No doubt these types of shows were more acceptable for parents who were worried we would rot our brains by watching too much television. Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Reading Rainbow, Bill Nye, The Science Guy, and 3-2-1 Contact were chief among them, though sometimes the options felt endless. A squarely Gen X children's show that would fill our after-school hours was The Electric Company. The Emmy Award-winning program was an eclectic mix of sketch comedy and animation aimed at kids who had aged out of Sesame Street. While the focus was children's literacy, it didn't take away from the keenly entertaining series with a cast that introduced us to actors like Morgan Freeman and Bill Cosby, not to mention appearances by Mel Brooks, Joan Rivers, and voice acting from Gene Wilder. 3-2-1 Contact, produced by the Children's Television Workshop, was all about bringing science into the home, framed by the amusing and relatable interactions of 3 college students socializing in the workshop on their college campus during the first season. There were 3 different casts over the life of the show from 1980 until 1988, each with differing formats. Reading Rainbow began airing on PBS in 1983 as a way to address declining interest in reading books. When kids were out of school for the summer, they stopped reading completely and returned to school in the fall, worse for it. The idea was to use television to reach these kids by airing an educational program about reading over the summer. With the help of host LeVar Burton, the show ran for a whopping 26 years. Even though this one aired new episodes in the summer, like many other educational shows, reruns ran mornings, afternoons, and early evenings throughout the year. The newest of these educational type shows on our list is Bill Nye the Science Guy, having run from 1993 until 1999. Despite its science origins, the show, and Bill Nye himself, was embraced by young viewers and even talked about in schools the way we might have talked about MTV. Bill Nye the Science Guy shouldn't have been cool, but somehow it was. Perhaps due to the fascinating topics or Bill Nye's hyperactively humorous personality. Whatever the reason, it was nice to have an antidote if we overwatched Beavis and Butthead and needed an injection of intelligence.
Science!
As we got older, shows designed more specifically for entertainment purposes, and often to sell toys, took over our treasured after-school viewing schedule. In the 80s, that probably meant shows like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, Thundercats, and the real Ghostbusters. After the creation of a pitch Bible in 1982, which introduced many of the familiar characteristics of the series that were not present in the toy line, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe hit television screens in 1983. Although He-Man was the first cartoon used to promote toy sales, the cartoon did also have a clear moral lesson at the end of the episode, spelled out in no uncertain terms by one of the cartoon characters.
In today's story, Skeletor was looking for a shortcut, a quick way to riches and power. You may know some people like that, always looking for the quick way to get ahead of everybody else. Well, it doesn't work that way. The people who succeed are the ones who work for what they want. So don't be fooled by those who say they have a sure thing. There's always a catch to it. Don't sell yourself short. The right way is the best way.
Ah, sweet, delicious morals. The show ran until 1985 with only 2 seasons of 65 episodes each, though it lived on through syndication through 1988 when USA Network purchased the rights and continued airing reruns until 1990. Another of the famous toy-promoting cartoons you might have watched after school was G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero. The original series aired between 1983 and 1986, created by Ron Friedman. The cartoon actually started as a series of commercials made to advertise the comic books, which in turn advertised a toy line that later birthed an animated series which further promoted the toys. Whew! From the commercial came a 5-part miniseries in 1983, followed by another 5-part miniseries in 1984, which then finally became a full series in 1985 and 1986. To further complicate matters, after G.I. Joe the movie, Deke Entertainment won the license and produced another 2-season series from 1989 to 1992. Into the 1990s, the cartoon landscape began to shift, offering new series for discerning young after-school viewers. Of the most popular was the stellar lineup called The Disney Afternoon, which launched in 1990 and ran from 3 p.m. until 5 on Channel 11, well, at least on the East Coast. 2 of the shows that became part of the Disney Afternoon, DuckTales and Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, actually predated the block, first airing in 1987 and 1989 respectively. The original block of shows consisted of The Adventures of the Gummy Bears, DuckTales, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, and Tailspin. As shows ended, the lineup would move up 1 slot and add a new show to the end of the block. Some of those additions included Darkwing Duck, Goof Troop, Bonkers, and Gargoyles. For children of a certain age, these cartoons were the be-all, end-all of after-school viewing, eating up an entire 2 hours of post-educational torture with animated delight. Further capitalizing on the broad popularity of the Disney Afternoon, many of these series went on to become video games as well. Interestingly, another uniquely 90 animation block, Fox Kids, was partly born out of a contractual dispute between Disney and Fox regarding the rights to air DuckTales in Los Angeles, which escalated into Barry Diller, Fox COO at the time, pulling the show from all Fox-owned stations. They launched Fox Children's Network, which was mostly a Saturday morning block, with only 30 minutes on weekday afternoons. But in 1991, when they rebranded as Fox Kids Network, they expanded the after-school viewing to 90 minutes and then to 3 hours in 1992. For anyone bored with the Disney-centric lineup, Fox Kids offered an alternative. For instance, their after-school block of shows in October of '94 included Bobby's World, Tiny Toon Adventures, Tasmania, and Animaniacs. And if you watched past 4 o'clock, you also got an episode of Power Rangers. As we continue to traverse the 1990s, an interesting thing happens to after-school programming in the latter part of the decade. Many of our favorite animation blocks disappear, and in their place, talk shows began their conquering of the airwaves. Sure, you'll still find an episode of the Power Rangers here and an airing of Boy Meets World there, but mostly you'll find a massive talk show quilt blanketing your favorite time slots. Jerry Springer, Oprah Winfrey, Montel Williams, Rosie O'Donnell, Jenny Jones, and Maury Povich, some more controversial than others, became mainstays. Perhaps these tabloid talk shows, called trash TV by some, arrived at the perfect moment in your life when you were entering high school and feeling too old for cartoons. They seemed to mimic the gossipy and often judgmental atmosphere you experienced at school, yet simultaneously felt exceedingly adult as they tackled previously taboo topics like sex, affairs, and drugs. These shows weren't for everyone, and yet it seemed like everyone was always talking about them. The sensationalist fights breaking out on Jerry Springer, the big DNA test reveals on Jenny Jones, it all seemed so important at the time. Then there were the rest of us who either abandoned after-school television altogether or retreated into the always comforting sitcom reruns. These weren't specifically a product of the 90s, of course. Going back, there always seemed to be old sitcom reruns airing through the day. They may have first premiered decades ago, but I must have viewed every single episode of I Love Lucy, The Beverly Hillbillies, and Leave It to Beaver in after-school reruns alone. They were always there and always comforting. If nothing else was on, you better believe an episode of The Addams Family or Laverne and Shirley was playing. And as the years went on, more and more of these old shows continued to air. All in the Family, Green Acres, The Jeffersons, I Dream of Jeannie, Three's Company, Happy Days, they all welcomed you with open arms.
One of the sad side effects of digital streaming is missing out on these classic reruns. When we were kids, the old shows, especially if they were in black and white, held no interest to us. If it wasn't for the limited channels and endless reruns, we may have never given the classics a chance. Now, there are so many view-on-demand options. Will kids of today ever choose to go back and watch entertainment from yesteryear? I'd like to think the answer is, at least sometimes, yes, especially if their parents are guiding the way. What are your thoughts on that particular subject? And if that's too heady a discussion for you, what after-school programs were your favorites to watch? Well, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
With all the varied merchandising ephemera available through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, it's a wonder we ever had any cash in our piggy banks at all. It always seemed like as soon as our allowances came in, if we were lucky enough to get an allowance, those shiny quarters were dumped into arcade machines and crisp dollars were traded in for candy bars, action figures, and video games.
Lucky for us, there were always those small promotional items that could fill in the gaps between cash infusions. Sometimes the items were completely free, like in our recent episode about cereal box premiums. Other times they merely required a couple of UPC codes and a self-addressed stamped envelope. Almost as often, they were discounted merchandise with the purchase of a fast food meal. In the case of collectible character drinking glasses, well, they'd end up in almost every one of these places, ranging from completely free to costing a pittance with purchase. Collectible character drinking glasses are tumblers with some kind of cartoon, movie, comic, or television character printed on the glass, and they were everywhere in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Of course, if you've been watching our show, you know what I'm about to say. This type of collectible glassware actually began its life long before our collective childhoods, all the way back in the 1930s. See? Told ya. According to John Hervey in his book, Collector's Guide to Cartoon and Promotional Drinking Glasses, he can't give a precise date as to when the first promotional glasses were manufactured, but the oldest tumblers in his personal collection are from 1932. The manufacturer of the glasses themselves is unknown, but they were hand-painted by artist John Held Jr. and depicted characters from a vaudeville play. Years later, a set of glasses was produced by the Libby Glass Company to promote Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in 1937, printing characters on new Safe Edge glasses. This was the first full-length, hand-drawn animated feature. an important distinction as several other animated features using cutout and stop motion techniques did precede it, and as such had a significant promotional push by Disney. The tumblers could be purchased in variety stores or obtained free with a cream cheese or cottage cheese purchase. Over the next 12 years, Disney continued to feature characters from their films on new sets of glasses. Another early adopter of promotional character tumblers was Welch's. In 1953, the company had images of Howdy Doody and related scenes on glass jelly jars. The inventive promotion, essentially giving customers a free juice glass with every purchase once they were done eating the jelly, was a big enough hit that they continued to feature different characters over the course of many years. After Howdy Doody, for instance, came Davy Crockett and 3 different sets for the Flintstones. But the jelly jar drinking glasses didn't cease production in the 1960s. According to jellyjammers.org, there were a total of 28 promotions, each series containing multiple designs, through 2002, with the last set being for Jimmy Neutron. Warner Brothers had the most variations over the years, with a total of 4 series and 34 tumblers. More if you count glass shape variations, the first of which came out in 1978. Some characters included were Bugs Bunny, Porky Pig, the Tasmanian Devil, and Marvin Martian, among many more. Tom and Jerry also had a pretty good run with 3 series of 4 glasses each through the early 90s. Some Retro Days staff favorites include The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss, Dinosaurs, Peanuts, and Muppets in Space. The Muppets in Space set was released in 1998 and, interestingly, promoted a movie that was never actually made. According to the Muppet Wiki page, at that time the Jim Henson Company was considering 2 different scripts for the final film, Jerry Jules' Muppets from Space and Kirk Thatcher's Muppets in Space. These jars reflect Thatcher's ultimately unused script idea. Welch's wasn't the only company to partner with the Jim Henson Company for the production of collectible glasses. Nearly 2 decades earlier, in 1981, McDonald's released a set of tumblers promoting The Great Muppet Caper with illustrations by Daryl Cagle, who started working for Henson Associates in 1979 and illustrated hundreds of Muppet and Sesame Street products until his departure in 1993. There were 4 glasses, which included Kermit on a bicycle, Ms. Piggy on a motorcycle, Kermit, Fozzie, and Gonzo in a hot air balloon, and the Muppets on the Happiness Hotel bus. There was also a 5th glass that was given only to managers of McDonald's, which promoted the upcoming collectible glasses. Alarmingly, as reported by UPI in 1981, a Massachusetts legislative committee refused to recommend weakening state standards to allow McDonald's restaurants to sell Muppet glasses as they have been doing nationwide due to a more than 50% lead content in the decorative paint. It turns out this wasn't the first time the lead content in the decorative paint came to the media's attention. On July 9, 1977, the New York Times ran an article entitled "Dangerous Lead Content Reported in Paint on McDonald's Glasses," in which they report that promotional drinking glasses distributed by the McDonald's hamburger chain contain dangerous amounts of lead-based paint and should not be in the hands of children. They further explain the test conducted by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency found that the paint on these glasses contained up to 18 times the legal limit in paint on the outside of glasses. It should be noted that this was based on limits at the time, which actually allowed for much more lead than is currently recommended. Of course, there were others who claimed the glasses were safe, like the spokesman for Owens Illinois of Toledo, Ohio, a producer of some of McDonald's glassware who denied there was any health hazard. In any case, as long as you aren't scraping large chunks of paint directly into your mouth, you're probably safe to continue collecting your favorite character glasses. McDonald's Garfield glass coffee mugs are often cited as one of the releases with lead in the paint, though there does seem to be quite a bit of confusion regarding the manufacture date, which has caused a conflation of data. For example, some sources will cite the previously mentioned New York Times article as reporting on these Garfield mugs, even though the article never mentions Garfield specifically. At first glance, this may seem likely as the article was published in 1977, and most eBay listings will claim the mugs were released in 1978. And again, upon first glance, this almost seems accurate because many of the mugs have a 1978 copyright along with the art. Further investigation, however, reveals these mugs more likely were released in 1987, as every McDonald's commercial on YouTube for this promotion carries the 1987 copyright. Now, that isn't to say there's no lead in the paint, but rather the amounts listed in the New York Times article are related to a different set from a decade earlier. Despite any release date confusion or possible lead contamination, these glass mugs are among many collectors' favorite, due not only to the subject matter, but the different form factor and function as compared to most other collectible glass promotions. McDonald's released many more collectible drinking glasses over the years, including tons of fan favorites, starting with a 1977 action series depicting McDonald's characters, including Captain Crook, Hamburglar, Ronald McDonald, Big Mac, Grimace, and Mayor McCheese. They again released glasses featuring McDonald's characters in 1980. The Camp Snoopy collection came out in 1983 with a set of 5 tumblers, plus one rare manager's glass, depicting the Peanuts gang enjoying a variety of summer activities. In 1994 and 1995, respectively, McDonald's released a different kind of collectible mug for both the Flintstones movie and Batman Forever. The sculpted vessels were like a 3D carved glass with the designs as part of the mug itself rather than only painted on. The set of 4 Flintstones glasses resembled different mug styles with sculpted detail and the McDonald's and Flintstones name on them. The 1995 Batman Forever set, on the other hand, featured a number of the characters from the movie, including the Riddler, Batman, Robin, and Two-Face. Of course, McDonald's wasn't the only fast food establishment using promotional drinking glasses to get customers through the door. As discussed in a previous video, Taco Bell entered the game with a Star Trek promo in 1984 to promote Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. With the purchase of a medium or large drink and an additional 69 cents, patrons could purchase one of 4 Star Trek glasses. The unique shape of the glass helped this set to stand out among competitor tumbler promotions and often tops my personal list of favorites. Burger King's first foray into the collectible tumbler discourse didn't have any characters on it, and rather was a commemorative 1776 to 1976 tumbler. Each one had the Burger King logo and the tagline, "Have it your way," on the front. On the back, you could get one of 4 designs, including the Liberty Bell, crossed flags, eagle and shield, or patriots playing instruments. 2 years later, in 1978, BK released the marvelous Magical Burger King set, this time featuring the king himself doing different magic tricks on each glass. And since we just released a video about Pac-Man, I feel it's our moral imperative to mention Arby's set of Pac-Man tumblers.
He's eating his way through Arby's. Pac-Man! Arby's new Pac-Man glass is so popular, everything at Arby's is being gobbled up. There goes a roast beef deluxe. There goes a sub. Whoops, there goes our logo. Come to Arby's today for your fabulous Pac-Man glass. But you better hurry, that Pac-Man is insatiable. There's no stopping him. Get your official Pac-Man glass today, only at Arby's.
There were so many amazing releases, it's impossible to fit them all into one video in a satisfying way. We still haven't even gotten to the Pizza Hut ET tumblers, the Return of the Jedi set from Burger King, or the absolutely spectacular set of glasses for the Goonies from Godfather's Pizza, which are some of the pricier ones to purchase if you were looking to add some to your collection. Heck, even Kellogg's had their 1977 Collector's Series set of 6 juice glasses, each with a character from their cereals, including Big Yellow Cowboy, Tony the Tiger, Tony Jr., Snap, Crackle, and Pop, Toucan Sam, and Dig'em the Frog.
So often here at Retro Days, we dip our toes into a topic that at first appears to be a calm pond, but ends up being a vast and stormy ocean. Such was the case with collectible character glasses. Not only are there far too many to cover in a 12-minute video, but once you consider all the tertiary topics that flood into the already full sea, we're looking at a flood of epic proportions. That is to say, we'll certainly be revisiting this topic, and especially if you have enough suggestions for us. Which brings me to the question of the week: which collectible glass sets were your favorite? Which do you still have or wish you still had? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
clicky clacky.
Retro days.
When we think back to video games of the 1980s, many of us first remember the Nintendo Entertainment System, Atari, or any number of other home consoles. There was, however, another digital herald that appeared in the arcade just as the 80s began. This video game character would come to define the quickly evolving video game landscape.
Through not only arcades, but home consoles, cartoons, toys, and endless merchandise, Pac-Man managed to infect much of the world with an incurable case of Pac-Man fever. Of the many pervasive video game characters to grace screens over the years, one of the first to break through the curved glass and assert itself as part of pop culture was Pac-Man. But first, someone had to invent him. Toru Iwatani, in his interview with GameSpot, reveals that he started working with Namco due to his love of pinball machines, only later realizing that Namco didn't make pinball machines. Settling into video game design, Iwatani decided that he wanted to create a game that would be of interest to female gamers as well as males. In the 70s, according to Iwatani, arcades weren't exactly the most inviting place for women. He states, "It was mostly guys, it was really dark and really damp and sometimes smelly." So the idea was to create something different from all the violent games that occupied the arcades at the time. What Iwatani came up with was eating as the basic concept rather than attacking and killing. He reasoned that eating was something everyone could relate to. In fact, Pac-Man's design was even inspired by food.
I came up with that design when I look at the pizza with a slice missing. Pac-Man resembles the mouth of someone eating.
In a different interview from 1986, he also says part of the design came from the Japanese symbol for mouth, also known as kuchi, according to Ben Jesse for thegamer.com. After a brief focus group test in early 1980, the game was released in Japan in July. Originally, Pac-Man was called Puck-Man from the Japanese phrase paku paku taberu, which was yet another nod to eating food. Before the game was released in the United States in October of 1980, however, the creators realized the name Puck-Man could easily be vandalized with a single letter, and so they changed the name to Pac-Man. Having circumvented potential disaster and through a licensing and distribution deal with Bally Midway, Pac-Man sold over 100,000 units its first year and 350,000 after a year and a half. Pac-Man was a hit and quickly began to infect the country with its addictive gameplay. Toru Iwatani's plan had worked. He'd created a game with such enormous mass appeal that younger kids, couples, and women all wanted to play. This, of course, meant going to arcades, which, as Iwatani clearly explained, were often seen as unsavory at the time. Parents of teens were less than enthusiastic about letting their kids frequent the noisy and bustling arcades. As reported by Jennifer Rosenberg for ThoughtCode.com, many towns in the United States passed statutes to regulate or restrict games, just as they were allowed to regulate pinball machines and pool tables to combat gambling and other immoral behaviors. Des Plaines, Iowa banned people under 21 from playing video games unless they were accompanied by their parents. Marshfield, Massachusetts banned video games outright. Other cities used licensing or zoning to limit video game playing. This predictable panic and fear of new technology waned over time as Pac-Man became an unofficial mascot, leading to higher sales and new arcades being erected. Pac-Man was so popular that two MIT students, Kevin Curran and Doug McRae, created an unauthorized version of the game, Crazy Otto, under their company's banner, General Computer Corp. The game was later redesigned with Namco's guidance to become Ms. Pac-Man and released in January of 1982.
Hey Joey, what's she really like?
She's the most exciting woman I ever met.
Yeah?
Atari introduces the Woman of the Year, Ms. Pac-Man. Just like the arcade classic, 4 different game screens, floating fruit, even pretzels.
Honey, don't you know I'm more than Pac-Man with a bow?
Reach for Ms. Pac-Man.
Reach for Atari.
Around the same time, a flood of merchandise was released. There were stickers, t-shirts, puzzles, plush dolls, mugs, and a seemingly endless supply of other goods, both authorized and unauthorized, saturating the market. What helped create this sudden saturation of merchandise was the inconvenient fact that a Japanese toy company, Tomy, held the copyright for Pac-Man, Mr. Mouth in English, and already manufactured and sold numerous games and toys featuring a large-mouthed creature. When Tomy threatened to sue, Namco permitted Tomy to continue selling their products under the new name Pac-Man. One such product was the Tomytronic Pac-Man handheld game released in 1981. While the game was far from a one-to-one recreation of the arcade game, it did come packaged in a thematic round and yellow case, which was a nice touch. This wasn't the only handheld version on the market though. Coleco also put out a tabletop game in 1981, only theirs was shaped like a mini arcade cabinet and boasted better controls, graphics, and a closer approximation of what you would have played in an arcade. The game originally sold for $59.97, which, when adjusted for inflation, would be $204.73 in 2024. Further home gaming with Pac-Man was made available in 1982 when it came to the Atari 2600 and then the Atari 5200 later that year, and essentially every other console after that. Pac-Man infiltrated much more than video games, and what would a pop culture takeover be without your own cereal? General Mills acquired the rights and released the crunchy sweetened corn cereal with marshmallow bits in 1983.
You can do it. You can do it. Pac-Man cereal. You can do the Pac-Man with Pac-Man marshmallows. You can open wide, gobble up the ghost and hide it inside. Marshmallow orange, red, pink, and blue. Trouble up good or they might kill you. You can do it. You can do the Pac-Man.
Packed with marshmallows and corn puffs, Pac-Man cereal's part of a good breakfast.
You can do it. You can do the Pac-Man.
The corn portion was made to look like pellets from the game, and the marshmallows were in the shape of Pac-Man and the Ghosts, Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde. Later, they added Ms. Pac-Man and a supersized Pac-Man marshmallow. Given the era this cereal was released, you know there were plenty of premiums offered as well, including rainbow color bubblegum inside the package, and send-away offers for a Ghost Chomper hat, Pac-Man Game Watch, and a Pac-Man ring, among other offers. Cereal wasn't the only Pac-Man food available on store shelves. A year later, in 1984, Chef Boyardee released a Pac-Man pasta in a few variations.
Oh, Pac-Man, I'm beat. And I'm hungry.
Thank goodness for new Pac-Man pasta from Chef Boyardee.
New Pac-Man pasta? Little spaghetti shaped like us. Delicious.
And because Chef Boyardee's packed with goodness, it's great for when we have to eat and run.
New Pac-Man pasta from Chef Boyardee. With meatballs, without meatballs, or chicken flavor.
Thank goodness for new Pac-Man pasta. Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee.
There were the classic pasta in a can styles, including spaghetti sauce with mini meatballs, spaghetti sauce with cheese flavor, and golden chick-flavored sauce, all with the Pac-Man shaped pasta. On the backs of these cans, kids could find a series of riddles to keep their minds off the terrible flavor and mushy consistency of the food as they ate. Or, if you weren't into the vile bastardization of Italian cuisine, there were also macaroni and cheese dinners that came in a box. Yeah, I said it, gauntlet thrown, Chef Boyardee lovers. Outside the questionable culinary world of Pac-Man, there were plenty of other odds and ends to keep young Pac-Man aficionados busy when they weren't playing the game. The lunchbox and matching thermos from Aladdin was an easy way to display your love of the arcade while in the school cafeteria. Unlike some other Pac-Man merch, at least a lunchbox made thematic sense. Much like the metal folding TV tray with a game screen surrounded by Pac-Man, the ghosts, and fruit. Or essentially any other food-related merch like tumblers, bowls, mugs, and the very cool gumball machine that doubles as a mini piggy bank. In fact, just about a year ago, I demonstrated how this piece works over on my YouTube channel, Gen X Grown Up. All right, so the coin mech is over here where it accepts a coin. It'll slide it across and drop it and enable the gumball. And then here's where you fill it. So there's a little door here that you fill it up with gumballs. I found that these small Willy Wonka's gobstoppers are actually the perfect size. Let's give it a shot. Let's take a penny. We'll drop a penny in there. You know what it's done. It's now part of the lever that moves that little tray. We rotate it around and gumball drops out. There it is. Of course, there were all the other Pac-Man items that perhaps made a little less sense, like pillows, beach towels, pencil cases, yo-yos, belt buckles, shoelaces, telephones, and more. And when I say more, I mean if you can imagine there was a Pac-Man version of something, there probably was.
Buckner and Garcia.
Yes, even a song. After getting hooked on the game, a jingle writing team from Akron, Ohio, Jerry Buckner and Gary Garcia, decided to write a song about it. That song was Pac-Man Fever. Initially, they figured if they could get some local play in Atlanta, they might be able to bring in more work on commercials. It turns out they luckily had conceived of the song just before the height of the game's popularity. So by the time it was released as a single in December 1981, they were able to capitalize on the fervor of the game. Pac-Man Fever hit number 9 on the Billboard Top 100 and sold over 2 million copies. Riding this wave of sales, CBS Records requested a full album of video game songs, and they wanted it fast, worried that the Pac-Man fad would fizzle out. Unfortunately, about a year later, the label would drop the duo. And what popular 80s franchise would be complete without the requisite Saturday morning cartoon? In 1982, Hanna-Barbera took on the task of creating a 2-season, 44-episode run of Pac-Man. It has the distinction of not only being the first cartoon ever based on a video game, but also the highest-rated cartoon in late 1982. The series even garnered 2 holiday specials, one for Halloween and one for Christmas.
Upon Pac-Man's arrival in the US, the pop culture landscape shifted to accommodate this new mascot, even as the game's popularity skyrocketed and every corner of its fandom was blanketed with merchandise. Over time, popularity waned enough to allow for other, newer video game trends and mascots, but Pac-Man never fully went away, and even now there are plenty of toys, clothing, and games to find on virtual and physical shelves alike. So tell me, did you catch Pac-Man Fever? What were your favorite aspects of this pop culture takeover? What were your least? I would love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
When Friday finally rolled around and all the homework was done or slyly hidden at the bottom of your backpack for Monday morning, our kid brains often went into a state of overload. Our sensory input and neural circuitry would short out as we glitched in spasmatronic glee, considering a myriad of options before us.
What would Friday night hold this week? A trip to the mall? Hanging out at the roller rink? Gathering friends for a sleepover and movie marathon? The choices were as endless as our childhood seemed, but this particular Friday of yesteryear, you decided on hosting a game night. The only question was, what kind of game night? Would you play video games or board games? The answer came as quick as the flow of electricity. Why not a combination of both in the form of electronic board games? If I asked you what the first electronic board game was, you might be tempted to answer Battleship, which was an early adopter of inexpensive microcontrollers like the Texas Instruments TMS 1000. Of course, if you've learned anything from our videos, it's that most of the pastimes and merchandise we enjoyed in the 70s, 80s, and 90s had predecessors that were first introduced long before we were born. Such is the case again with electronic board games, the first of which was, astoundingly, released in 1910. Electro, in Germany and sometimes Electra by the 1930s, was a simple quiz game wherein the player would attempt to choose the correct answer or image on the left and right sides of the game board. By placing leads into the provided holes, players would find out if they were correct because a small bulb would light up. Electra was released in various forms, such as Electro Jr., a Bob the Builder edition, Multi-Electro, and a Winnie the Pooh edition until around 2007 when manufacturing ceased. As early as the 30s and through the 50s, there were a number of electronic sports games created by Jim Prentice, like Electric Baseball and Electric Football, though these veer further away from standard board game setups. Two more games that don't quite fit our definition of board games are Simon and Operation. Yet we have to mention them since they too were both early installments, with Operation being first released in 1965 and Simon in 1978. Unlike the rest of our picks for this list, they are better described as memory and dexterity games. Similarly, Merlin, the Electronic Wizard, offered a number of memory games, 6 in all, including Music Machine, Echo, and Magic Square.
I'm Merlin, the Electronic Wizard, challenging you to 6 computer games. Start with simple tic-tac-toe. Your turn, my turn. I'll tell you if you win and when you lose. Play all kinds of games. Echo, Blackjack 13, Magic Square, or formidable Mind Bender, or make beautiful music together. Merlin, the Electronic Wizard from Parker Brothers.
Perhaps the first true electronic board game of our era, or at the very least the one most people think of, was Electronic Battleship, released in 1977. It's of course a lot closer to standard board games than some previous examples, but it also offered more extensive gameplay with a focus on strategy and breathed new life into the already popular game. In the initial version, players manually input the coordinates for each peg space their ships covered, one by one. But subsequent versions mercifully featured 100 pre-programmed board setups that players could load using a short code, speeding up the process considerably. Still, those were the early days of these innovative technologies, released alongside computers like the Apple II and Commodore PET, and consumers were enamored. It would be another 6 years before Talking Battleship graced toy store shelves in 1983 and once again revitalized the game's popularity, adding a way to play against the computer, which further increased gameplay value as well.
Man your battle station.
Man your battle station.
It's electronic talking battleship. So real, it really talks.
Battleship sunk.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Electronic talking battleship and original battleship. Only from Milton Bradley.
Another early entrant into the wild world of electronic games was Stop Thief, created by Robert Doyle and released by Parker Brothers in 1979. Having graduated from Harvard with a doctorate in astrophysics, Doyle first worked at NASA before setting his sights on the gaming industry in the 1970s. Stop Thief wasn't Doyle's first foray into electronic gaming. He's also the mind behind Codename Sector, released in 1977, and both the aforementioned games Electronic Battleship and Merlin. Codename Sector almost plays like a cross between Battleship and Stop Thief, where the player must track an underwater and unseen submarine with the use of the game computer. Similarly, Stop Thief, subtitled Electronic Cops and Robbers, placed you and the other players in the roles of private detectives. Your goal was to catch the computer-controlled and completely invisible robber. Luckily, you had the electronic crime scanner, which allowed you to hear the robber's movements and actions, helping to pinpoint their location.
This is Stop Thief, a computerized cops and robbers game, where an electronic crime scanner gives you clues.
Door.
To catch an invisible thief.
A broken window. Footsteps.
In Stop Thief, when you think you know where the thief is, make the arrest.
Here come the cops. I think he's got him.
9-volt battery not included. Stop Thief, an electronic cops and robbers game, new from Parker Brothers.
Probably one of the best advertising elements of the game was the box itself. Prominently featured on the lid was the crime scanner, which looked like a cross between a walkie-talkie and an early cell phone. Obviously, a huge selling point. The lasting popularity of Stop Thief led to a revitalized re-release from Restoration Games, which was successfully kickstarted in 2017. The newer version uses cell phone apps in place of the crime scanner, which is a cost-effective and clever implementation of available technology, yet circumvents the most loved element of the original game, the crime scanner. Another electronic game revitalized by Restoration Games is Dark Tower, which was first released by Milton Bradley in 1981.
Last night I journeyed backwards in time to the medieval world of Dark Tower. In this amazing game, I had to find 3 keys, lay siege to the tower, and defeat the enemy within. Each move was a challenge. The computer kept track, giving me secret information, pictures, sounds, surprises. Then, ahead of my opponent, I made my move. The battle was joined, and I was victorious. Dark Tower.
In this epic fantasy game, players were tasked with the goal of recovering a magic scepter from the evil king who resides in the Dark Tower. Players explore 4 kingdoms in search of magic keys, which are necessary to get into the Dark Tower. Game movements, inventory, attacks, and nearly everything else is recorded and automated by the interactive electronic tower. As you move from space to space, pressing the necessary membrane keypad on the tower, there are sound effects, a digital readout, and even backlit images displayed to enhance gameplay. Like Stop Thief, the Restoration Games version of this game, Return to Dark Tower, is app-driven, but unlike Stop Thief, this release does still come with the interactive electronic tower element. The Dungeons & Dragons Computer Labyrinth game, released by Mattel Electronics in 1980, was another electronic board game that allowed players to travel to a fantasy world through the use of new technology. In this instance, the toy was less a board game and more of an analog dungeon crawler enhanced with electronic elements. Shortly after discovering the game at a local toy show back in 2022, I dove into a full playthrough and tutorial of the game over on my YouTube channel, Gen X Grown Up. Not unlike some of the other games we've discussed today, this one also relies on the mystery of discovery as you move around the board to reveal where the walls of the maze are and the location of items and enemies, communicated through a series of specific beeps and bloops.
Open your mind to new Dungeons & Dragons computer game from Mattel Electronics. It will lead your imagination down a dungeon labyrinth wherein lies the dragon's treasure. Steal his treasure, but make no false moves. For in Dungeons & Dragons, a dead end is a dead end. New Dungeons & Dragons from Mattel Electronics.
The game has incredible replayability as well, offering 2 modes and randomly created mazes every time you turn on the game. As far as early electronic games go, this one is a favorite. Going now from one of my favorite electronic games to our staff writer's favorite, we present the Omega Virus.
The Omega virus has taken control of the space station's computer. Help me. And you have to hunt it down and destroy it.
30 minutes till I take over.
It's Omega Virus, the electronic talking virus hunting game where the computer and the virus.
You fool.
Really speak.
Negatron down.
Collect your weapons.
Red sector shut down.
And find the virus. The virus can win.
1 minute.
I think I found it.
You win.
Yeah.
Omega Virus. Catch it before it's too late.
This game is straight out of the 90s with its evocative language, vivid imagery, oversized comic book manual, and evil computer villain who constantly taunts you. The premise revolves around a computer virus that has taken over a space station in the year 2051. The Class A Omega virus has taken aim at Earth with the space station's own lasers, and it's up to highly trained commandos, that's you, to gather 3 antivirus devices, or AVDs, hidden on the space station and destroy the virus. The difficulty level is based around time limits that can be set between 10 and 30 minutes. To find the AVDs, you have to first find colored cards to gain access to different rooms. You can also find a probe, which gives you 2 turns per round. For every move, you type in room codes to explore, and every second counts as the timer never stops. None of this was particularly easy, and the continuous taunts and attacks paired with a dwindling timer made for a sometimes frustrating game, but really, who could stay mad at that sweet voice?
You fool.
Bridging the gap between board games and video games, Milton Bradley released Arcade Mania in 1983.
If yours is a house divided, half the family playing board games and half playing arcade video games, then come together and play Arcade Mania, the game that combines arcade speed with board game strategy. And everyone plays every play. You plan your moves, play your cards, and score points by dodging UFOs, battling aliens, intercepting missiles, or defeating serpents. So get arcade speed with board game strategy in Arcade Mania from Milton Bradley.
The game came with a mini arcade machine that was capable of playing several different games, earning points and tokens as you navigated the board. Though initially entertaining, the interest level can wear thin after having played through a few times. As electronic board games became more prevalent, it wasn't uncommon to see electronic versions of classic games hit the market. We've already mentioned Battleship, and there was also Monopoly, Clue, and Stratego, to name a few. Not only did Monopoly have a couple different iterations, Monopoly Playmaster and Monopoly Stock Exchange, they weren't simply electronic recreations of the original game. Monopoly Playmaster, for instance, was an add-on device meant to be used with your standard game. The device was placed in the middle of the board, and you used it as a dice roller to keep track of player locations and add auctions to gameplay. Monopoly Stock Exchange, which was never released in the US, is a completely new take on the game that adds the functionality of an electronic console that keeps track of turns and information.
Electronic games filled a much-needed gap for gamers in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, allowing for games that felt a little more special than your standard board game, if not quite as advanced as video games. No basement or closet was complete without a stack of board games, and no stack of board games was complete without at least one of the electronic variety. And so, what electronic games were in your stack? Which was your favorite, and which did you absolutely hate? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
As I flipped through some past show notes, I discovered a line I jotted down while filming the 80s Fan Club episode. It read, "Remind the keyboard monkey to write a script about telephone hotlines of the 80s and 90s. So I quickly wrapped the note in an old banana peel and chucked it at our writer's head. After trying to eat the note for several minutes, Tony finally read it and agreed, saying, "Script now, banana later?" It's the fastest he's ever written an episode.
So, get your parents' permission and call us at 1-900-RETRO-DAYS. It's only $2 for the first minute and 99 cents for each additional minute. Before 1-900 hotlines flooded the airwaves, the first use of the service was for a program called Ask the President in 1977. Calls came into a nationwide radio talk show hosted by Walter Cronkite for the purpose of asking the newly elected president, Jimmy Carter, a series of questions about his upcoming term. However, some disagree with this usage as being the first for 900 numbers. According to Richard Leonard in his article, A Brief History of 1-900 Premium Toll Phone Numbers, the official position is that the earlier uses of the number were ad hoc and that the restructuring carried out by AT&T in 1980 officially flagged off the technology. In that case, the first use was in 1980, when viewers of the presidential debate between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan could call in and vote for who they thought won the debate. The voting was done based on which of the two different phone numbers you called, one for Carter and one for Reagan. In those early years of the service, which could include other prefixes like 976, the hotlines were limited by technology and offered no interaction. In a pre-internet world, hotlines were simply a means for people to acquire information. Callers could get scores from sporting events, tour dates for their favorite musicians, stock information, theater information, and more. But even early on, the service was a clear success, racking up 10.9 million calls during the first full year of service in 1981. By 1987, AT&T made it possible for the information providers to profit from these telephone numbers, allowing anyone with an idea to gain access to their own 900 number. In this new, under-regulated Wild West of phone hotlines, the gold was mined enthusiastically, leading to 1-900 numbers for seemingly every interest. Of the many niche categories, horror hotlines became especially popular among young teens, having recently discovered the midnight movies on WPIX or their equivalent. During a time when Freddy and Jason were as popular as any boy band, hotlines were a way to hear scary stories, laugh at twisted jokes, converse with the undead, and interact with horror icons.
Once again, foolish friends, Freddy Krueger is on your phone. Dial this number now. I've got some tales to tell. Freddy's favorite bedtime stories. Dead-time stories. All brand new, straight from my boiler room to your home. It's Freddy Krueger on your phone. So dial this number now if you dare. Tell him Freddy sent you.
$2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Children, get your parents' permission before you dial.
Entrepreneurs took full advantage of the Nightmare on Elm Street craze because there were at least 3 different phone numbers you could call, each with their own commercial and gimmick. In 1987, the phone number was 1-900-660-FRED. In the commercial, Freddy tells you to prepare to be scared and later says, join the Freddy fan club, though never elaborates on how this is done. Instead, he ends by teasing, Freddy Krueger has a special message just for you. A year later, in 1988, you could have called 1-900-909-FRED for a chance to speak with Freddy live if you were one of the lucky, randomly chosen callers. It's unclear what would have happened if you weren't chosen, but you were probably treated to a pre-recorded selection from Freddy. If you called 1-900-860-4FRED in 1989, you were challenged with Nightmare on Elm Street trivia for a chance to win $10,000 or a role in the next movie. Of course, if you weren't a Freddy fan, there were plenty of other horror options available.
The night holds terror, too horrible to be seen. From out of the shadows, something's coming. Do you think you're really safe? All alone in your nice, warm house? Well, look outside. It's at your door, and it's coming to take you away on a journey into terror.
The commercial for 1-900-660-UGLY is reminiscent of the old spooky soundtrack commercials that would promise frights in the vaguest way possible. Similarly, the voiceover here promises a journey into terror, without precisely explaining what that means. Are we going to get a scary story? Spooky sounds? A live operator interacting with you? Someone on the other end screaming booga booga and hanging up? We just don't know. The list of horror hotlines is so long we could easily do a standalone video, so we'll save some for next Halloween. Meanwhile, poor mute Jason Voorhees has no hotlines at all. Poor guy. If corporations could use cartoons as a sales tool for action figures, you darn well better believe they were cashing in on the hotline gold rush.
I am He-Man. Call She-Ra and me at 1-900-909-2233.
We'll journey to distant worlds, explore the universe.
And probably battle Skeletor along the way, huh?
Probably, Orko. There's a new adventure every day. We'll also tell you how to get an action figure or this colorful poster.
Part of your $2.35 2-minute call will go to local science museums.
Get your parents' permission and call 1-900-909-2233.
I have the power!
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe was the first cartoon to advertise a toy line, and they were an early adopter of the 1-900 craze as well. You have to wonder just how much of your $2.35 call actually went to local science museums. Hey, I'm not calling She-Ra a liar or anything, but that vague language definitely leaves plenty of wiggle room. Besides, it's not like old He-Man was the only one taking advantage of the profitable 1-900 service. That's right, even the Smurfs were getting in on that sweet, sweet hotline action. Callers got to hear an exciting Smurf adventure while calling in, and like the He-Man phone call, proceeds from this one also went to a charity. Curiously, a lot of these commercials mentioned that the calls would clue kids into how they could get a toy without going into too much detail in the commercial itself, leaving me to speculate that there had to be an extra hidden cost. One commercial that actually reveals they'll give callers a free gift is for the Popeye hotline. They explain that callers are invited to celebrate Popeye's birthday and listen to one of their adventures to boot. For every normal hotline, there were phone numbers set up for baffling topics. One of the absolute weirdest was 1-900-9099-CRY.
What makes people all over America break down and cry like this? Call 1-900-9099-CRY and hear it for yourself. $2 for the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. If you're under 18, ask your parents before you call. 1-900-9099-CRY.
I don't know who was calling this phone number or why, but I'm willing to bet the owners of this number probably made a good amount of money on their peculiar premise. The entire thing seems to hinge upon the mystery of what can they possibly say to cause you to cry? Some called to find out, others may have called to see if they could listen without crying, while others may have called with the express purpose of turning on the waterworks for a therapeutic release. But maybe you don't want to cry. Maybe you want to get angry.
This is Dial an Insult. This is Dial an Insult. Call 1-900-2-INSULT. Dial an Insult. Are you having a bad day? It's about to get worse. There's a guy called Sultan who's waiting to burst. When you dial out, he's gonna cut you down. He's gonna let you know that you're nothing but a clown. You'll get him, Sultan. $1 per minute, $2 fast minute. Kids get permission. 1-900-2-INSULT. Call now and you'll never be the same again.
Dial an Insult was a number you could call to, you guessed it, get insulted. I particularly love how this one explains plainly, are you having a bad day? Well, it's about to get worse. No matter how you feel about the premise, you've got to admit, that's one catchy tune. Another hilariously peculiar one was 1-900-909-ELVIS, which promised to offer proof that Elvis was still alive.
Is Elvis alive? Judge for yourself by calling the 900 number on your television screen. Hear what could be the incredible Elvis phone call. Listen to the newest and longest recording ever, just released from the original taped conversation purportedly of Elvis recorded about 4 years after the 16th of August, 1977. Call 1-900-909-ELVIS. Call now. Experience what may be the most shocking story of our time.
Who could resist hearing the totally real and legitimate taped conversations that absolutely proved Elvis faked his death? This is groundbreaking stuff, people. And then there was whatever the heck this is.
It's the freak phone, and here's the party freak. Friday freaker, dancing new sensation, grabbing the nation, doing the freak. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. Join the party, the fast and easy way to hear what's scamming from New York to LA. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. What's happening, what's jamming, party till you drop. Dial and hear the action, what's hot and what's not. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. $2 a call.
Before Cameo, the popular website where you could request personalized videos from your favorite stars, one of the few ways to contact celebrities from home was if they had their own hotline. Lucky for you, there were plenty to choose from.
Guess what? Corey Haim and Corey Feldman are giving out their personal numbers. If you call 1-900-909-3700, you can listen to their private phone messages and get their personal number where you can leave them a message of your own. $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Ask your parents before you call. 1-900-909-3700.
If you call me right now, I'll give you my private number.
You call that number, and you'll hear a recording, and I'll give you my personal number if you call that, and we'll wrap.
Honestly, this one would have felt right at home in the weird hotline category as well. There's something particularly voyeuristic about the whole concept. While I don't believe for a second callers were being given access to the Corey's actual phone messages, it just seems like a weird thing to offer up for a hotline. Of course, the promise of their personal phone numbers was the real draw. Confusingly, in the commercial, Corey Haim mentions calling the number so you can rap, insinuating you'd actually get to talk to him, while elsewhere in the commercial they say you can only leave messages for them. And the Coreys weren't the only ones getting in on the hotline action. There were 1-900 numbers for the Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff, Jose Canseco, Tiffany, New Kids on the Block, Kiss, Warrant, Hulk Hogan, Paula Abdul, and, well, the list goes on. The biggest celebrity to have his own hotline was Santa Claus. Only, wait, why are there so many different phone numbers for Santa?
Hello, boys and girls. Santa here. Call 1-900-660-6666.
North Pole, Santa Claus speaking.
Call Santa at home. Dial 1976-8888.
Oh, this is Santa Claus.
Your child can visit with Santa for only 49 cents a minute. They can tell Santa what they want for Christmas, then hear their own voice repeat the Christmas wish list.
Christmas is near, and I am delighted that so many good boys and girls are calling my special number.
For Christmas word out of Santa stack. Dial 1-900-909-RAP.
There's a new story every day, and I'll tell you how to get a free Christmas gift.
I don't understand. There's only one real Santa, obviously, so why would he have so many commercials? And why does he look so different in all of them? I'm gonna need a minute here to take my mind off of this crisis of faith.
Oh, you startled me. I was just on the phone with a special friend. He calls often, but sometimes it gets, well, you know. I have lots of special friends. Do you need someone to get close to? It's really simple. Jot down my number. You better hurry before my line gets busy again. I'll be waiting for you. $4.99 per minute, adults only.
What? Santa who? Oh, the most pervasive of the hotline numbers were the ones advertising, let's say, intimate conversations. The majority of these promised live women on the other end of the line waiting for you to pick up the phone. According to Michael Kaplan in a New York Post article, at the peak there were 500 or 600 people working out of a converted Toys R Us warehouse in Miami. On a busy Friday night, the biggest operation, American Telnet, could rake in as much as $2 million. The business itself was a billion-dollar industry and one that was pervasive enough to blanket late-night television with commercials and newspapers with print ads. Men of a certain age no doubt remember these ads and perhaps even giddily called one of the numbers to listen to the pre-recorded message, only to hang up before any payments were required. After ABC's 2020 reported on the booming business, government agencies and religious activists took notice and fought to stop the hotlines. American Telnet, along with other operations in this category, amended their business models to try and stay ahead of the new restrictions, but by 2002, they shut their doors, citing the internet as one of the many nails in their coffin.
1-900 numbers were such a huge business that we had to leave off many notable commercials from today's list, as much as we wanted to highlight your personal horoscope reading and bizarre UFO sightings. It seemed like every day there were new hotline commercials airing between our favorite television shows, and each one offered something unique. Which commercials do you remember watching as a kid? Did you ever call any? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
A common refrain of older generations, the farther we move from our childhoods, is that these kids today need to get off those darn electronic devices and touch grass. Let's ignore the inherent falsehood of this particular conceit for a moment, because certainly kids today do much more than just play on their phones.
Although there was no internet to surf, we had some of the same screen time options like video games and television. But more often than not, other group activities called out to us on the after-school Friday wins, and we'd answer, "I'm going to meet my friends at the roller rink." Like so many things we enjoyed in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, roller skating started and became popular long before any of us were born. The first use of rudimentary roller skates was in 1743 when John Joseph Merlin added wheels to regular shoes so actors in a theater production could simulate ice skating on stage. There were attempts at updated designs throughout the 18th century, one which resulted in Merlin smashing into an expensive mirror as he attempted to skate through a masquerade party while playing violin, until 1863 when, according to rollerskatingmuseum.org, James Plimpton revolutionized the roller skate by inventing a skate with 4 wheels, 2 pairs set side by side, also known as a quad skate. Because this skate allowed for greater control and ease of skating, the 4-wheeled skate quickly came to dominate the industry. Following the Civil War, as a way to help patrons begin to heal, Plimpton converted the dining room of the United States Naval Academy in Rhode Island into the first ever roller skating rink. According to Scott Garner in his article From Ballrooms to Discos, Tracking 150 Years of Roller Rinks, by the 1880s, the pastime was well enough established that purpose-built roller rinks began to spring up around New England, whose residents took to the sport quickly and enthusiastically, hurling themselves across the floor. 100 years later, and we were still having as grand a time as our predecessors, flying across a smooth floor to the DJ's carefully selected grooves, and perhaps hoping to catch the eye of our junior high crush. While no two rinks were exactly the same, there were plenty of similarities that were more or less universal. Upon entering the unassuming building, you'd be greeted with a smell particular to roller rinks, which was an entrancing combination of hot food, popcorn, shoe disinfectant sprays for rental skates, leather, stale sweat, bearing oil, cigarette smoke, floor wax, and puberty. Not dissimilar from a bowling alley, yet somehow uniquely rink stink. The carpet was always low profile to make it easier to skate over and of the low stain variety. This meant you could expect dark coloring with busy, bright patterns akin to what you'd find in arcades. The designs were uniquely abstract, sometimes a conglomeration of swirls, dots, and stars made to look like celebratory confetti. Other times, squiggles, springs, and geometric shapes. You may even find carpet with actual roller skate shapes, but always of multiple colors over a dark background. The music and lighting were the next things to hit simultaneously as you made your way to the front desk to rent a pair of skates, unless you were one of the lucky ones who owned your own pair. The sounds of people laughing and talking, the rumble of skates on the wood floor, and far-off bleeps and bloops from the small arcade encircled your body, causing excitement to rush you to a bench so you could lace up and join in on the fun. There was more to do at the roller rink than just skate, but that stuff could wait until later, after you tired yourself out and your ankles began to ache. With your skates laced up, you launched yourself onto the floor, expertly weaving into the lane of traffic as if merging onto a highway. You had arrived during one of the free skate sessions, and you took full advantage. Your friends rolled over and you interlocked arms, forming a chain of 3, laughing as you raced ahead of the other skaters. Those first moments were always exhilarating, feeling the speed and soft vibrations running up your legs. There was something special about this shared experience of racing across a wood floor while music thumped and lights dazzled, something you'd hold on to all your life. These thoughts faded as you unlinked from your friends and tried on some of your best moves. You weren't a pro or anything, but weekly visits to the rink had improved your techniques considerably. You started easy with a spin and then another. Some of the younger kids watched as they clumsily skated, just barely staying upright. Next up was the dip, squatting down as you continued to roll. That move had taken some practice, but now was like second nature. Harder was shooting the duck, where from the squatting position you extended a leg out front, making an L shape. You just managed this trick, but really should have built more forward momentum before the attempt. You went back to some easier movements like the crossover and Rexing when the DJ ended the free skate in favor of some roller games. The overhead lighting flickered and flashed in a multitude of rainbow colors as the music boomed. Some people skated off the rink, but you and your friends stayed for the games. After that introductory music, the DJ returned to the mic and announced the first game, Limbo! This one was pretty easy, but a lot of fun nonetheless. 2 rink workers rolled out to the center and held a pole up while the DJ played the Limbo song. He said, "Remember to bend forward, not backward." Youch! Yeah, you made that mistake once and never again. After someone wins, the DJ called everyone back onto the rink for the Hokey Pokey. A huge circle formed as the Hokey Pokey music played. And again, everyone followed the instructions, watching people fall as the circle grew smaller and smaller until only one survivor remained. Often, this one went on a little too long and more than one winner was announced so they could move on to one more game. The final game during that session turned out to be a backwards skating race, which the DJ warned was only for the more experienced skaters. A few racers decide to participate, and even then, many fall before the winner is announced. Other common roller games included freeze tag, which is exactly what it sounds like, and 4 corners, which requires you to skate to one of the 4 corners, chosen by the game guard, with your eyes closed when the music stops. The guard then names one of the corners as out and continues the game until only one person remains. Other racing games included push cart, monkey, and shoot the duck. Push cart was when a partner pushed you while you were in a squat position. The monkey race was similar, except instead of a partner pushing you, you'd use your hands to propel yourself forward. And of course, the shoot the duck race required you to be in the shoot the duck position. The DJ, if your local establishment was lucky enough to have one, was like the unofficial king of the roller rink. They played the music, called the games, made other announcements, and often heckled skaters in a lighthearted and comedic way. Once the games were over, perhaps the DJ would call for another free skate, but they might also call for kids only or adults only. Sometimes they'd even announce a ladies' choice or disco dance. For many of these, the music would change to fit the given situation. A disco dance skate required, of course, some kind of disco music, perhaps Disco Duck by Rick Dees and his cast of idiots, Brand New Key by Melanie, or You Should Be Dancing by the Bee Gees. Ladies' choice might call for songs like Livin' on a Prayer by Bon Jovi, Take on Me by Aha, Lookout Weekend by Debbie Deb, or, in the 90s, Nothing Compares to You by Sinead O'Connor. Other favorites were No Parking on the Dance Floor by Midnight Star, Round and Round by Rat, I Will Survive by Gloria Gaynor, Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang, and Bounce Rock Skate Roll by Vaughn Mason and Crew, among many others. And if your DJ was particularly crowd-friendly, they might even take requests. If you grew tired of skating, most rinks had at least a couple other things to do, one of which was the ever-popular arcade. Being that this was mostly a building dedicated to skating, it was rare for there to be enough room for more than a few arcade cabinets. The offerings largely depended on the decade, but a few universally popular cabs would have been Pac-Man, Galaga, Dig Dug, Outrun, Street Fighter II, and Mortal Kombat! The larger the rink, the more likely it is that you'd have access to skee-ball, air hockey, billiards, and full racing cabinets like Hang-On or Road Blasters. And we can't forget the requisite claw machine to round out a true arcade experience. The snack bar was another haven of activity once you tired of skating, and often presented like the love child of a movie theater concession stand and a mom-and-pop burger joint. Which is to say, the food was palatable in that weekend junk food sort of way. They'd offer classic concession-style snacks like popcorn and boxes of various candy, but they also had hot food items like cheeseburgers, fries, hot dogs, and pizza. Still, none of it rose to the standards of actual restaurants. The nachos, for instance, were tortilla chips with a side of radioactive yellow nacho cheese. The pizza was of the frozen variety with the cardboard crust and plastic cheese. The burgers, they were pre-cooked frozen patties, and the hot dogs were never 100% beef. None of this bothered you very much, though, because the food is exactly what you craved on a weekend night while you were out having fun with your friends. So you'd grab your soda fountain Dr. Pepper with a side of cheese fries, and you'd scarf them happily as you watch newbies hang onto the side of the rail for dear life. Your friends would join you at the rinkside table with their own paper plates of greasy pizza and fried foods, and you'd talk about school crushes, new movies playing at the theater, the book report that was due next week, the quickly but not quickly enough approaching summer vacation, your new favorite songs, and all those other little things that seemed so big when we were younger. Sharing those moments at the roller rink, bathed in rainbow-colored lights and hidden in the dead center of a pop music soundtrack, made our young lives that much more vivid, that much more lived.
Attempting to wrap every viewer's personal roller rink memories into a single narrative video is a tricky thing to do. No two people's experiences will be exactly the same, just as no two roller rinks are exactly the same. Maybe your establishment's food was delicious and fresh compared to our descriptions. Maybe your rink didn't have a DJ or arcade games. Oh no. These variations are always expected, and one of the reasons we adore asking our viewers, what are some of your favorite memories of the local roller rink? I would love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
We talk a lot about the biggest and best toys of our youth, but it isn't always the big-ticket items that stoke our collective nostalgia. Often it was the various trinkets, found in the strangest of places, that made life so magical.
I'm talking about things like the 25-cent machine toys, vending machine stickers, freebie items from fan club memberships, mail-away gifts, fast food premiums, and the mother of all knickknacks, the cereal box prize. Getting our parents to buy those boxes of sugary wonder, often inspired by some of our favorite pop culture franchises, was a big enough win. But when you added the extra benefit of a free toy inside the box, well, now we're talking about something legendary, at least to our little kids' brains. There were two types of kids. The ones who waited patiently for the prize to fall out into their bowl, and the ones who went digging for the prize, even going so far as to employ sneaky tactics like opening the box from the bottom. This second group would jam their hands into the bag of cereal all the way to the elbow, digging and pushing and scooping for the hidden prize. Sometimes they'd even dump the whole bag into an oversized bowl to recover the buried treasure. Call me a sucker, but I was always a wait for the prize to fall from the box sort of kid. Before long, prizes were placed outside the bag liner, probably in an effort to further separate food from non-food items and avoid potential choking hazards, which made scoring the toy even easier. At that point, it became a matter of which sibling would open the box first. Another, less frequent possibility was to find the prize attached to the outside of the box, or even be a part of the box itself. The final type of cereal box premium was the mail-in variety, often requiring you to collect a number of box tops that you'd send to the manufacturer. This last type, though it's one of my absolute favorites for a few reasons, will be saved for its own video. According to most sources, the first cereal premiums were awarded at the register for purchasing a box of Kellogg's Corn Flakes all the way back in 1909. With 2 boxes of cereal, cashiers handed over a copy of The Funny Jungle Land Moving Pictures book, which appeared in a number of varying editions through 1937. Mike Chasser explains on his website, Poetry and the Popular Culture, that this was a trifold booklet with 2 sets of 6 panels inside that, when flipped back and forth on their stapled hinges, allows the reader or user to superimpose the body parts and verse captions of one set of animals onto another. If we're talking about prizes specifically inserted into the box, it gets a little harder to track, as most other cereal manufacturers, including Nabisco, General Mills, Quaker Oats, Malta-Meal, and others, began to place prizes in their cereals roughly around the same time. Perhaps one of the coolest interactive toys to appear as early cereal box prizes were the coveted baking powder submarines, invented in 1953 by brothers Benjamin and Harry Hirsch and sold in 1954 to Kellogg's, who would be the first to use them as cereal premiums, though these would be of the mail-in variety costing 25 cents and a cereal box top. Later, these small plastic subs came in a variety of cereals, this time in the box itself, proving their effectiveness as sale incentives. Frosted Flakes had an action boat and later even a diving Tony the Tiger. Cap'n Crunch had the Super Sub, Rice Krispies had the Atom Sub, and Cheerios had the Atomic Submarine. These little toys weren't only relegated to cereal boxes, though. In fact, a few years ago, I talked about getting one from an advertisement in the back of a comic book. In that same Gen X grown-up video, I demonstrated the diving and rising action of a reproduction baking powder sub, which worked by packing baking powder into a small compartment at the bottom of the toy and allowing the resulting reaction to create carbon dioxide, causing the sub to first rise, expel the gas, and then dive again. It really was something of a magical experience to watch this tiny plastic sub bob up and down in the water, and even now, there's something to be said about experiencing that simple joy as an adult. Another popular premium, largely distributed through the 70s, were cereal box records. These flimsy, easily warped cardboard records with thin plastic coatings were usually the back panel of the cereal box, requiring consumers to carefully cut the record out in order to play. Despite the obvious downsides to crafting a playable record from a cereal box, these things were awesome! As kids, the easily obtained records were probably the first we'd ever owned, and we played them until the shallow grooves wore out. Some of the best were often related to Halloween in some way, like the 1979 boxes of Count Chocula, Frankenberry, and Boo Berry, each of which had a different record including The Monsters Go Disco, Count Chocula Goes to Hollywood, and Monster Adventures in Outer Space. Another version was the post-Honeycomb Ghost Story records from 1977, which included The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, The Miser's Gold, and The Hitchhiker. These recordings were stripped right from the 1975 album Famous Ghost Stories, produced and narrated by Wade Denning, and boasted incredible artwork. There were a couple other releases, perhaps also from Honeycomb cereal, though details are sketchy. These other series included The Haunted House, The Ghost in the Attic, Sounds of the Unknown, and the 1978 Pickwick Records release of Lonely Lonely. Of course, spooky stories weren't the only ones being released. There were also the 1969 Sugar Crisp and Alphabets records, The Archies. This series was even more ambitious as there were multiple records, each with 4 songs. Popular tunes included Sugar Sugar, You Know I Love You, and the theme song for the animated series, The Archie Show. Other cereal box records over the decades included Bobby Sherman, the Jackson 5, the Monkees, the Toucan Sam Workout, and many more. There were a few guaranteed easy sells for us as kids, and one of them was anything glow in the dark. Cereal manufacturers had clearly gotten the memo because all manner of uniquely cool glow-in-the-dark items started appearing in cereals, and we did our part by buying all of them. 1976 boxes of Super Sugar Crisp contained one of 4 glow-in-the-dark monster heads. But these weren't any old monsters, they were universal monsters, including the Mummy, Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and Phantom of the Opera. They also doubled as finger puppets. You know what? At this point, let's just assume everything else in this section glows in the dark, so I don't have to keep saying it. Deal? Okay, another Monster Head set came from Kellogg's in 1989, and they are arguably not as ambitious. For one thing, they were generic monsters, including a skeleton and ape-like creatures. For another, they were only half heads with an eyelet, perhaps to turn them into necklaces? Although the universal monster finger puppets are more sought after, these potential pendants were still a favorite. In 1986, Kellogg's Fruit Loops and Corn Pops offered what they called Wacky Wall Walkers, which were a variation on the popular 25-cent machine toy you'd throw against a wall and watch it slowly climb down. Always a winner. In 1995, there was a Sugar Bear ornament. 1973 saw pins in Super Sugar Crisp, and in 1978, Cap'n Crunch gave away spooky jiggling pirates. The staff writer's personal favorite were the Cap'n Crunch Soggies figures circa 1986. Like all of these glowing toys, you had to charge them with a light to make them work, so in his divine brilliance, Mr. Ryder balanced his soggy next to the light bulb of a table lamp, then promptly forgot about it. When he finally remembered, he found it had melted into an even soggier mess than it began. Now, hold on a second there, Mr. Ryder. I remember these figures too, but as I recall, they came in the Captain Crunch Island Adventure board game along with the Captain himself and the Sogmaster. Are you sure these were also cereal box prizes? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. He said, and I quote, "Prove me wrong, lameoid." So there you have it, the brains behind our research operation. You're obviously in good hands. As much fun as it was to dig for a prize in the box, getting a prize so big they had to strap it on the outside of the box was even more exciting. Perhaps the most well-known of these premiums was the huge, by cereal prize standards, Batman bank that came packed with Batman cereal from Ralston. The thick plastic bank was in the shape of Batman himself, with a couple well-placed stickers for his face, logo, and belt. On his back, there was another sticker advertising a Batman nightlight. The bank was clearly the highlight since the cereal was basically a Captain Crunch ripoff in the shape of bats. I mean, just look at all the promo stuff they had to offer, sometimes through mail-in deals, to get people to buy the cereal. A glow-in-the-dark Frisbee, a t-shirt, comics, and that bank. Ralston was truly the king of producing licensed cereals from beloved franchises that were extremely okay. Like truly mind-bogglingly mediocre. I just can't believe how shockingly ordinary the cereal was. Lucky thing the box art and premiums were so cool. And Ralston was at it again in 1991 with the Addams Family cereal, this time offering a selection of 4 different figural flashlights strapped to the box with shrink wrap. These weren't nearly as big as the Batman bank, but they did something, which was always a huge selling point for kids, even if that something was shining light. Ooh, majestic. The offer included Thing, It, Fester, and Lurch, all of which looked great with a significant amount of sculpted and painted detail. While almost any prize in a cereal box was exciting for kids, obviously the more detailed and interactive, the better. Sure, a plastic ring is great, but what about a real working watch? Over the years, a few different cereals offered free watches as premiums, but it was exceedingly rare for them to actually be inside the box. One such prize was the honeycomb watch that came in new hot colors and displayed both time and date according to the box. Others from over the years, though in some cases mail-away items, have been the Inspector Gadget watch, the Cheerios watch, Hot Wheels watches, and perhaps the newest item we've discussed today, Shrek digital watches from 2003.
We definitely overfilled our cereal bowls this week because there were literally hundreds of other insanely cool prizes we could have discussed. But, as always, that just means 2 things. 1, we will absolutely be revisiting this topic for future videos. And 2, what were some of your favorite cereal box prizes of your youth? I would love to hear about it down in the comments. And if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Romanticizing advertising is one of nostalgia's strange little tricks. Most people have a complicated relationship with marketing, especially as we grow older and more cynical. The notion of advertising often goes hand in hand with other discouraging concepts like consumerism, materialism, and even conformity.
Yet, as we reminisce about franchises of our childhood, we often look past the troubling isms as the tendrils of our old pal nostalgia wipe clean the dirty streaks of corporate greed, leaving behind a clear window to the past that we never quite notice is now rose-colored. Periodically, those same corporations attempt to reintroduce advertising of old, and rather than capitalizing on nostalgia, they shine a bright light on the deception that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Such is the case with the unceremonious return of these three mascots of the 1980s. The modern English definition of the word mascot is a person, animal, or object supposed to bring good luck, but it's interesting to further consider its etymology. In the Middle Ages, mascot started as the Latin word masca, meaning witch. It then moved to southern France as Moscow, which further evolved into Moscoto, which literally meant little witch, but carried the strong connotation of charm or magic, a notable shift from the darker origins of the term. The final transformation came in modern French, mascotte, meaning good luck charm, as epitomized by the operetta La Mascotte in 1880. These older meanings are important to consider when we realize that mascots, in their oldest form, even before the creation of the word, were cave drawings and totem poles. They were depictions of masked creatures that looked like animals, tied to hunting and religious beliefs, often celebrated and even worshipped. In a much more modern conception, mascots were first used as a form of entertainment and team spirit for college sporting events. The use of mascots grew over time until they became forever tied with their respective teams. Of course, we're here to talk about the final evolution into brand mascots used by corporations and fast food franchises as a way to advertise. Having tracked this evolution, one can see how marketers hope to use a mascot's traditional asset as a beacon of team spirit to help grow brand loyalty for their companies. In the early 80s, Domino's Pizza, who were engaged in something of a war with Pizza Hut, found themselves in a pickle. There was an overwhelming perception that delivered pizza would arrive cold, or worse. Ernie Perrick, creative director behind the Noid campaign, explained in an interview with Slate, "So what we really wanted to do was highlight that the product would be delivered hot and fresh, in less than half an hour. A guy by the name of Tom Masters came up with the idea, maybe we could come up with a bad guy. They decided on the name Noid for the character based on the nickname for Domino's employees, which was Dominoids. The idea was set, and the advertising team at Group 234 got to work, hiring Will Vinton Studios to flesh out and animate the character. The Noid first graced our television screens in 1986 as Domino's anti-mascot, a rabbit-eared gremlin of sorts who was always trying to ruin your pizza delivery. A series of commercials were created, usually with the Noid trying to destroy the pizza or otherwise delay delivery, paired with the catchphrase, "Avoid the Noid."
The Noid hates hot quality pizza. He loves to make your hot pizza ice cold. Call Domino's Pizza and avoid the Noid. We keep the cold out and all this quality in. So when you want quality pizza hot and delicious, Domino's Pizza delivers. One call does it all.
According to Matt Blitz in his article for Food and Wine magazine, for a decade, no one could escape the Noid, a bizarre claymation appearing in everything from commercials to video games to a cameo in Michael Jackson's weird anthology film, Moonwalker. Following the release of these commercials, there was a groundswell of interest from consumers, with some even going into Domino's restaurants asking if they had any merchandise. The company did not disappoint, and the people who ran Domino's equipment and supply division started working on other vendors to create t-shirts, Gumby-like plastic collectible characters, and games like the PC release Avoid the Noid and the NES game Yo Noid. Despite the immense popularity of the character, there was at least one man who despised the Noid and all it stood for. In 1989, a man named Kenneth Lamar Noid took Domino's employees hostage and demanded to speak with the owner of Domino's Pizza, who he believed was targeting Noid with the commercials because he shared the same name. After a tense standoff, he allowed the hostages to leave and gave himself up. Noid was eventually found not guilty by reason of insanity, but despite seeking psychiatric help, died by suicide in 1995. Though Domino's execs have denied that this incident is what led to them retiring the Noid mascot, it's hard to believe it didn't play a large part. Even so, over the years, the Noid has popped up in brief revivals through the 2000s until his official return in 2021 with a press release explaining maybe it was the chaos of 2020 that gave the Noid the confidence to return, or possibly the fact that Domino's has continued to innovate around great pizza delivery with amazing technology. No matter the reasoning, the attempted return was met with bewilderment, disinterest, and in many cases, scorn. Even those of us who look back at things with a sense of nostalgia may not have been excited for the Noid's return. Was it due to the character's connection to Kenneth Lamar Noid? Was it because the villainous character somehow didn't translate into our new contemporary mindsets? We may never know, but one thing seems clear. The Noid's unceremonious return was destined to be a short one. Yet another claymation creation by Will Vinton was the California Raisins, who were the official mascots for, well, you guessed it, California Raisins. In the mid-'80s, the California Raisin Advisory Board, a marketing commission created to help promote and regulate the state's raisin production, came up with the idea of using anthropomorphic raisins singing "I Heard It Through the Grapevine" by Marvin Gaye.
California raisins from the California vineyards.
Don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine?
Sounds better what I got.
After the initial commercials, Vinton also used the characters in his 1987 Christmas special, a claymation Christmas celebration, singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In a surprising turn of events, the fictional clay mascots were signed to a 4-album deal with Priority Records, which led to a 1988 television special called Meet the Raisins. During their rise in popularity, an endless stream of merchandise was released. Puzzles, puppets, drinking glasses, banks, figures, clocks, lunchboxes, Halloween costumes, an NES game, and much, much more. It turns out the California Raisins even had a fan club, which, yes, we totally missed in our fan clubs of the 80s episode. The first cracks in the veneer of this marketing behemoth appeared only a couple of years into the campaign. In the 1988 article, "Stardom is a Feat of Clay for California Raisins," the author states, "The standard answer to where has all the money gone from the California Raisin Advisory Board is that the revenue goes right back into promoting raisins. And the Raisin Board's charter forbids it to use money for political causes like the Raisin Lobby. Instead, the money goes back to marketing projects. So all the money earned by the hugely popular California Raisin ads and merchandise went right back into paying for more ads and merchandise, in a vicious cycle." Then, in 1994, Charles Perry reported in his article, "Something We Ate," that as of July 31st, the 45-year-old California Raisin Advisory Board will no longer exist due to irreconcilable differences among raisin packers and the fairness of fees they were required to pay. This means, of course, no more dancing, Motown crooning raisins on TV. The California Raisins would pop up in various places over the years, like on 2010-era packages of Sun-Made raisins, and currently on the official webpage calraisins.org. According to a CartoonBrew.com article from 2015, there was talk of a comeback featuring the raisins in a new live-action CG feature, but the project never came to be. Otherwise, there's been no huge comeback a la the Noid for the California Raisins, except in Japan, where someone in a plush California Raisin costume carries the torch.
Raisin time.
Transitioning from clay to man's best friend, we have Spuds McKenzie, a popular mascot for Bud Light portrayed by a bull terrier named Honey Tree Evil Eye. Well, unless the staff writer's just messing with me again. There's a... Can I get a fact check on the... Yeah? No kidding, huh? All right. Honey Tree Evil Eye. Evie for short, because, of course, Spuds was known as the original party animal, and essentially every commercial had the same premise. It wasn't really a party until Spuds arrived. This is from that bygone era of beer commercials when alcohol was promoted more heavily as the essential element to a good time, when all the women were in bathing suits and a hot date was only a cold beer away. Spuds himself was a ladies' dog, despite being played by a female, something that became a minor controversy and then was finally confirmed in a 1987 People magazine article, which also set out to debunk other strange rumors about Spuds, like that he perished in a surfing accident. Spuds became so famous through the 80s that he was even interviewed by Dick Clark, and in the clip can be seen surrounded by women, a rotating roster of models known as the Spudettes, who answered questions for him and insisted that he wasn't a dog at all, but a party animal. In fact, according to Bill Stolberg, the fact that they never acknowledged that Spuds was a dog and was in fact a man was the key to the campaign's success. In the interview with Nick Green, Stolberg goes on to say, "The first question we'd always get would be, 'What kind of dog is Spuds?' To which I replied, 'He's not a dog, he's an executive.'" According to the same article, The Life, Death, and Resurrection of Spuds MacKenzie, the original party animal, Spuds helped to increase sales of Bud Light by 20% during his tenure. It was Strom Thurmond's tirade against Spuds on the floor of the U.S. Senate that marked the beginning of the end for the campaign. As he waved a stuffed Spuds doll around, the Republican senator accused Anheuser-Busch of glorifying underage drinking. According to Kate Taylor for Business Insider, this led to Mothers Against Drunk Driving launching a campaign against Spuds and some schools banning apparel featuring the canine. Though the campaign limped on for a time, often with more subdued marketing and the inclusion of the tagline, "Know when to say when," Spuds was officially retired in 1989. Honey Tree Evil Eye passed away in 1993, but Spuds did manage a single return in a 2017 Super Bowl ad as the ghost of Christmas past and present. Okay, listen. Yes, the premise of this video was to cover mascots that have made an unceremonious return, but we feel that this particular advertisement, marking Spuds' 30th anniversary, was a thoughtful and humorous send-off, allowing fans a final goodbye to the true party animal.
Originally, we planned to cover 5 mascots in this video, but once research commenced, we realized there's a lot more to these popular brand ambassadors than we thought. So limiting today's list to only 3 allowed for a deeper dive into each mascot, but also allows us to ask you, our loyal viewers, what other discontinued mascots of the 80s have come back for brief, unceremonious resurrections. If we get enough suggestions, you can bet there will be a part 2 to this video. So sound off in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous little notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
The 1980s saw an explosion of marketing directly to kids, with cartoons, toy lines, video games, and all manner of cross-promotional advertising taking over the airwaves. Now, one might assume that meant advertisers were also taking advantage of the growing kid market through the creation of fan clubs for every conceivable franchise. It turns out that's one trick most corporations missed.
Of course, there were still a few noteworthy memberships, and in this installment of Nostalgic Fan Clubs, we found every oasis worth visiting in the vast desert of the 1980s. Those who've watched the first installment of Nostalgic Fan Clubs will remember that the majority of fan clubs in the 1970s were related to Star Trek. So it probably won't surprise you that this trend continued into the 1980s with roughly 37 active groups, not including another 10 that focused on specific actors from the series. Many more fan clubs in the 70s also focused on genre television and movies, specifically the likes of Star Wars, Doctor Who, and Battlestar Galactica, among others. Another trend was the overall decrease in fan clubs, going from a total of 172 in the 70s to 96 in the 80s, according to fanlore.org. But that didn't mean there weren't a few memorable clubs to emerge that rivaled the best the 70s had to offer. NBC premiered the television show The A-Team on January 23, 1983, to an average 20 to 24% of American households. Through its first season, the show remained in the top 10, and by the third season was the third most popular television show in America. The A-Team, along with his cartoon, which premiered the same year, is also notable for increasing Mr. T's star power after a breakthrough role in Rocky. Between his starring role, cartoon, toys, and breakfast cereal, Mr. T, with or without the A-Team, was an essential part of the 1980s landscape. Hell, while playing Santa Claus at the White House, Nancy Reagan sat on his lap and kissed him on the forehead. I'm pretty sure the only other actor she ever did that for was old Ronnie, but don't quote me on that. With an abundance of action, over-the-top violence, unique characters, and memorable catchphrases, it's no wonder viewers of the 1980s became fans. And with fans come fan clubs. Information about the A-Team fan club is sparse, but it appears to have been founded sometime during the second season. According to a user on the A-Team fan forum, membership in the club came with a membership card, exclusive postcards, photos, posters, a certificate of official membership, the official newsletter, of which he states there were only 4 issues, all enclosed in a special satchel-style folio. Muddying the waters a little, fanlore.org lists another club called the A-Team Fan Society, which was a German club that started in 1987 and later opened to worldwide membership. The newsletter, Baracus News, was originally published in German and later in English as well. They ran through at least 1997, though it's unclear when and if the club ever disbanded. It should come as no surprise that one of the most popular 80s cartoons, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, had its own fan club. Or did it? Thinking a cartoon with a mountain of merchandise, see our recent episode about toys that defined the 80s, also had a fan club is a fair assumption. We may even be able to implant a Mandela effect memory directly into your central cortex, because of course He-Man had a fan club, and you totally remember its existence. The franchise basically blanketed the decade with toys, and there's no way Mattel would miss a trick this obvious. Even the website 80skids.com lists the Masters of the Universe fan club in their article, 8 Amazing Fan Clubs All 80s Kids Will Remember, alongside a picture of a sign-up sheet for the club. So, case closed, right? Well, not so fast. If you're kicking your younger self square in the pants for somehow missing out on such an iconic and obviously exclusive club, go easy on the poor kid. It turns out that this particular club was exclusive to the UK, and even then, an offshoot of the comic series rather than the toy line or cartoon. The aforementioned sign-up sheet actually comes from the UK Masters of the Universe comic, issue 48, published in 1988. The club does sound pretty epic, though. Every member was given their own Eternian name and a special membership kit, quote, packed full of exciting things to do. The advertisement goes on to list the mind-blowing contents, which included a membership certificate, membership card, club badge, personal letter from He-Man, He-Man hit single flexi disc, battle armor kit, height chart, and a board game. Not to mention, every 4 months, you would receive a newsletter called The Legend of Eternia. Not bad for a measly £2.99. With a classic fairy tale that's been adapted countless times, it may not be immediately apparent which version of Beauty and the Beast had a fan club. You may guess that it was the animated Disney classic, and that would be a solid assumption, but it would also be wrong. In 1987, CBS premiered the fantasy drama television series Beauty and the Beast, which ran for 3 seasons until its cancellation in 1990. During its first season, the show just barely cracked the top 50 with a Nielsen rating of 13.1, and they only dropped from there with a 10.4 in Season 2 and a 9.5 in Season 3, landing in the 68th overall position. And yet, the show garnered generally favorable reviews as a dedicated fan base grew. These fans not only helped to ensure a 3rd season, but also branched out, creating a huge number of fanzines, which often contained fan fiction based on the series. There were so many, in fact, that Elizabeth Helm created the Beauty and the Beast Buyer's Guide to Fanzines, containing a 157-page index to Beauty and the Beast zines. It was in this guidebook one could find a flyer for the Beauty and the Beast Fan Club, which was established in 1989. The advertisement stated the going rate, $16 in the US, and included swag, a membership kit, quarterly newsletter, Winterfest gift, and access to a 24-hour information telephone service. Man, those were the days, weren't they? No quick search on the internet for information. Nope, you had to find fanzines in a guidebook and call hotlines for the lowdown on your favorite television show. Speaking of which, let's see. Episode about telephone hotlines. Got it. In 1980, the American rock group REM was formed in Athens, Georgia, with members Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. Their unique sound and style, a blend of melodic rock and impressionistic folk, brought the band considerable success, and by 1984, still years away from their 91 Grammy nomination for Out of Time and Billboard Music win for Top Modern Rock Artist, they started their fan club, which would grow to over 10,000 members. Whether or not you remember the fan club, if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, you certainly remember such hits as Losing My Religion and It's the End of the World as We Know It, and I Feel Fine. Even so, there's at least some people who not only remember the club, but consider it one of the best. An article on 80skids.com poses the question, was the REM fan club the best fan club ever, before listing all the reasons they feel quite certain it was. A $10 buy-in would get you a year's membership, which included periodic newsletters, which, according to the article, were full of all the latest band news, single or album release dates, tour dates, TV appearances, charity work, band interviews, posters, and handwritten letters from band members. However, it appears the true draw was the band's Christmas packages, which, remember, were part of the measly $10 membership fee. These admittedly incredible mailers would be packed with all kinds of possibilities like stickers, patches, calendars, and pictures. But that's not all. They also sent exclusive 7-inch records and eventually CDs that were often branded as Christmas Fan Club releases. In my opinion, that's what really puts this club over the top and quite possibly steals the Best Fan Club award, though I'm sure there are some Kiss fans out there that might disagree. For the last 1980s fan club on today's list, we choose the Nintendo Fun Club. In a previous episode, we talked about Nintendo Power and briefly mentioned the magazine that actually started out as a free newsletter, which began in 1987 by Gail Tilden and Fun Club president Howard Phillips. Well, to get that free newsletter, you had to sign up for the Nintendo Fun Club. After signing up, you received a small package that included a membership card, a welcome letter, a Super Mario Bros. Sticker, member offers, the first newsletter, and an entry postcard for a giveaway. The welcome letter explained that since you recently purchased an NES, you got a free introductory year to the Fun Club, which of course came with the free newsletters several times a year, with a newsstand price of $2.50 per issue. The letter goes on to explain that the membership card provided special member discounts on games as well as other perks. Unfortunately, the Fun Club only lasted for the length of 7 issues, racking up a reported 600,000 members, after which the newsletter transitioned into the official Nintendo Power magazine, the first issue of which was given away for free to members of the club as something that feels very much like a parting gift.
Finding enough new fan clubs to discuss in today's episode turned out to be a little harder than any of us here at Retro Days anticipated. As mentioned during the introduction of this video, fan clubs started to drop off after the 1970s, and once we sorted through all the Star Trek clubs, there wasn't much left. Of course, maybe our writer just sucks at research, and there were indeed plenty of other clubs to choose from. So tell us, what did we miss? What 1980s fan clubs did you belong to? What fan clubs do you wish existed had there been enough interest? I'd love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clacky.
Retro Days.
There was a time before required readings, academic essays, and homework when books still held sway over our young imaginations. For a lucky few, this magic never dissipates, but for the rest of us, we move on to movies and television as the main purveyors of storytelling. When we were still young and impressionable, our elementary schools did their best to introduce the wonderful world of literature, hoping to transform us into lifelong readers. Now, whether or not the tricky magic worked, the yearly book fair was an event everyone looked forward to.
If you listen closely, you might even hear the far-off rumbling sound of metal shelving being wheeled into the gymnasium. Before long, the announcement will come over the loudspeakers, and we'll be let out of class early. Everyone get into a single file line and walk in an organized fashion because we're going to the book fair. Though there were various small book fairs through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the book fair as we know it really didn't begin until 81 or 82, depending on the source, when Scholastic bought out California school book fairs and began holding their own events. Many of us have only ever known Scholastic book fairs, though there were at least two other big companies in the game: Educational Reading Service Book Fairs, Inc. and Book Fairs Services. In a 1984 New York Times article, Edwin McDowell cited a combined 10,000 events per year. In addition, at least in the 80s, another 30 regional outfits ran their own events. As for the Scholastic book fairs of old, they were often sponsored by school librarians and parent-teacher associations and would bring in volunteers to help set up and work as cashiers during the event. Scholastic was mainly in charge of transporting the books and displays to the schools and then coming back to gather unsold items. In that same 1984 article, McDowell lists the price range of items as 75 cents to $3.95, which was likely true through the 80s, with the expected inflation as years progressed. In nearly every major article about book fairs, there's always a certain amount of skepticism regarding the fine line between the business aspects of the event versus the educational benefits to students. Schools used to make 20 to 33% of the gross sales, a far cry from the 100% profit of something like a bake sale, but was often cited as one of the best ways to encourage kids not only to read, but to find a modicum of independence in their searching for reading material that inspired them. Let's travel back to our stuffy elementary school classroom. It's a Monday, which usually feels hopeless and never-ending, with each tick of the second hand being countered with a tick going in reverse. But this Monday is different. This Monday feels like the half day before Thanksgiving, or the last day of school before summer. You look around the room at your classmates who are all fidgeting and checking their watches or the big round clock on the wall. Even the teacher appears impatient, and we all know why. It's the first day of the school book fair, which often ran for multiple days, and each class had a scheduled time to leave class early and browse the endless wonderment that had been wheeled in and stacked high. Finally, the clock hands move to their necessary stations, and Mrs. Franklin abandons her chalk. She smiles wide. Line up in a single file line next to the door, no running. We all do our very best to speed walk to the wall and get into position, while the teacher makes a show of counting heads and inspecting desks. Everyone has their money, now keep it safe in your pockets until you're ready to check out. Mrs. Franklin leads us into the hallway where a few other classes are doing the same. There's a nervous energy. Giggles and whispers can be clearly heard, but the teachers don't shush us. No, this wasn't a fire drill, it was book fair day. Entering the gymnasium, our eyes boggle at the transformation. There are a series of giant clamshell shelving units in a big circle filled to the brim with books. There are tables and displays of other items as well, and a makeshift register where we would pay. Walking closer, the next thing to hit us is the wonderful aroma of brand new print books and magazines. It didn't smell old and musty like the library, but more akin to the bookstore at the mall. Mrs. Franklin says, "You have until the end of the period," and shoos us into the fair, leaving us to our own devices. If Scholastic ran your book fair, then a vast majority of the books offered were published by them as well. This could have been a bad thing, but with such classic series as Goosebumps, The Babysitter's Club, The Magic School Bus, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Teen Witch, and Junior High, there wasn't much to complain about. For many of us, this was the place we first discovered horror. Goosebumps by R.L. Stine is the enduring series of scary stories that most think of when reminiscing about the book fair. After all, it was specifically a scholastic book and so featured heavily at the event. Of course, the first of the series, Welcome to Dead House, wasn't released until 1992, so those of us who had our book fairs in the 80s were out of luck. Well, not completely out of luck, because you probably had access to the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark series, which was filled with incredible drawings and stories to fill your young heart with dread. The first in the series came out in 1981 and had such classics as The Big Toe, The Haunted House, and The Thing. Another less often discussed classic series was The Scariest Stories You've Ever Heard. This collection of 3 books, released in 88, 89, and 1990, contained tales of the campfire story and urban legend variety, and unfortunately have no illustrations on the interior. Many of the stories in these books would be familiar to any horror lover, like The Horrible Hook and The Horror in the Back Seat. Besides scary stories, there were plenty of other genres too. A prominent section contained classic literature, if you were into that sort of thing. Personally, the closest I ever ventured was The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but the more bookish among our classmates may have appreciated the likes of John Steinbeck and Mark Twain. Another favorite section contained interactive books like Mad Libs, crossword puzzles, joke books, coloring books, and the absolute champion of book fairs across the country, sticker books. Oh, baby, did those tiny square books pack a punch. Right on the cover with a little rainbow, they'd say, 12 collector stickers inside. And for lots of us, that would have been enough. But the subject was always the real kicker. Mr. T, dinosaurs, sharks, Whisper the Winged Unicorn, skateboard action, Ghostbusters, The Karate Kid, Misty the Mermaid. The catalog was endless. The first page held the stickers, and the rest of the book presented a full-page picture next to some text on the opposing page. I enjoyed these books so much that I'd continue to flip through them endlessly, even after all the stickers had been stuck. Sadly, many of these books did scam you by producing doubles of the stickers, meaning of the 12, you really only had 6 unique designs. Don't waste too much time perusing the sticker books though, because there are still Choose Your Own Adventure books, Garfield comic collections, movie novelizations with color pictures in the middle, the American Girl book series, Junie B. Jones, and entire shelves containing books featuring horses like Black Beauty and the Saddle Club. There was also always that one kid who had enough money to buy that giant Guinness Book of World Records. And the rest of us fell into 2 categories. The kids who huddled around as they flipped through the book reading passages out loud, and the kids who pretended we weren't listening, but totally were. It may have been a book fair, but we all know it wasn't only about the books. Every event had numerous displays featuring all kinds of exciting ephemera. Bookmarks were a fun extra to add to that pile of books. The choices ranged from jet planes and race cars to horses and unicorns. Bookmarks could also feature characters from favorite books, colorful designs, or motivational messages. The fancy ones had the little tassel or colored piece of string tied through a hole punch at the top, tempting us with the extra bit of flair. The posters were another big seller, often split into 2 major categories of fast cars or horses. All the boys gravitated to the black poster with a blazing red Lamborghini or Ferrari plastered to the center, and the girls would hover around the posters of horses galloping across a field. Of course, there were other options. I'm sure I remember Clifford the Big Red Dog, Garfield, and probably other book-related posters. But let's be real, it was all about the horses and cars. Eventually, your eyes would turn to the piles of fruit-scented erasers. All the different shapes, sizes, and colors to choose from made it like a mini expedition. Surrounding the erasers were special pencils and pens with different toppers on them, boasting a variety of novelty features. A favorite of these was the rainbow pen that came with a variety of colored inks, and you'd have to press down the color you wanted to select. Triangle pencil grips, notepads, novelty pencil sharpeners, keychains, stickers, magnets, plush toys, and so much more were available to peruse and purchase, making us feel more mature than our limited years on Earth should have allowed for. Though this was past my time, into the 1990s as technology advanced, book fairs began to include audiobooks, cassette tapes, CDs, videos featuring adaptations of popular books or educational content, and in some cases, even video games. Finally, one of the favorite elements of the book fair was getting to take home the Scholastic catalog, with filled pages of books and merchandise in vibrant color. For many of us, this very well may have been the only thing we had to take home. If our parents couldn't afford to fork over any extra money, then we were left perusing the bounty of goods and watching luckier kids buy big stacks of books while we only had money for a smelly eraser, or perhaps nothing at all. Still, that did leave the catalog, which on the one hand could potentially be a reminder of all the stuff we couldn't buy, but on the other could act like a smaller Sears wish book. We'd hide it away in our room, circling all the items we would have loved to buy. Somehow, strangely, hopefully, the book fair would still stand out in your memory as something magical and perhaps urge you to take a trip to the library later in the week.
Some say it's hard to feel nostalgic about something that still goes on today, but while it's true that book fairs are still held, I'd argue that as the years progress and the merchandise changes, so does nostalgia grow. There was something specific and particular about the book fairs of our youth that the new ones will never replicate. And yet, it brings me such great joy to know the kids of today are forming their own connections and memories with the magical book fair. So, how'd we do? With something as personal as a child's first independent shopping experience, I'm sure we missed a few key items. Help us by recalling some of your favorite book fair purchases. I would love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week and celebrate yesteryear right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
When you think about your favorite toy lines from the 1980s, what comes to mind? While answers will vary, there's always a fair amount of crossover. One could argue the same toys come up time and time again because there were only so many releases from 1980 to 1989. But I'd suggest another equally obvious possibility. Well-made and unique toys coupled with aggressive marketing led to huge sales, which helped foster a sense of nostalgia and in turn created enduring popularity.
We can debate this reasoning, but there's no denying that a handful of heavy hitters are always mentioned in conversations of 80s toys, and these are a few of the most prominent. A concept we often return to here at Retro Days is the 1980s as a golden age of consumerism and toy production. You might remember this was because after decades of restrictions preventing the airing of any programming based on a toy line, in 1983 the FCC reversed many of their decisions from the landmark 1969 ban. By the mid-80s, there existed a seemingly endless stream of cartoons airing on television, each with their very own toy lines, because no longer did the FCC stop cartoons from advertising toys. The floodgates were open, and Mattel was first to rush through with He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
He-Man, He-Man. Who's the big guy with the muscles?
He's He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe. Skeletor is his enemy.
He-Man, He-Man.
Here's He-Man, Skeletor, and Castle Grayskull. You have to put the castle together.
You're doomed, He-Man.
Oh, yeah? Watch this action, Dad. He-Man. Now I have the power.
He-Man and Skeletor each sold separately. Castle Grayskull also sold separately from the Masters of the Universe collection from Mattel.
The first wave of He-Man figures was released in 1982, prior to the creation of the cartoon. These first figures were packaged with illustrated mini-comics drawn by Alfredo Alcala, depicting He-Man as a barbarian from the Eternian tribe. The comics fleshed out a backstory to the toy line wherein the inhabitants of the planet are living in a post-war civilization which eradicated the higher beings of the world. This war left behind machinery and weapons, some of which He-Man possesses. In this iteration of the story, both He-Man and Skeletor have one half of the Power Sword. If the two halves are combined, it creates the key to Castle Grayskull. That original set consisted of 8 figures, 2 creatures, 2 vehicles, and the Castle Grayskull playset. The figures included heroic warriors He-Man, Man-at-Arms, Stratos, and Teela, and the evil warriors Skeletor, Beastman, and Merman. The creatures were Battle Cat and Screech, and the vehicles were Battle Ram and Wind Raider. The final figure, Zodak, is a bit of a mystery since the character did not appear in any of the mini-comics. The description on his toy card suggests an evil origin, reading, "Zodak attacks the heroic warriors with all the evil power at his command." However, the early DC comics often portrayed Zodak as neutral. Of course, this all predated the release of the cartoon, which only happened after the FCC relaxed its toy-based children's programming ban. In 1982, Michael Halperin wrote the official pitch Bible for the upcoming series, later reworked by Filmation staff writer Tom Ruegger, which invents many of the familiar characteristics of the series. This is the first introduction, for instance, of He-Man's alter ego, Prince Adam. Once the cartoon hit, the already popular toy line flew off the shelves. Wave 2 was released in 1983 with new characters and new waves every year through 1988. Besides the cartoon, comics, and toys, He-Man also saturated nearly every other kid's market with products like Halloween costumes, clothing, bed sheets, dexterity games, party decorations and favors, Viewmaster reels, Shrinky Dinks, wristwatches, and so much more. In addition, the spin-off series in 1985, She-Ra, Princess of Power, invited girls into the franchise to enjoy their own epic battles and fantastic worlds. Even for those of us who didn't have the toys or watch the series, He-Man and She-Ra were so ingrained in the language of our childhood, we were no doubt still affected, be it from attending someone's He-Man themed birthday party, seeing commercials on TV, or hearing friends talk about it while showing off their collections. Another animated series that began its life as a toy line and quickly became one of the best-selling toys of all time is Transformers.
Tired of losing battle after battle in the sky, the Autobots create the ultimate robot jet, Jetfire.
Transformers, more than meets the eye.
But the evil Decepticons have a secret new weapon, Shockwave.
The Transformers, robots in disguise.
Shockwave will stop him!
The Transformers
from Hasbro.
After attending a toy fair in Tokyo, Hasbro licensed 2 toy lines from Takara Toys. They were Diaclone, which included, you guessed it, cars that transformed into robots, and a Microman line of toys. The molds they purchased included the entire run of 28 figures. Many of the later Transformers also came from pre-existing Takara Toys creations, including figures from Dinobots, Insecticons, Decepticon planes, and the Constructicons. Once the rights and molds were secured, Hasbro executives hired none other than Marvel to create a backstory for the figures. Specifically, the editor Jim Shooter and Dennis O'Neil developed the story, and Bob Budiansky came up with the various names and tech specs for the robots, much of which was then printed on the toy's packaging. 1984's Series 1 of Generation 1 consisted of at least 28 figures, not counting the mail-away promos. Some of the obvious standouts in that first gen were the big boys Optimus Prime and Megatron, mini cassettes like Frenzy and Rumble, the microcassette recorder Soundwave, Decepticon planes like Skywarp and Starscream, and Autobot cars like Mirage and Ironhide. The addition of not only names but a full story and technical specifications for the robots created a vibrant, lived-in universe that kids of the era latched onto. These weren't just a bunch of transforming robots, no, they were the Autobots and Decepticons from the metallic planet Cybertron. While looking for new sources of energy, they crashed on Earth and remained dormant for millions of years before finally awakening in 1984. It's no wonder the toy line so easily lent itself to an incredibly successful animated series, which in turn sold more toys and energized a franchise that is still successful today. Completing what many might consider the big three boys' toys of the 80s, we add to our list G.I. Joe.
We'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Cobra's attacking! We're outnumbered! G.I. Joe to the rescue!
The G.I. Joe personnel carrier holds 28 members of the G.I. Joe team.
Let's go! Go get the new members of the G.I. Joe team! Here's Torpedo and Tripwire! Get the Joe team aboard and move them out!
G.I. Joe!
The G.I. Joe personnel carrier holds 28 Joe team members, each sold separately from Hasbro.
In the 50s and early 60s, there were no action figures. There were only dolls. Although these dolls, like Barbie and Ken, were incredibly popular, toy companies were missing out on half the demographic. Enter Stan Weston, who pitched Hasbro a 12-inch military figure for boys. Then CEO Merrill Hasselfeld turned him down cold, but the head of research and development, Don Levine, wasn't so short-sighted. He spent weeks creating prototypes of the designs, and when Hasselfeld saw them, he agreed they were a winner. Of course, no boy was ever going to buy a doll, so Levine coined the term action figure, and in 1964, Government Issue Joe was released to huge success. When the 1973 oil crisis raised the price 70%, Hasbro was forced to cut corners on figure production, which first led to a sales decline and eventually to the cancellation of the toy line. This, as it turned out, was only the beginning. Bob Prupus, Hasbro's senior vice president of international marketing, felt there was still life left in the series and enlisted colleagues Kirk Bazigian, Ron Rudat, Greg Bernstein, and Steve Dogano. They came up with 3 3/4 inch tall figures with 10 points of articulation to outdo Kenner's Star Wars figures, which only had 5. As Hasbro would do with their Transformers line, they approached Marvel Comics, only this time to create a comic series. The FCC, as we know, had strict rules about advertising toys. Specifically, they limited any kind of animation to no more than 7 seconds. Hasbro had considered this and knew the rules weren't as strict for advertising comic books. So once the comics were finished, Hasbro invested $3 million to create a series of 30-second animated commercials for the new Marvel comic book, G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, as reported by Maude Campbell in Popular Mechanics. In the end, Hasbro advertised a comic book series, which in turn advertised a toy line, which would later birth an animated series, which further promoted the toys. That is one heck of a marketing Ouroboros. Boys' toys weren't the only ones that defined the 1980s, and My Little Pony was right up there with some of the best sellers of the decade.
My little pony, my little pony. I comb and brush her hair. My little pony, my little pony. Tie a ribbon to show how much I care. My little pony, my little pony. I take her wherever I go. My little pony, my little pony. Oh, I love her so. I love you, my little pony.
My Little Pony, each sold separately. Collect them all.
But before My Little Pony, there was My Pretty Pony, released in 1981, to lackluster sales. This iteration was much larger at 10 inches tall and came with an interactive gimmick. There was a small lever under the chin to make My Pretty Pony wink, wiggle her ears, and swish her tail. The toy also came bundled with a hat, comb, and blanket for the pony's back, meant to be a low-profile saddle. By 1982, My Pretty Pony was discontinued in favor of a new line of smaller toys based on their predecessor. When Bonnie Zakerla first created My Little Pony, inspired by her love of horses, she envisioned the line as gender-neutral and realistic, marketed for both girls and boys. It was the marketing director at Hasbro that suggested designing the toys in colors like pink and purple, a suggestion which Zakerla initially dismissed, but when test groups for the toys proved the idea a solid one, they moved ahead with My Little Pony. This change also equated to one of the first toy lines for girls that wasn't created with societal norms in mind. According to Shannon McGuire in her Polygon article, the brightly colored, chunky equines were for fantasy-loving little girls who didn't want to learn to be better mommies as much as they wanted to learn how to fight monsters and go on epic quests. My Little Pony paved the way for fantasy and adventure to begin occupying space on the pink side of the toy aisle. As McGuire points out, only after the success of My Little Pony did we see the likes of Rainbow Bright, the Care Bears, the Gummy Bears, and all the great pink-washed fantasy franchises of the early 1980s. That's one heck of a legacy. While all the toys on today's list were incredibly popular, Cabbage Patch Kids was the first to set off a frantic holiday season buying frenzy, which resulted in vicious fights among buyers, an illegal market for sales, and plenty of disappointed children on Christmas morning.
Good parents make Cabbage Patch Kids.
The Cabbage Patch Kids. Each doll is different, and you can pretend to adopt them.
My baby has a real diaper.
You can love and care for them, like your very own.
You're a pal. You're the only one. I love you.
They're each one of a kind. They're Cabbage Patch Kids. You can give them all your love.
Cabbage Patch Kids are each sold separately. Each doll comes with a pretend birth certificate and adoption papers from Coleco.
The original story of Cabbage Patch Kids' creation claimed that Xavier Roberts started making these dolls and selling them, along with their birth certificate and adoption papers, at craft fairs. Eventually, the dolls became so popular, Roberts could no longer keep up with demand and signed a deal with Coleco to take over manufacturing. While all of this is true, it leaves out the bit at the very beginning where Roberts stole the design from folk artist Martha Nelson Thomas after she refused to continue letting Roberts sell her dolls in his gift shop. Thomas later sued, and Roberts settled out of court for an undisclosed amount in 1985. Of course, in the 80s, all we knew was that these dolls, marketed as being unique and adoptable, each with their own first and middle name, were prized gifts for the holiday season and often impossible to come by. Coleco even canceled all advertising at one point as they struggled to keep up with demand. Unlike all the other toy lines on today's list, Cabbage Patch Kids never did have an animated series, though they did have a few specials, starting with The Cabbage Patch Kids First Christmas, which premiered on ABC in 1984. Other merchandising included an album, book series, video game, clothing line, and more, which resulted in a children's merchandising sales record of $2 billion in 1984.
To further illustrate the enduring legacy of these 1980s toy lines, every one of them are still active, be it through new toys, comics, animated series, or something else. With such a broad and diverse landscape of toys in the 1980s, there were plenty of other series we could have discussed, and I'm sure you may have been screaming at the screen as we skipped over one of your favorites. So tell us, which other toy lines defined the 80s? I would love to hear about it down in the comments, and if you enjoy our content, please consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and maybe even activating that ubiquitous notification bell. It really does make a huge difference. Let's meet again next week to celebrate yesteryear, right here on Retro Days.
Clicky clicky.
Retro Days.
Childhood was exciting. Every day brought something new and special into our worlds, so that even the small things, like a new sitcom airing on television or a Kool-Aid Wacky Warehouse flyer coming in the mail, felt momentous. Still though, there were always those long days of pure nothing when boredom struck and stripped away all joy.
When those moments hit, we required a medication more potent than any of our usual curatives. Something that bundled a multitude of our favorite things, like food, music, games, and exploration, all into a single restorative activity. What are you waiting for? Pack your bags and get ready for adventure, because we're going on a road trip. The road trip is largely a mid to late 20th century creation, since preferably one requires a car and network of highways and roads. Of course, if we want to stretch the phrase beyond our modern conception, we'd find humans have been taking road trips for longer than there have been roads. In these cases, the travelers are better identified as adventurers, out searching the undiscovered territory of the world in harsh and often deadly conditions. Not exactly what we think of as a road trip. I mean, we've all played the Oregon Trail. We know how that journey ends, and it ain't at the gift shop. According to Colin Marshall in his article, A Brief History of the Great American Road Trip, The idea of the road trip itself goes back to 1880s Germany when Bertha Benz took her husband's then experimental car on a then illegal 66-mile drive through the countryside. He goes on to explain the first American road trip was taken in 1903 by a doctor named Horatio Jackson. It involved a bet, a dog, and no signage at all. The road trips we took as kids were mercifully much more fun and a lot less dangerous, with nary a case of fatal dysentery to sour the mood. Whatever our destination was, be it a campsite, a hotel, resort, family home, or something else, gathering all the correct snacks and road games was essential. There were the boring suitcases or duffel bags filled with everyday items like clothing and toiletries, sure, but I'll bet you also had a backpack that you made sure to keep with you in the back seat of the car, because that's where you'd stash all the good stuff. When the alarm goes off at 5 a.m. the next morning, parents always wanted to beat the traffic, you'd start to think the trip isn't worth the agony of rolling out of bed. Then the smell of bacon, toast, and eggs reach your nose. Your eyes snap open, and even though it's still dark outside, you know it's going to be a great day. Bellies full of breakfast and a trunk filled with bags, your family sets off just as the sun is cresting the far horizon. The smell of coffee fills the small space as your mom pours a cup from the thermos. You're far too young for coffee, but the aroma is so satisfying, you have an idea you'll grow to love it when you're older. Away we go, your dad says, putting the car into drive. Your stomach lurches with excitement and you gaze out the passenger window, silently saying goodbye to your house. Then your street, then the neighborhood, until finally you reach the highway and the real traveling begins. This is also when the boredom begins. You check your digital Pac-Man watch. Only 10 minutes have passed. As if reading your mind, your mom pops in the mixtape she made for road trips. All the favorites are on there, and for the next dozen miles, you all sing along to Holiday Road by Lindsey Buckingham, Runnin' Down a Dream by Tom Petty, and Should I Stay or Should I Go by The Clash. Just as your voice is giving out, your dad switches back to the radio saying, "Gotta check the traffic report." Well, that's totally fine with you because you've prepared for such eventualities. You grab your backpack, covered in iron-on patches from Nintendo Power, the Transformers, and cities from previous trips. This is your travel backpack, after all, and unzip the back pocket. You dig around until you find your Walkman and the Transformers movie soundtrack. Hitting play, you zone out to the tunes as the soft hum of the road starts to ease you to sleep. If you have a sibling, this is the exact time they'll punch you in the shoulder and exclaim, "Punch Buggy Blue, no punchbacks!" What a little brat. All right, let the road games begin. Yeah, you're awake now, scanning the highway with an intensity usually reserved for a round of Punch-Out, only this time, instead of Glass Joe, you'll be swinging at "Cut it out, you two." Your father's voice is stern and commanding.